for this one. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like the wood? Stand for this child. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 107. I hope you can hear me. And I should sit. Oh, I should sit straighter. So so this is my new place, so it looks different. Anyway, the title for today is Unusually Pro-West New Beginning for Syria, and Russia crossed the Oskil as they attacked towards Voroshna. They have in the latest report, if you have not watched it, Russian forces have entered into Voroshna from the south, and France have a new start, a new prime minister. But some people told me that this is going to be a monthly occurrence. So anyway, welcome to DPA Open Mic. We're going to drop the link to join. So I'm not going to go into the monologue. Oh freak, I messed up my keyboard. Anyway, so let me drop the link to join, and where is my copy and paste shortcut? Give me a second. I forgot to prepare this. Invite, copy, and then paste here. Yeah, so the link to join the DPA Open Mic is now dropped into the live chat of the YouTube channel, as well as on Rumble. Both of them I have pinned it, and also on Twitch. Let me see Twitchy. I also have pinned it on Twitch until the end of stream. Okay, and so as usual, the DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platforms. DPA platform on Telegram, Twitter, YouTube on the DPA Open Mic channel, Rumble on the DPA Open Mic channel, and did I say Telegram, Twitch, Twitter? Yeah, fine. So do come on to join. Hopefully, I'm not talking to myself. Let me check my settings. Yes, I believe you can hear me. So Vaughn is on. Too. Hi, Vaughn. You're muted.
Oh, I said, what's up? I see you moved into your new prison cell.
Yeah, it's a new place. Yeah, and my setup is totally different. So I'm still settling it. So it affects my reporting. Don't have time to. I just spend so much time building up new furnitures and buying stuff. So who else is joining? Hello everybody.
I had some.
So what do you think about the Russian forces attacking into Voroshina?
I mean, they seem to be doing fine. They have pressure going everywhere. It's kind of like you just wait and see where the new opening is. Like it was, with Syria. I mean, I think it might be not really a big deal for Russia, because if you think about it, I mean, yeah, it sucks to lose some of those fobs they had or whatever, but now they get to consolidate. It's basically two locations, probably going to keep the port and the airfield. And then they could probably set up like a Russian zone, almost like, East Berlin. You'll have the Syrian, the HTS, the Israelis, the Turks, the Americans. So maybe the Russians will set up a little Russian zone. I'm sure there's still some Syrian people that are friendly to the Russians that might, work in the base or stuff like that. So, I mean, I feel like they can just hang out in Syria there, pay whoever they need to pay to stay, and just turn it into a hub. And it actually probably got the best deal because they got rid of all their headaches. Now they just got to pay somebody to sit on their base and probably just use it as a hub. And they don't have to go out and support anybody. They don't have to, protect it, other than their own little area. They don't have to put themselves out there for nothing. Whereas the Americans and the Turks and everybody are going to be fighting over shit. They could basically sit on their bases and be like, we're just flying in and out, ships coming in and out, bringing humanitarian aid in, keeping people safe, providing who's going to complain with that? I mean, I think they kind of got lucky in the sense that they kind of got rid of a lot of problems. They can consolidate down to those two places and just hang out and play the impartial neighbor.
No more Russians have to die. No, then they probably most likely still get their bases. Yeah, and it actually, I did mention, like in my video, I was saying that It's like Assad is actually not important to Russia. It's the two bases that is important. That the whole thing is just a deal. They just deal with Assad to help Assad so that they can keep the two bases.
Yeah.
And I think now that they have Turkey backing them to make sure that they have their two bases, I think there's no geopolitical change for Russia. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they could just, they can play the good guy, like protect people that, want safe haven maybe from the other groups, and then just run their operations from Africa back to Russia through there. And they're still sitting there. They'll have air defense and stuff, so it ain't like they can't tip off Iran to anything and still cause problems. But really, I mean, they kind of wipe their hands of everything because, like I said, they don't have to support the Syrian army anymore, probably really any of the proxies or anything. They can just hang out on their base, and whoever's in charge of that area, make sure he gets his 10%, and they probably don't even get bothered.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, I mean, it might be embarrassing for them a little bit, but in the long run, I don't think they care. It's kind of like when they lose territory in Ukraine. Oh, they push back. They got that tree line. It's like, okay, did they get it, or did they just drop back because they didn't want to lose guys holding it? So they let you come back and take it, then they bomb it, then they walk back over there and take it. I mean, that's a lot of what's going on, I think, too.
Yeah.
They retake stuff. The Russians just don't feel like committing to it. Or maybe they went too far down the street. They ran a block too far and they realized it, like, oh, shit. And they run back to safety. And then the Ukrainians backfill where they were, and then they get bombed, and then the Russians just clear it out anyway.
Yep.
And then that garbage is like task and purpose. Trying to act like he's in Kursk and the supply lines are running that free. It's like, dude, you say Kursk region, that could be anywhere between Sumy, Kursk, Kharkov, Kupiansk, if you really want to stretch the Kursk region. And the idea that, that you're going to try and make it seem like these vehicles are driving into Russia, into the Kursk Oblast proper, and they're not being challenged. It's like, plus, when was the video made? A month ago, 2 months ago? Is there snow on the ground?
But it's supposed, I'm not sure. I didn't see the video, but I always find it like very risky for influencers and whatnot to go into the war zone. And now that if they enter into Ukrainian or AO, then essentially they are like, operating for the Ukrainians or whatnot, then they're putting themselves at risk. They might be blacklisted in Russia, and whatnot. So it's kind of silly.
Plus, they're hanging out with units with equipment that they would obviously target, like artillery pieces and stuff. So it's like, and they have you got lances flying around, everything else. It's like, just because you got press on don't mean you're safe.
Yeah, missiles have no eyes. No, it's literally the things that I advise, civilians to just get away from the soldiers, get away from the tanks and the surface-to-air missile systems. Just get away from the military if you want to stay alive, because those are just targets. If you die, you're collateral. Nobody cares.
Yeah, weren't they, when they first started going down towards Kharkov, weren't they telling people, like, if you see a gathering of more than 2 or 3 Ukrainian soldiers, get away from them, because they'll probably get hit by a drone or something. I don't know if that ever really came to be, but
yeah,
they were letting everyone know.
Talk about Syria is a trap. Is it just nonsense? Syria in what kind of trap? As in, like, it turns homo, like it turns into trans as a trap.
I think somebody's talking about, like, Brian Barelick said some shit about it's like a trap, like Russia set a trap or something. It's like, nah, I think Russia just got a good break. If they play it right, I think they're probably going to be the least hurt from cutting their losses. Now think about it. America's got to go in there and try to keep everything together and guard the oil, and then Turkey's whatever the hell they're going to try and do. And then you got Israel creeping around the Golan Heights trying to get some extra. And then I'm sure there's somebody else somewhere, So, I mean, I don't really see how it's a trap unless you want to, unless you're trying to get more involved in there, do business there. Do you think
Assad paid for the Russian military when they were there fighting? Because imagine Russia sponsor, for free all the fighting and all the airstrikes and everything. Imagine how much money Russia is going to save just not fighting a military operation in Syria.
Yeah. Because I mean, I can't really think of what he could have given them. Oil, but they already, they don't need oil.
Imagine the pro-Ukrainian guys were celebrating, like the huge, massive Russian defeat in Syria. Imagine the entire unit, the entire division got redeployed to Ukraine and then start a new front. That would be like hilarious. Hi, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, and that was another thing. It was kind of cheesy too. Ukraine was like trying to play it off like, oh yeah, we had y'all fooled, misdirected. You thought the offensive was going to be in Ukraine, but really the offensive was in Syria, where we helped. They kind of made it seem like they were involved in it by helping, and it's like, just shut up. Every time something bad happens to Russia, you don't have to act like you had something to do with it. Well, we were there, it was our idea.
The cultural appropriation. This is like the success appropriation. It's like anything that not have any success, is something to do with them.
Yeah.
Toby, why are you not sleeping?
I haven't been all that well lately, but so I'm awake. My body clock is shot. But yeah, I don't know what to make of that serious situation. I hesitate to think it's 5D chess, but I don't think Syria is going to be this like rosy, happy situation for everybody. What gets me is the numbers involved. Like I was talking about guys with this on the VC. Israel only has 10 million population, right? Lebanon and Gaza together have more population than Israel. So Israel cannot really go occupy a country the size of Syria and then attack Iran. I mean,
I think they're just going to leave it like in a chaotic state that they can just benefit by no one really being in charge, so nobody really can tell you what's going on. Other than like if you're dumb enough to fly over the Russian section, they might drop a dime on you, but if you hang out over the Israeli Jordan section, maybe you don't know what's going on. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like they're happy to secure that little extra around the goal on and then just blow the fuck out of everything and let it be chaos. It's bad for them, but it's easier than dealing with somebody who's like coherent.
That reminds me, one of the minority group in the southern Syria wanted to join Israel. I'm not sure it's real or not. Like they wanted to join Israel to get away from Syria.
Yeah. The
Druze saying that shit.
Yeah, Druze.
Yeah, I get the impression that more than a sort of a 6D chess to capture Syria, it's just like a sort of opportunistic move to get that PR stunt, in the Golan Heights to like reassure the Israeli population during these times of trouble, to distract them away from the massive military failures in Gaza and Lebanon. That's the impression I get.
Look, did you see what George Galloway said recently?
That he was done with Arabs?
Yeah. He's done with Arabs. And the way he phrased it was really interesting. He said, instead of uniting in support of Palestine, you've got one group of Muslims, Turkey, taking advantage of the situation to take land from another group of Muslims. And then he said that, you've got Saudi Arabia who are actively working against the Palestinians as well. And he basically, he's crushed, right? He can no longer fight for this cause because they won't fight for themselves and they're not united. And I was listening to this and I was thinking, where have you been, mate? Like that when has the Middle East ever been united? Like when I was a kid, there was the Iraq-Iran war. That was a brutal war, like chemical weapons being used. And that wasn't some skirmish. That was like tanks, aircraft, full-on front lines. You know
what I remember about that, like you said, Toby? The Iran-Iraq war. I mean, that was like the first war I can remember seeing like Scud missiles hitting apartment buildings and collapsing them. And they were just talking about how it was just fucking all out. And I was probably like 13, 14, and you're seeing whole apartment building just go, and they're he fired scuds and shit. I mean, it was, and all the kids.
And it's not like that's a one-off. Like we see the Yemenis fighting with the Saudis. You know, they're all Muslims. We see the Kurds fighting with the Turks perpetually. They're all Muslims. Syria has been a hotbed of sectarian violence, hence all the hatred. Like it's even inside Palestine and inside the occupied areas, you've got fighting between Hamas, the PLO, and it's like it's not a unified region. They're not a unified people. So, like, I don't know. I sort of thought George Galloway wants it to be one thing, but it's not that thing, and it's never been that thing. He's projecting what he want it to be. He wants to play geopolitics. He wants it to be like a team sport, and he wants to barrack for the guys that he imagines exist. But it never did, and it doesn't.
I understand the sentiment. Oh, go on, Commander.
Yeah, he's got his finger up. Respect the finger, Gabriel. Jesus Christ.
I didn't see it. Sorry.
So I put a strolling text about Netanyahu making a statement. This is posted by Sprinter on Twitter. He said that he said, we would change the Middle East, and we are changing it. I spoke to Trump and about the need to complete the victory, and I want Iran and Hezbollah. I felt like this is like a subtle message that Israel actually was working with Turkey to flip Syria. Like, everything just too convenient. Like, we have a ceasefire with Hezbollah. Immediately, rebels attack across towards Aleppo. It's like, what? Can't you make it more subtle? Like, it's not even subtle at all. And Erdogan himself is like, he's boasting about him, making the deal with Russia and Iran about the need to overthrow, who's this guy again? This guy who escaped to Russia. I forgot. So, he's so not important. It's like, it's like all the Ukrainian cities, once it's gone, it's like, it's not strategically important. It's like, it's gone. And Netanyahu is now floating.
Assad, nobody.
Yeah, he's not Assad anymore. He's Assad. He's very sad. So
he's got $135 billion, so it can't be too sad. Plus, he's out of that part of the world. Now he's living in Moscow. Doesn't have to worry about horrible.
So he's Then he changed the last name. It's like he's Assad, right? It's Assad, right? So he's Assad as Trump, Assad as the happiest person in the world. It's like he's not sad actually. Yeah. Oh, Gabriel. Just now I cut into you with my finger.
Oh no, yeah, I understand the sentiment of God. I didn't see his monologue because it seemed too whiny for my taste. But I kind of understand the sentiment that they're getting screwed over systematically for decades already, and it's like the punching bag of the hegemon, right? Like every time they want to flex some power, they just go down there and kill some Arabs, and they feel better about themselves and can carry on. And so, you see them, I don't know, Latin America has got its good share of whacking with all the wave of dictators during the Cold War, and then it kind of normalized, and some people are nostalgic about that and wish that the dictators were back. Some people are resentful about that and hate the USA on that account, but at least we didn't pass from the dictators to random warlords beheading people. We got some semblance of normalcy after that. And in the Middle East, it's just it goes from bad to worse. It's been so consolidated as the official punching sack of the hegemon that it's just the only hope they could get as an area is to consolidate some form of unification, and that's sort of the aspiration of Galloway and everyone who sort of supports that area. It's you can't see any hope in it unless they start putting their petty competition aside and start like forming some sort of new Ottoman or caliphate or whatever. But if you look at their history, it's always been like that, as Toby says. Like they were always bashing each other over time and time again until some regional hegemon took control and kind of put them all in their place for a while, and then they would break apart and start bashing each other back. And
you can say that
yeah,
about
like
Europe too, just quietly.
Yeah. Well,
What's
I mean,
that?
you know what? You're
You
right.
can say exactly the same thing about Europe. Like Europe is historically
No,
an
it's been
absolute
like that.
fight, with all these Christians fighting each other constantly over this or that or the other. The only reason the Europeans have stopped fighting is because America and Russia occupied Europe, right? Like that's a fact. And everyone in the EU likes to say, oh, the EU brought peace to Europe. Nonsense, right? The American Marines and the Russian military brought peace to Europe, as a matter of fact. And as soon as the Americans and the Russians left, it started to kick off again. It kicked off in the Balkans. Now it's kicking off in Ukraine. You know, you can't talk to a European without hearing some crazy theory about how they're going to like conquer Russia.
I mean, look at how long the bullshit's been going on with Iran. They're recycling the Beach Boys "Bomb Iran" song again. But the only thing that's changed now is the instead of having like B-52s in it or A6s from World War, from Vietnam, now it's updated with F-35s and cruise missiles and shit. But yeah, now all these idiots are like bomb Iran. It's like, yeah, just like what, like 2000 or like 1988 or 1981. I mean, like you said, they're always the convenient boogeyman. One of them, a faithful standby, the Ayatollahs. Always there, always there when you need them in a pinch.
And I don't mean to excuse like the Israeli excesses, because I certainly think there have been some, but I definitely think that there is a tendency in the West to imagine that like Israel is the great evil and that there's not reasons for it's like, the Israelis are pretty hostile towards all their neighbors, but like that didn't fall out of the sky. And I think if you can imagine what it would be like to be in the Middle East, right? If you had to get dropped in the Middle East, in all honesty, where do you want to get dropped? Because for me, it'd be Tel Aviv. And it's not that I love the Israelis. It's not that I'm Jewish or anything. It's just that, like, I like clean water. I like hospitals that work. I like,
I like
the vague semblance of a rule of law.
I want to be dropped in Afghanistan.
I like four wives.
And I guess that makes me like a tool of Netanyahu and everything. And the weird thing is, I'm really critical of Netanyahu. But if I'm honest, if I got dropped in the Middle East, I'd pretty much hope it was in Israel. Just because the alternative's not that great.
You know what? I'll go one better. I'd rather be dropped over the Middle East onto an American base.
Yeah, well, that would be ideal.
Well, you probably will soon enough, Vaughn. Wait till the draft. You'll get dropped there pretty soon. But yeah, like I guess your visage sort of insinuates that, Toby. Yeah.
What?
I don't know. Tel Aviv is a place for that kind of people. I prefer to be dropped in Yemen or in Afghanistan.
All right, like I'll say something against. To balance it out, I'll say something against Israel. Netanyahu accused my prime minister, my elected leader, who like I really am not a big fan of, but nevertheless, he's our leader, right? You salute the rank and not the man. Netanyahu like attacked him because someone threw a Molotov cocktail in a synagogue. And it was really undiplomatic, It's like, it's going to offend all of the patriot Australians who don't really care much one way or another. They're just going to look at this guy and go, hang on, our prime minister didn't do that crime. Why are you blaming him for it? Why are you making this all political? And if you see what's happened with Ireland now, if you go on X, people are saying boycott Irish butter and, like never talk to an Irish person again, because the Israelis are really like worked up about it. And they called, like, these people are calling the Irish enemies.
Yeah, but nobody cares. Nobody cares about what the Israelis say anymore. That's their pride.
Well, yeah, their diplomatic mission has been a catastrophe this past year. It's ridiculous.
And as a consequence, I really feel sorry for the moderate Israelis. I feel sorry for the moderate Arabs too, right? And moderates everywhere. But I think it must be such a hard time if you're a moderate Israeli. And on that note, I've been doing a bit of reading about like internal Israeli politics, which I was pretty ignorant about. And there's no question that like there are some very extreme groups in Israeli politics. And from what I understand, that's getting worse. Like that, the Israeli politics has become way more extreme since October 7. Now, that's not to blame anybody. That's just a fact, right? So life becomes hard for the moderates. And the reason I think that's really important is because Israel only has a population of 10 million people, and a lot of them are dual passport. And if you're a moderate in Israel now, you've got to be thinking about maybe you'll leave for a little while and see if it improves. So this is why I think Israel, it's like without help from the US, they just don't have the numbers to, like, even if they've got the money and the military power, they don't have the numbers to garrison even a small part of the Middle East like Syria. So they're kind of like, they're dependent on what goes around them. They can't actually like change the Middle East significantly unless Trump is willing to put American boots on the ground there or someone else.
Couldn't they just kind of build their little fortress?
Well,
add on a little bit here and there, and just think about it. They've already built the walls all the way around. I mean, it's not like they wouldn't be opposed to completely isolating themselves.
And then Iran gets nukes, and then what do they do? You know,
I know, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, they've never made a big deal about not walling themselves off from everybody. And
to Toby's point about the moderates, I mean, we see all these videos on YouTube and X and TikTok now of, for example, Israeli tourists who are being harassed and they're being denied service and all of that everywhere they go, anywhere in the world. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't be. Like, you shouldn't be, persecuted just because, you're trying to go on vacation. But I mean, the reality is this is happening, a lot now. And if you're a moderate Israeli, as Toby said, particularly if you have a dual passport, why in the hell would you stay there? And you're just going to have a continued brain drain out of Israel in the next several years. That's what I think.
But also, to be fair, it is true. It is true. We should, if we're sober and fair, we have to admit that there's a lot of reductio ad judicata. Everything is reduced to the Jews. In other words, blame the Jews for everything. There's a lot of this. Sure. And in the West now, you've got economic decline, and there's no denying it. When people suffer economic decline, when Christians suffer economic decline, they look for an easy answer. And one of the easiest answers is that there's 7 Jews living in a cave in Switzerland and they're mind controlling all the sheeple, and they're to blame for all of our woes, right? This is just an ugly reality. Now, this doesn't excuse Netanyahu by any standard. But if we don't acknowledge that anti-Semitism is a very easy way of explaining your own failings or your own hardships, we're not being honest. Anti-Semitism as an easy out and blaming the Jews as a scapegoat, that's a reality. And when the Jews get, irritated about that, I get that. I can see that. But
there's an argument to be made to circle your own comment right now. There's an argument to be made that one of the main sources of influence and power for the Zionists is anti-Semitism. It's like their bread and butter. They get their authority out of that, and that's why they abuse of that resource all the time. It's like everything, anti-Semitism. That's their only argument, and so every time people fall into that of sort of Jew scapegoating, they're giving them ammo basically. So there's a reciprocal relation. There's a reciprocal relation between this anti-Semitism instinct or tendency, which has its points. I mean, there is a strong, beyond the 7 guys in a cave in Switzerland, there's the Kissingers and all the bankers and Hollywood. They make they don't make it the whole cultural industry and most of the financial industry has a overrepresentation, so to speak. And I think that also feeds to the same issue that like they kind of keep that on a loop, you know, like, oh.
But does it though? Like, is there an overrepresentation?
Well, yeah,
like
there is.
Listen, in my view, the most powerful group of people in the world, bar none, are the US senators, right? If we're talking about how much money you handle, right? Nobody handles as much money as US senators. Hey, Grisha. And so the money that is handled by the US Senate committees, it's all the money in the world compared to everybody else, right? And if you have a look at how many Jews are on senatorial committees controlling the money that is the United States, it's like 2, and they're on really minor committees. And so this is what I mean by reductio ad judicata, reducing everything to the Jews. If you want to see like Jews controlling the world, you can make the case, but you can make the case for that anyway. And like Gabriel, you said the bankers, right? There are loads of bankers who aren't Jews, like loads of them.
I know that.
And so and like they're really the idea that all the bankers are Jews in the international banking community.
I'm not making
that
that
really
point at all.
doesn't withstand very much scrutiny.
The point I'm making is that there's a reciprocal relation between the Zionists and the anti-Semitism. There's a feedback loop there, and so I think that a strong part of all this sort of rise of anti-Semitism that you can see every time there's economic issues, it has a lot to do with certain, like, I'm not saying it's actually like on purpose, but it is kind of on the nose, like all this sort of Jewish overrepresentation issue that's going on. Like, maybe it's as you say, and it's not actually so, but it is sort of made a point out of by themselves, by their own hand, you know, like there's sort of self.
You know, to me, the most powerful people are central bankers. They are the most powerful people in the world, central bankers. But the trick is, it's not how many Jews are in being central bankers, is that most of them follow few top central bankers, which are seated in a city and in at the Fed. And they're Jews. A lot of them are Jews. So they just follow the script, right? And follow what they're sold, their how to say, the gold standard belief and all of that, the gold bug. Yeah. So this is, and they just follow the script that they're given. So they are the most powerful people. But most of the power that Jews have is from media, somewhat from Hollywood, not so much, but it's the media. When you look, at, let's say,
I've got a question here. Do they have power though?
Why is
like why do people watch Hollywood?
Albert Einstein was celebrated
because they make good media.
Albert Einstein was celebrated. There was like two person to be celebrated for the breakthroughs. They were writing at the same time about same things, but he was celebrated in the media. Examples of chosen, because he is a member of their preference, chosen to be celebrated, even though he is not original one, but he might have compiled some things that were already developed, just as the other one. So in a science, in everywhere, you can see that they were celebrated out of choice of 2 or 3 others that are not. That now that's kind of over. There's not many Jews in science as they used to be, but they're still in media because they know that power.
But are the Jews actually stopping everybody else from making movies people want to see? Like, this is what I don't get. It's like, oh, the Jews control the media, and it's like, well, why don't people go out and do what the Indians do with Bollywood? Why don't they? Why doesn't everybody else? No, I'm just saying, it's like, just because the Jews are dominant in a given industry doesn't mean that like they're stopping anyone else from having a go.
Come on.
And this is the thing about the domineering control and.
We have a new guy, maybe Sabi. You want to introduce
yourself? Do an intro, yeah.
Sabi, unmute yourself and unmute yourself.
Sub hi.
Welcome to Open Mic, Sabi.
So he's lagging pretty badly. I think his connection is quite bad. Unmute yourself. So in the private chat, he told me that he's from Syria, Aleppo. But I'm not sure if he's still in Syria right now. So,
Stay safe, nigga.
If he is still in
Hey,
Syria, then the internet is shit.
Want to
Yes.
go, Grisha, while Sabi gets online?
Yo guys, I just want to say hi and Wyatt.
Hi, Grisha.
Where is the check for getting you on the first channel, bro?
Anyway,
Wow.
congratulations. You went on the interview. I heard it's a very big show in Russian TV. And then you dropped the DPA Open Mic in the whole video.
I don't know how they chose it themselves.
Oh, okay. So you
They're
didn't
watching
provide
you.
it to them.
They're watching you, Grisha.
Yeah.
Oh no.
They're watching you, Grisha. And on that account, they're watching us all. They're
Yeah.
watching us all.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's not
maybe
getting
they
fun
like,
by us,
maybe they actually like what we're
CIA.
saying, and they don't think we're crazy.
Dunya is now
I
famous.
don't know.
Famous in Russia.
They like our
because he's
Russian
on the screen.
propaganda.
So is Wayne. Wayne is also famous
Maybe
now in Russia.
Grisha, you can get us some backdoor channels so we can get some of that Kremlin sweet juice. You know, that's so
Bro,
rumored
I
about.
don't have it myself.
No, not even you, Grisha. Man, Kremlin
Yo
really
guys,
needs
have a good evening. Maybe next
Well-
year we'll have Kremlin juice.
Well, in fairness, if they watched that clip and anything Wayne was saying, they were just like, okay, these guys are no threat. He's nuts.
No, I mean, if it was Wayne, seriously though, if it was Wayne talking, they would have been like, "Oh my God, no wonder the Americans quake in fear when Canada raises its
So,
mighty
Chris-
fist."
Grisha, I have a question. What was the show about?
Yeah, I wanted
mostly?
to ask that same thing. I tried to watch it, but I couldn't understand very much.
I'll drop one with English subtitles on my channel, but it was about like just people who are helping or participating in special military operation. That's it.
Hey, but where's your channel? Where can I find it?
YouTube or Twitter. Just Grisha.
Oh,
Putin.
really?
Yep.
Oh, okay, I'll look because I follow you on Twitter, but I didn't know you had a YouTube channel.
Well, I used to play games a lot. That's what my channel is about.
I thought they
Let
might have
me
kicked
remind
you out of
you guys.
YouTube in the purges, in the pogroms.
I will drop it in the chat. So it's at Grisha Putin, right? So
Yeah, just Grisha Putin. Yo, guys, have a good evening. I just stopped to say hi.
hi, Grisha.
Well, thanks for
Thanks.
dropping by.
Thanks.
Good to
Talk
see you,
later,
man.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work.
So you guys will now be on another Russian TV show, another interview because he's here, and just capture
Again,
screenshots.
yeah.
So,
We are
Yeah,
better
no-
looking this time. No, Wayne.
So we're going to talk about like Trump's strategy to bring peace.
Nazi faggots. We should talk
No,
about
it's
Nazi
too late
faggots.
already.
No.
Netanyahu is bringing peace to the world. So no, it's
Hey, no,
already
but
going to get more
like
peaceful.
before we change the subject, I just wanted to agree with the point that Toby made, which is that it's absolutely true, and I agree, and I did like strongly condemn this sort of whiny bitch attitude towards the Jews. Like if you consider that they have any unruly influence in the world, as Toby well said, like make your own movies and stuff and stop whining about that. And I've made that point several times.
So I want to.
I don't know,
Lots
ahead,
of
Wyatt.
movie
just
coming
want
out.
to tell you.
Homestead.
So Subi Kebe, his connection is very, very bad. So he said that he cannot see or speak. So he said very sorry that he try again next time. So I just want to say sorry that he didn't manage to talk much because the connection is bad. But if is actually in Syria, then we can understand. But don't worry, good connection is coming. China will come in and build.
It's
internet
all
infrastructure for them.
his will, so we shouldn't be
100%.
upset.
100%, they will have a much
maybe-
better internet connection than the Kurds.
Maybe if he wants to make any comment or something, like maybe he can do it through the chat, and then we voice it out. Like if there's, because I suppose that if he dropped in, maybe he wanted to say something, and if you want to say something, then you can drop it in the chat, and we can like read it out. Just an idea.
not
Like
sure.
tell him that. Tell him that.
But he's gone
if
already.
you want.
I mean,
He's already out of the
Gabriel,
backstage.
you're not
He's
going to
just
trick
like
me into
Assad.
screaming some Al Qaeda saying or some shit.
He's just like Assad.
I know
He
what
left-
you're trying
he
to
left,
do.
right?
You're trying to get me
He's
to
our
scream
first
some
Syrian,
ISIS
no.
slogan.
But he will be our first Syrian if it actually, actually managed to talk. But yeah.
No, yeah, that's why I was really curious of to what he had to say. So, like, if he
What flavor of
there's-
Syrian is he? Do you know? Is he a Kurd or
He
is he
said
an
he's from
Alawite? Or
Aleppo,
is
so that's all. That's the only thing I saw. I have his email though, so but
White helmets.
but no, you have to understand. White helmets are the good guys now. Good guys now, they are the
Did you
one that
guys
is
see that
supported by the
CNN?
Syrian people.
Did you see that CNN clip?
The one that go into prison.
There were so
Yeah.
many good ones.
Yeah.
Oh,
That
He
was
was the
so
guy
funny.
hopping out of the cab.
Yeah.
Now I remember.
Hopping on the wrong foot,
Yeah.
and the other guy
Hopping on
telling,
the
Then people
wrong
was
leg.
asking where did he shit and pee, Like they go to the room and they are asking like where did he shit and pee. And then
that whole
another-
thing was hilarious. It was like
And then why
so
is he
bad
so
it was
touchy?
funny.
No, I find very offending that he keep touching the female and he tried to kiss the female the reporter. Like he smell her on the neck or something. It's like, come on, man, you're
She
Muslim.
smells really nice.
It's haram. They're not even supposed to touch them at all. Like she shouldn't be, carrying you. That's haram,
I
You got
really
to check
can't
it before
imagine
you
her
buy.
sticking around. Yeah.
You got to check it before you buy, man. That's what he was doing.
Ew. So I want to do the meme. Ew, bro, it's haram, bros. Ew.
I can't imagine her sticking around though. She just keeps getting caught up in these staged kind of reports, and it just completely destroys her credibility. CNN's just got to get rid of her. Well, I realize
CNN's already gone. Surely, I mean, do they?
Okay,
Surely
fair,
the only
fair,
money they
but-
get is from the CIA. Like CNN
Fair,
at this
okay.
stage, CIA is probably paying for their lights to stay on.
Okay,
There's
fair
probably
enough.
like 3
Yeah.
people.
Hey,
who
I'm
watch
being
CNN.
serious too. Is Syrian girl okay? I haven't seen her. Is she
Yeah.
okay?
She
still
went
pushing.
through the whole series of the emotions, from shock, to anger.
Yeah,
and,
all the
yeah, now
faces
she's
of grief.
acceptance. Now she's in acceptance now.
I think
If
I
you're
saw
out there,
something on
Syrian
it.
girl, I'm here for you if you need a shoulder to cry on.
I think
Yeah,
I
I
saw
can
something
lend you
on
my-
X from her,
Someone need to
and I
clip
think
it and
she's
send it
very
to Don's wife.
disappointed. She's really disappointed in the whole situation, which I can understand.
No, but yeah, like and also to the point about like, because I understand that sort of there's a lot of mixed feelings on what's going on like amongst the Arabs themselves, and sometimes I think that there's even like a certain level of grief, of complete distraught towards like the way they've been battered so severely these last decades, that there's a certain point in which it's like, oh fuck it, like I'll just cope with it, imagining that it's a good scenario somehow. And I can understand that sentiment, but like beyond all the speculations one can make about the how the situation is going to evolve in the future, like it can be a hopeful situation, sure, but that doesn't take away of like the catastrophe that is unfolding. And that's kind of my reproach to like a huge chunk of sort of Arab commentators and people that have spoken on the subject, and like there's a certain level of optimism that to me is just like sort of total hopelessness and cynicism. It's just the impression I get.
Well, there's a really interesting irony, and that is if Israel can offend the Muslim Arab world so much that they unite and stop attacking and killing each other, then that will be the greatest gift to the Muslim Arab people that has ever been given to them. and they will owe the
The-
Jews for that, right? So, like, you know, this is the irony of the whole situation.
It happened once, 1947.
Yeah,
that's
but I think that's why I think that's why Galloway is so heartbroken, right? Because he truly believed that that would happen. Because you'd hear him talking about how the Arabs were gonna, connect from the Mediterranean to the Gulf and blah blah blah, and that simply hasn't happened. And to your point earlier, I just don't see where it would. Right? I think
here's another
Palestine is
thing.
done for.
If the culture of the Muslim world in the Middle East changed so that they could stop fighting each other, guess what? They'd probably get along with Israel. Just putting it out there, like it's like this current situation in Gaza, as ugly as it is, right? It didn't fall out of the sky. I mean, October 7 did happen, and if we're honest, if October 7 happened to us, to any of us, we wouldn't be very thrilled. It's like
we'll go to war, man. We will sign up for military.
Yeah,
for sure,
and look at the way we do war, right? We would have flattened the enemy. Like the way that the West does war. Look what we did to Iraq, right? And it wasn't even them that did 9/11.
True.
So,
that's true. I think the West will kill even more people than what Israel did.
Oh,
Israel only 30,000, 40,000. Like
us, the Japanese and the Germans, how the Western Anglos do war. We are absolutely
it's the same doctrine. It's the same doctrine. They do the same thing, and so that's why Israel uses that argument and says, "Oh, how come they criticize us when we do the same thing that you guys do?" And it's true. Like, they do have a point on that. I think the only difference is probably the level of gloating that they do, which is quite extraordinary. Like, you see some American soldiers gloating about it and stuff, but like the way Israelis do it is pretty on the nose. Like, it's a bit exaggerated.
I think
you remember Abu Ghraib?
No, I think it's a historical thing. It's because Israel have this conflict with the Palestinians or this bad blood for like decades. For almost, we are slowly moving into 100 years of bad blood. So I think that gloating makes it worse. Like, if you have the American soldiers in Iraq gloating, the people can't feel anything. It's just Americans doing American things. But when the Israeli do it, it's like, this is like, bad blood all over. But I would say again, the number of deaths is much lower than I thought it would be. I'm expecting 100 to 200,000 deaths. Like, we are not even 100,000.
Oh yeah, but
so
that's probably
about 100. It says close to 100. Official was counting was 43, but with many missing and unknown.
Remember that the counting has been paralyzed since a few months ago because the system of like the institutions that does the counting is offline. It's completely demolished. So yeah, the figure is probably close to the 200,000 by now, because there was an estimate of 100,000 also a couple of months ago, and like every day I hear about another massacre, like 50 dead or 100 dead. It's like a daily occurrence. So
that's true. But listen, there's millions of people in Gaza. So if the death toll is less than 100,000, this actually is, whether you like it or not, as ugly as it is, it's not a genocide.
Yeah. No, but if
the actual object, if it was true that the Israelis wanted to kill everybody there, right, they could, right, and they haven't. So as
there's
ugly
just recent
as it
bombing
is,
of the hospital, right? Just purely civilian hospital. So there was a bunch of dead, only civilian. That was just 3 weeks ago. So they still keep doing it, right?
there's no war crimes. I'm just saying that like the hyperbole about genocide is not. It's not made out of the facts. And like on this point, Gabriel. One of the issues that Israel has with Ireland, right? One of the reasons for this conflict is that Ireland actually made a submission to the ICC for them to change the definition of genocide, right, in the statute, which is a really, really weird thing to ask them to do if you think about it, right? It's like, why do they need to change the definition of genocide if genocide is made out? It's a little bit weird, right? And so I sympathize with the Israelis on that. It's like that is a bit of a tacit admission that there's not a genocide. Now, that's not to say there aren't war crimes and that Netanyahu, is a good guy. He's absolutely not, in my view. I think Netanyahu's done more damage to Israel than anyone could ever have imagined. And by the way, Netanyahu is not Semitic. His father is Polish, right?
Yeah.
He changed his name to Netanyahu. Problem. Right. Well, no, I'm just saying it's like all this hyperbole about anti-Semitism from Netanyahu. The dude's not Semitic.
I have
the Palestinians and the Arabs are actually Semitic people. Netanyahu is not a Semitic person by ethnicity.
I haven't forgotten for those people who have not watched DPA Open Mic from the early days. Toby's when he first come on, he was ranting about Poland. So he had a thing against Polish people. So.
I do not have a thing against Polish people.
No, and one more thing. The problem. Just now we were talking about the genocide thing, right? My main thing against the genocide claim about the Israeli conducting genocide is that because the scale is so small, yes, they flatten the cities, but the number of deaths is not really at the scale of genocide. It actually makes the real genocide like it's an insult to the real genocides that is currently happening around the world or in the past. Like if you look at the Khmer Rouge genocide, there is a freaking real genocide.
Which genocide? Sorry,
Cambodia.
Khmer Rouge in Cambodia.
Oh yeah,
the Cambodia genocide, the Sudan one. You talk about the Rwanda. Those are real genocides. When you say the Israelis conducting genocide, you are insulting the real genocides. That's the problem I have with
I understand your point
about the scale.
Especially,
it's not about the scale. It's in definition, there's an intention to execute everyone. That's what definition it says.
But they didn't.
What they did,
they allowed football in.
They are demanded civilians to move out. So that demand actually shows that it's not their intention. It's just who didn't move out, he didn't listen. They're collateral, right? That's the real legal excuse for them not to be a genocide.
Yeah,
but still could be determined as ethnic cleansing, which is not the smaller.
Oh yeah, there's war crimes there for sure, right? But there's just but I agree with Wyatt. It cheapens the word. It's like it's like everyone's a racist, everyone's doing genocide, and then it doesn't mean anything anymore.
Cheapening the concept of genocide is pretty easy because the concept of genocide itself is just a placeholder for geopolitical manipulations. I mean, like you have all the
pretty much
crimes against humanity in the book, and then you have apart from that this concept of genocide that was really diplomatic negotiations between major powers after the Second World War, so as to like keep some sort of semblance of humanity for the genocidal powers that were the major powers that negotiated the world order after the Second World War. And it was just a convenient thing for them to state so that they could like put something worse than what they were doing, so that they could like whitewash what they were doing, what the British Empire was doing, what the Dutch, like what the Belgian kingdom had done. Like it was a whole deal of political negotiation, and it wasn't for humanitarian purposes at all. But to Wyatt's point about the proportion of genocide, like I understand where you're coming from Asia. Like you see what the Americans did in the Korean War, what the Japanese did during the Second World War, the Cambodian, the Laos, the Vietnam shit, and
what the British did in Tasmania.
You haven't even lost.
Shout out to the British, man. The British killed every single Aboriginal person in Tasmania, right? That was a
fucking insane shit. And that's my point about genocide. That it's like a form of a diplomatic solution for their own crimes. And but I wanted to talk about a thing of proportion. So like, say you have Korea lost millions of people in the war, but they lost like a 10% of their population. So maybe you don't consider it. But if I get to a village like a a tribe that is isolated, has their own particular culture, and I wiped them out from the face of the earth. Maybe they were just, I don't know, 2,000 people. I just killed 2,000 people. Like, it's not a genocide, but I wiped out an entire bloodline and an entire culture from the face of the earth, and that's a genocide. You see,
Yes.
like in the literal sense of the concept, beyond like the legal shenanigans that the concept was invented by him.
I agree. Because the problem now with
just to finish real quick, the thing of what the Israelis are doing beyond the official body count, which is super underestimation by all accounts, the simple level of destruction, first the stated purposes, and then the complete destruction of all life-sustaining infrastructure. It's just like incompatible with the survival of that people. That's all I'm saying about like the genocidal thing.
So I want to add on to what Gabriel was saying. So the main problem with I hope that we don't dwell in this black hole for too long, but the problem with the genocide thing is a matter of the definition. If you think of it in the English sense, the English word of the genocide is what I'm saying. But if you look at the UN definition, that is not the English definition. That is the UN legal definition, which means to cover a lot of stuff. And I did make a joke about it months ago. No, you can literally apply it to any single power in the world. Every single war in the world, everyone is genocidal because it's too wide. People, I see in the live chat, people is pasting, copy and pasting what is the definition in the UN. You cannot use that definition. It's not real. Like in Vietnam, like the Americans wipe out the entire village, the My Lai massacre. Everyone died in the village. They killed off everyone, but that is still a massacre. It's still not even a genocide. Genocide is literally you're trying to kill every single person you see. Everything that moves, you kill it for no reasons. That's genocide. Like what happened in Cambodia, there's literally they're killing people for no reasons. Like you just keep killing. So Israel is not at that level yet. But I did also, of course, I did mention many open mics ago, I say that if the hatred continues to grow to one point, we will see genocide, where the Israelis just see all Arabs as evil and then decide to kill every single Arab that they see is moving, which is, of course, I think it's very hard to reach there. But yeah, coping.
Yes, you guys hear me? Okay, excellent. I want to also move away from this genocide thing because Wyatt accurately pointed out that it is a black hole. It's not like one cannot talk about it, but one should be aware that it is indeed arbitrary, like he said about definitions, right? And so it's a matter of interpretation. So why do we end up in many black holes? Well, that's because many black holes, they are based on, it's a self-referential on subjective matters. So it's a matter of interpretation versus interpretation. And then there is no objective reference point. And then it goes around in circles. So to kind of help us get out of the black hole facet of this all, I want to touch on 3 points here, and it's kind of so do interrupt me if I do stop, but I will also have a lot of gratitude if I can be given a little latitude on this one. So the 3 things I want to touch on is one, last week I mentioned one possible outcome of the Druze shifting allegiance, and that would drastically increase the chances of Israeli annexation. Now that we are seeing that happening, I would on that point be presenting another possibility that may occur. The second point I want to touch on is the likely demise of Hezbollah and the dangers of that. Are the dangers of Hezbollah being not destroyed, but actually just losing dominance over Lebanon? That's really it, not being destroyed. That's what I mean about demise. And the final point is one that I kind of was hoping we would touch on the previous open mic, and there was someone in the live chat who kind of pointed it out, and I think it might be worthwhile getting into, and that is the implications of the Russians losing their assets in Syria, when more specifically to their ambitions in the Red Sea as well as in the Sahel region going through Libya. Because as far as I've understood it, in the worst case scenario, they'll simply reshift over to Libya and their ambitions in the Red Sea can still be achieved. But do they have the port facilities and so forth? So getting on the 3 points, and I'm going to try to be quick and concise on this. The reason I said that the Druze were going to be the thing that defines here is because when we're talking about jihadis, right, these are the people we need to be referring to vis-a-vis the Druze, because that is their threat. And the jihadis, many jihadis in the Sunni Islam, they would consider the Druze even worse than Jews. And so referring to Islamic scriptures here, like if you're a blasphemer or apostate, you get the death penalty. But what is even worse than that, and even worse than an infidel, is someone who's trying to reform Islam. It's called bid'ah. Islam points it out in the scriptures. It's a declaration of war against it. And so the Druze, this is why you see the Sunni Shia divide, by the way. The Shia are considered reformist by the Sunnis. And so the Druze, being a Shia branch, the Ismaili more precisely, they are, of course, a natural target for the Sunni jihadis. But they are even considered worse because they have elements of reincarnation in it, their religion, among others. And that puts them under the category, according to many of the Sunni jihadis, that puts them under the category of polytheists or pagans, which are in the Islamic hierarchy considered like the worst of the worst. So viewing it, it's not so hard to imagine why the Druze would choose to switch their allegiance in that regard. And that is also why I want to be reiterating this notion that the settlements it's a settlement expedition. It's sort of like the notion that went around early in the Ukraine war and prior, that China had invasion plans of Russia in order to settle it. But even on a cursory glance of China's demographic would make it patently absurd. And the same thing here, you can see that Israel is not able to even consolidate the West Bank. And for contrast, if you're looking on a 50-year project here of settlements, right? For contrast, the Moroccans in West Sahara, the Israelis are 1/5, the settlers are 1/5 of the West Bank, whereas in the Western Sahara there are 5 times as many settlers as there are Sahrawis. Right, that's a successful demographic domination of the region through settlement, and so that's why, So on the possible outcome that we might see ahead, because there's a very sizable Druze community in this Sweda. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but it's written sort of SWE, whatever. Well, for all the reasons I just mentioned, they may very well want to just join their Druze brethren, because they've often seen the divide as somewhat artificial anyways. This could present a very problematic headache for Israel, because in between Sweda and the Israeli-held areas for the time being, the Golan more specifically, you have the city of Daraa, which is mostly a Sunni Muslim. Now, due to their proximity with the other Druze, you shouldn't be assuming that these Sunni Muslims are going to be like the others that the Druze have had to contend with, generally speaking. But this is a problem for Israel, because referring back to the settlement thing, there's a reason this conflict isn't as territorial as people think. It's the people and the ideas that really matter. And so they don't want more Sunni Muslims. So that's why it will be interesting to see what happens there. Now, on the last 2 points, and I promise they will be much, much quicker. The likely demise of Hezbollah is, I'm pretty sure everyone can see, but there is a danger there, and that is Lebanon breaking out into another civil war. I wondered if that was something we would be getting into and trying to predict on. And then on the third one, and I think Vaughn is the one who probably wants to answer the last one. This is the question for the whole panel. The implications of the Russians losing their assets in Syria, and what would that mean, for example, to their ambitions in the Sahel? And thank you for letting me rant on.
Well, I'll just go on the third one. And I don't really think Russia lost any assets. I mean, they may have lost some areas where they had some fobs, but it's pretty clear that they've been allowed to fall back and reconsolidate it. Tartus and Khamenei, they're obviously going to stay there. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen, but they might have got the best deal out of this whole civil war, because they get to keep an air base, they get to keep a port. It's a hub between Africa and Russia and Iran and Russia and whoever they want to deal with. And all they got to do is figure out who's in charge of that area, make sure he gets 10% of the cut. And nobody's going to bother the Russians. In fact, the Russians are smart. They'll probably consolidate, maybe set up a little Russian safe zone. Because I'm sure there's still Syrian military people that are in the Navy that can operate those ships that are being protected by the Russians. And there's probably some Syrian Air Force guys left and stuff still on the base. So, I mean, they kind of carved out a little niche. They don't have any responsibilities other than themselves now, and make sure the guy in charge of the area gets a paycheck, and I bet you nobody bothers them. And then they got Tartus, the air base. They don't. I mean, it's kind of a good deal for them. Israel's going to have to figure out what it wants to do with this little land grab and whatever the hell they think they're going to do. And all the friends they made along the way, the U.S., what are they going to do with all their buddies and friends when they try to divide it up? I mean, everybody else is going to basically try to divide this up and get some kind of action or control something, whereas Russia can basically just sit there and pay somebody rent and have zero responsibility. It's just an access point between their country and Africa. And then when you think about what they're going to be pulling in and out of Africa, I'm pretty sure that whatever the price is, they can not be undersold. They'll always have those bases. Plus, if you're the HTS or whoever, why not let them stay? Because that's always an out. If the Americans or the Israelis or the Turks start giving you headaches, you can always go talk to your Russian friends. So, I mean, the Chinese should try to see if they can get in there and grab a little airport or something, set up shop. I mean, it seems like that's what everybody else is doing. But yeah, I don't think it's going to hurt Russia at all. I mean, it might be embarrassing temporarily, but I think once they consolidate those two areas, they'll probably have a pretty nice little setup compared to what everybody else will be trying to deal with. I think it's Nunya or.
Yeah, no, to answer those questions, I think on the first one with respect to Hezbollah as well as Hamas for that matter, Bradley and I were talking about this the other day. I think with the defeat of the Assad regime, and that breaks the axis of resistance along that corridor, it's going to make it extremely hard to, fund and arm both of these groups. And I think it's just a matter of time. And, we can debate whether or not there's a genocide going on or whatever, but I would suspect that sometime over the next few years, you're definitely going to see an ethnic cleansing. And the Israelis are going to push the remaining Palestinians into Egypt and then into Jordan as well for those in the West Bank, and that'll be the end of it. And nobody's going to stop them. With respect to the Russian base, I'd imagine that this was all pre-discussed and pre-planned prior. So between the Americans, the Turks, the Israelis, and the Russians. So I don't think any of this was really a shock to the Russians. So I think that they probably had worked out some sort of agreement with Erdogan on the base. But with that said, whether or not they stay there long term, I think the Russians are probably assessing that right now. So while they haven't confirmed, I don't think they've confirmed that they're staying there or pulling out. I'm guessing that they're probably assessing that because, on the one hand, you got to kind of weigh the cost benefit of having this base in Syria for a regime that you're no longer propping up versus being at the whim of a bunch of head choppers in Erdogan, right? So maybe Russia just pulls out. I think they'll make that determination in the coming months. Go ahead, Toey.
Yeah, okay, so we're moving on to talk about Turkey. That's the elephant in the room here. And by elephant, I mean to stress the size of Turkey. Turkey just got a lot bigger. Erdogan says he wants to keep a whole bunch of Syrian cities, including Aleppo, which is a very large city. I think it's the second biggest city after Damascus in Syria. Now, the thing about Turkey is there's a couple of things, right? Firstly, Russia's trade with Turkey, Russia's economic trade with Turkey is vastly bigger than their trade with Syria. So in geopolitical terms, Russia playing nice with Turkey is way, way, way more important economically for Russia than playing nice with, the Syrian regime. And so there's clearly been a deal done. That goes two ways. Turkey can't really afford to have bad relations with Russia either. There's lots of economic ties between those two nations, and they really can't afford to have bad relations, right? The thing is, though, there's a lot of Kurds in Turkey. There's even more territory that is traditionally Kurdish in Turkey, and the Kurds have a population base in Iran, they have a population base in Iraq. So there's foreign nations that can support a Kurdish insurrection in Turkey. So Turkey has to be really careful, right? They're getting very big, which isn't going to thrill anybody in the region. It's going to make everybody nervous. They've got a massive potential civil war going on with the Kurds that can be fueled and supported by both Russia and Iran, and potentially Iraq as well. So there's a lot of incentive for the Turks to play nice with Iran and Russia. So Turkey's going to have to be very careful. Also, I'm not sure how healthy the Turkish economy is, and occupying a hostile Syria would be a very expensive undertaking. So, I'm curious to see how everybody reacts to a resurgent Turkey, right? But I think that also Russia will work with them and play nice with Turkey. But I wonder what Israel make of Turkey as well, because a resurgent Turkey, even now with the partitioning of Syria, you can tell there's friction there. So I don't know how long they're going to be playing nice with each other. But that's an open question.
I mean, think about that air base and that port. And like you're saying, the relationships that have to be maintained. It's a perfect smuggling point between Europe and Africa. So it's not like people can't be made happy and whole and satisfied to ensure the deals are kept and the promises are made and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm sure that little area is going to be quite a profitable gem, not just legally. I'm just saying. Turkey, like you said, Turkey's broke. They need money, so there's ways to make them happy.
So we're going to pivot to Ukraine at all?
I wanted to do one thing that Nunia was saying, if I may, before we go over to Ukraine. You said that Palestine, or whatever you want to call it, Hamas in particular, maybe. Who is typing?
Me, it's me, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I have a question because you seem to be, Nunia, you seem to be very convinced that Hamas is toast. That might be begging an interesting question at the same time, because they have been taking a tremendous beating, but why have they been so much more resilient than, say, Hezbollah? Because Hezbollah is weakened arguably, but they're not nearly as crushed as one would think. They're certainly not completely defeated. They're much larger than Hamas, and their territory is not nearly as compromised, and so forth. They have, like Hamas, also been suffering quite a lot of assassinations of their senior staff on the military wing, as well as their top political leadership. But the same has been the same. It's been the same for Hamas. It's a little bit less on the political side. Khaled Mashal and some of those are still wandering around, and they are safe. So I kind of suspect that's one of the reasons they're somewhat more safe from getting taken out by Israel than the leaders of Hezbollah. So they're perhaps a little bit. They have less incentives though to then agree to a ceasefire. But more to the point, you said they're toast because of. I gotten the impression that those jihadis also are taking power. HTS, they have been at least outwardly, but what can you believe really? They seem to be very pro-Palestine, like they have the flags and stuff like that. They share their Sunni Muslims, unlike the Shia Islam of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So, would they be completely cut off? I'm not so sure about that. Because the HTS is very unlikely. I can't see them really being on friendly terms with Israel. And so, yeah.
Well, Golani, however you pronounce his name, like he's just a CIA asset, right? So, anything that I've heard the guy say is, hey, we're not going to, he actually said that they weren't going to fight with Israel. He came out and said that the other day. So I think that, like I said, he's been inserted there for a reason. And the reason I think both Hamas and Hezbollah, they're not long for this world is, like I said, the axis of resistance is broken now. So it'll be very difficult to supply them. But more importantly, geopolitically, the players in the region determined that Assad had to go, right? So, this was a Turkish decision. This was an American decision. This was a Russian decision. This was an Israeli decision. Like anybody who had a seat at that table, they all determined that moving forward, it'll be without Assad. So unless they didn't consider what the ramifications of that would be, I have to believe that they have made the decision that Project Palestine is something that is a 20th century thing, and moving forward, as Toby mentioned earlier, and I mentioned this to Bradley the other day too, when he and I were debating whether or not Iran would continue to support Hamas and stuff, and I said, well, you kind of look at it and you say, and if Palestine didn't exist, right? And let's say that they were completely ethnically cleansed, they were pushed out in Egypt, and that was done and dusted. If Palestine didn't exist, well, all of a sudden you've got a whole lot fewer problems in that region. And maybe, as Toby said earlier, maybe the Arabs start getting along. Maybe they start getting along with Israel as well. So it may not necessarily be a bad thing geopolitically for Iran if they don't have this Gaza thing constantly hanging over them. It's terrible for the people there because they're just getting slaughtered. But as we said earlier on in the show, I don't see where there's some great Arab Superman coming to the rescue.
Can I just interject really quickly? I know you guys get your finger up, but I wanted to say this earlier. Nanya, you raised an interesting point. You said before that like the Israelis may push out the Palestinians. Well, all the scamps in chat are having a whinge because Toby's supporting Jewish genocide and everything. Look, if I am aware of the definition. If the Israelis do that, right? If they do actually push the Palestinians out of the region, then they are in breach of genocide, right? It's like you don't actually have to kill everybody under the laws of genocide. If they actually push all those people out and eradicate the culture that is native to Gaza, right, that constitutes a genocide. And so this is why I don't see that Israel has that option.
No.
I'm not sure the world will accept that.
No,
it
depends on how you do it. So if let's say Israel point the gun and say that if you don't move, we shoot, and that's the way how they push them out of Gaza, that is a genocide because you are literally killing them to push them out. So if let's say you just persuade them to go, or you legally made an agreement and force them out, at most you can call it the ethnic cleansing of a region.
No, that's not the actual definition. Because it's not so much a destruction of the human life. Genocide also incorporates removing a culture from a territory, right? So ethnic cleansing can become genocide under the law if your intention is to remove that culture permanently. And so all the case that would have to be made under the law is that Israel intended to completely remove the Palestinian culture from that territory, right? They wouldn't have to be guilty of killing everybody there. So it doesn't matter how nicely they do it. If they try and sort of like wipe Palestinian culture off the map, they will meet the legal definition of genocide. And so this is what's so problematic with Israel. I don't see an end game that's good for them.
Why is the Palestinian culture?
Well, arguably it goes back to the Philistines, right? It's biblical.
No.
Yeah, like that whole region was.
It's not the same thing. Because isn't the same thing.
Arguably, I mean.
Yeah, but it's like saying that the Singaporean culture is just Chinese,
Yeah, that's
it's
wrong.
The same thing. Well, but it's the same thing as saying that the Palestinian culture is just Arab. It's like it's a locality. It has its similarities, its language, cultural, and whatever religious connections, but it has its particular territorial integrity.
So I although I accidentally detracted from something else, but if you talk about culture, Palestine culture right now is just hating Israel, largely. The whole society is built around moving through checkpoints, living a life under a certain like an open air prison kind of restrictions, and giving up your life to kill the Jews or to free your
losing
people.
your house.
That is your culture. That is the culture of Palestine right now.
Friendly.
Well, that's what it's become. But there were Palestinians there in 1930 and 1920 and 1910 and 1890 and 1870 and 1700 and 1600 and 1500.
That's my point, man. My point is they develop to the point where the culture, this is their culture now. And you say that eliminating this culture is genocide, that is something is wrong. And genocide, you have to kill people to be genocide. I don't believe in like just simply ethnic cleansing, force moving people from one place to another is called genocide. Yes, legal definition is legal definition, but it is a weapon. Law is just a weapon. You have to put it so wide so that you can attack them in all different angles. If you talk about simply the word, the meaning, it's just, isn't it? It's just killing people, killing a lot of people.
Well, turn it around. What if the Arabs said, okay, from the river to the sea, the Jews have to go. We're not going to kill them all, but they all have to leave Israel, right?
Yeah, it's anti-cleansing, but it's not a genocide.
No, it is. It is under the. I don't mean by the colloquial definition, but legally it is.
Into the black hole.
Let me bring it up because the chat's bringing it up, and the people on chat have got a point, right?
So that's my point. Legally, yes. UN definition, yes. I already read it many times. I think it's stupid. It's clearly a weapon. The thing is, it's a legal definition. It's not a real human conversational understanding of what it is.
It's a geopolitical tool. And it's a geopolitical tool that's been abused so many times. Like Bosnia was a genocide and Kosovo was a genocide. And even the Russians in Ukraine were committing genocide. So that's why people can then bring it up and say, oh, look, Israel is committing more of this type of genocide than what happened in Kosovo, than what happened in Bosnia, than what happened what's happening in Ukraine. Like if you call genocide any single thing you don't like, then this is definitely a genocide.
I want to put an example. For example, legally, how do you consider something as a murder? You have to put in a whole list of ways to kill people. But the thing is, doing certain things in this list doesn't mean it's a murder. You understand what I mean? You can kill someone in many, many different ways. It's still a murder. If I lock you up in a room and don't feed you, you die of hunger, that is still murder. But no, but locking people up in a room is not a murder. You understand what I mean? It's legal definitions are meant to do a specific thing. It's a tool. It's not English. It's not English conversations. When we say murder, people die. That's it. Genocide, a lot of people die indiscriminately. That's genocide. That's it. You don't we lock you up. We don't give you food. So that's genocide. Oh, I remove your culture, push out our land. That's genocide. No, that's not. That's a legal weapon, because you have to put in a huge chunk of shit inside it so that you can actually point a person down and punch the law into them. If not, there's no way. Everybody will just escape from all the different angles to avoid getting charged. That's why law and English is two different things. The definition is different. You can't use a legal definition for normal conversation. It clashes. It makes conversation become stupid.
No, yeah, you can have normal conversations about legal language and definitions. I'm sure Toby knows about that.
But hang on this issue. Like I find it really dangerous to talk about this, because you get into the trap of talking about just wars, right? And you start talking about clean wars and precision strikes, and this is all bullshit. War is slaughter. War is hatred and the murder and the slaughter of human beings. And anybody that tries to dress it up nicely, they're probably selling weapons, right? I'm very skeptical. I'm very skeptical of trying to sanitize any kind of war, right? And so I kind of agree with Wyatt on this. I don't like having legal discussions about the genocide either, because I think it's
because my concern is not that Israel. My concern is not Israel killing not enough people. It's like they kill a lot of people, and they've caused so much suffering. That is not
a lot of children. For goodness sake,
the point is, when the real genocide happened, then people get shocked by what a real genocide looks like. Because we have devalued the word so much. It's just like calling everybody Nazis. No, it's stupid. No, when you meet a real Nazi, your mind will be blown. Coping.
Yeah, but why? My point about that is that it's been abused beforehand, and so like by using the definition that has been created throughout abusing the word for geopolitical purposes, that has made the use of the word valid. in that same context. But back, well, maybe Kopik wants to say something about that before I continue to the real subject that was right before this.
Well, I didn't want to
Kopik.
be destroying the flow of the conversation, but I also don't want to be wandering too far away from where we kind of started, because the reason I asked if the Russians have to, there's so many things changing now in the Middle East that I thought that would be worth addressing. So nobody actually addressed that. They're just opining whether or not the Russians are going to yield, but since things are changing so quickly, and that pertains to one thing that I found a little bit interesting that is pointed out here. And I've heard that elsewhere, namely that this could only happen if there was a tacit agreement between the Russians, the Americans, and the Turks, which I find a bit, maybe not beyond comprehension, but I would like to understand why people believe that. And the reason, because keep in mind, not only do we have this thing in the Ukraine and everything, but all these things can also still happen without there being much of a prior agreement. Like this could happen as a quick reaction, as a matter of fact. For example, Giuliani, and he could be merely expedient because he's recently entered power, so he needs to be somewhat more tolerant. But then, he has hardliners within his unit, which may switch things, and these hardliners are definitely not going to be yielding to Russia whatsoever, especially if we consider that the HTS is kind of under the Americans, which we already know have an antagonistic relationship with Russia. So like a prior deal, I kind of find that actually harder to believe than that who is forgotten to mute here? Nunia, can you please stop tapping while you're on mute?
It's me.
Ah, damn, Wyatt. Yes, I just wondered how do you anyone could explain a little bit why you think because again, yeah, I get the idea that planning might have been the thing, but as far as I can see it, this could also well happen without planning, and that's why we keep seeing things unfolding in such strange ways. Russian base or the planning part, whoever. I guess Gabriel, if you wanted to.
Yeah, I was with my finger up, but then they were really eager to go back to the genocide loophole. So. I wanted to go back to sort of the general transnational situation in the Middle East, geopolitical situation in the Middle East, and the issue of like what is the gameplay evolving from now on, and like to the issue of like the resistance and sort of the support for Palestinian cause and the Hezbollah and how Syria breaks that down. I think it's a weird situation. Like I'm not really clear on like what Iranians' interests are in all. Like clearly they have interest because they've been giving support to Hezbollah and apparently also to the Palestinian cause, even though like they're directly opposed in sort of the sectarian battle that's going on, and also in like the sources of financial support. Like I'm not so sure what Iranians are gaining from this whole rebellion support situation. And I've heard a lot of certain Muslim commentators express this idea that like Iran depends on sort of the existence of Israel to validate its position, which I think it's kind of ridiculous, and it has a lot to do with like the Saudi Arabian and Qatari talking points, like
it's actually what I refer to. Just quickly, it's what I refer to on the theological level. That's because it is a theocracy that has its legitimacy on that basis. So that's one of the reasons the argument comes up. Whether valid or not is a different thing. But yeah, just throwing it in.
Well, this might be a bit out of date because, like, Gabriel, the initial reason for the Iranian elite to promote Palestine was domestic political support, right? There's so much sympathy for fellow Muslims, but that we're talking about the situation 30, 40, 50 years ago. The world changes. Iran changes, right? It may be that right now Iranians don't really care. It might be that what the Iranians want now is Netflix and consumable chocolate edibles, right? Like they may no longer care. It may not be worth anything, or not. It may not be worth as much domestically, politically, for the Iranian regime to support Palestine, and especially right if the cost of doing it is getting smacked on the snout by the US, right? They might be thinking this isn't worth it. And listen, to answer Coping's other point real quick about like what's Russia doing and what would the deal be made. Remember, Trump's coming into power here, and this is why I wanted to pivot to Ukraine. Trump's a deal maker. if Russia give Europe their pipeline from the South Pars Dome in Qatar all the way through Syria and Turkey and into Europe, if they give them that energy supply, right, maybe the quid pro quo is they get Ukraine. And then everybody gets something and goes home. This smells like Trump to me, because Trump is the deal maker. Trump isn't going to accept a total loss, right? Trump is not going to be the guy that they hang the loss of Ukraine on. He's going to have to point to something and say, this is the best thing ever. It's beautiful. Look at it. It's made of gold. Everybody said it's wonderful. And if he can point to Syria and that gas pipeline, right, and focus on that as the winning thing and what he got out of it, and focus on that, then that's what he gets, and it's a win. And everybody can ignore the fact that they're going to give up Ukraine. So this is why I think that there may be a deal here. And from Russia's point of view as well, they may be like, they may not care as well. They may be perfectly prepared to give up that oil pipeline because they don't care if Europe gets their hydrocarbons from Qatar through that pipeline. There's way more demand for hydrocarbons than there is for supply. And so, you know what? Maybe the Russians have got other places they can sell it. India, China. They've already pivoted to that Central Asian world island market. They may be perfectly prepared to give up that pipeline, allow the Europeans to have their energy supply, and give up on the whole European energy market. If that's the quid pro quo, it would make sense to me. So I kind of smell a deal here, because remember, Trump said he could end this war straight away. So there's got to be some play here, right? There's got to be a strategy. Russia's got to come out looking like they won. Trump's got to come out looking like he won. If Trump gets Syria and the pipeline, and Russia get Ukraine, everybody wins. Except Assad and Ukraine, and nobody cares about them anyway. So everyone wins. Everyone that matters.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to go at before the interruption is about what's Iran's role in all of this is, because Iran is a major player in the Middle East, and it's not only a major player in the Middle East, but it's also the third angle of the triangle of the Eurasian landmass. The continental power, so to speak. And so that's what I was pointing at towards, what is Iran's, because on one side you have this sort of domestic demagoguery about supporting the Arabs and the Muslims and so on and so forth. But then the other possibility is that they're actually under a severe threat, which they have been since way back. And their support for these rebellious groups and all is basically a perimeter. A defense perimeter. It's like a front line away from their actual borders, which is what concerns them. Now that's just debatable, because they kind of got Afghanistan and Iraq screwed over, but Hezbollah did a really good job in defending Lebanon. And why would they want to do that? Why would they want to defend Lebanon against the invasion of Israel? And why would they want to preserve the Palestinian state instead of retracting all its people from there and using them as foot soldiers for defense in a consolidated location? And I get the impression that there's actually a strategic value in having a buffer zone of unruly defensive positions in their way, and having a sort of strategic pinning down of the Israeli aircraft carrier, unsinkable aircraft carrier going on. And so I don't think Hezbollah is actually really harmed by this breaking down of the land bridge, because if supposing that Russia keeps its bases in the Mediterranean and Russia is actually allied with Iran, and Russia is supporting Iran militarily, then they could just cut the middleman and do it without Syria and pass it from the Mediterranean, and support Hezbollah through the Mediterranean, through the Russian bases. That's a possibility. But about the deal that you're pointing out, Toby, that makes a shit ton of sense. I think it would be interesting to discuss what the resistance would be to that deal. What would be the parties interested in subverting or destroying that deal. So whoever wants to go on with that or the previous point.
Nunya has been holding his finger up forever. We have a super chat, and Shadowy and Brew have not been speaking since we went on our own little spiel here for a long time. So I think we should. I suggest we give it
Super
to Nunya.
chat?
We address the super chat, and then we let Brew and Shadowy have the word.
Sure.
Do you think the
Well,
Syria will be more stable along ethnic borders?
Well, just to finish up on Iran, I think it goes back to our chat about 20 minutes ago. We were talking about the Arab states and how the absence of a Palestine issue kind of opens up a lot more doors for normalization. And, you know, I think it's become clear that, you know, any sort of resistance, there's never been any great Arab resistance, as Toby said at the very beginning. And that's becoming ever more clear now. So when I think of Iran, you know, in particular, they've got everything going for them right now. I mean, they just joined the BRICS. They're signing trade deals all over the place. They just discovered a huge lithium mine like a year or two ago that needs to be developed. They've got lots of things going for them right now. And as long as they stay on that sort of BRICS path and building other relationships with other countries as this multipolar world kind of, you know, blooms, I think they'll be fine. And I think that could be said around about a lot of countries in the region. I'm kind of getting the sense now that this whole Palestine thing was all just smoke and mirrors. It was a 20th century fight that nobody in the 21st century seems to want to fight it, aside from the Palestinians and maybe a couple Houthis somewhere. Whoever wants to go next.
Do you want to
take the
address the
floor.
super chat and then pass the words to the next one who wants to address it? I'd like to address the super chat.
I don't know enough about the Ottoman borders back in World War I to confidently talk to this one, so I'll leave it to somebody else.
Yeah, I'd say that the stability of Syria depends more on like where its borders are, like on what is the like the power play of major powers tugging on it. You know, that's sort of my assessment of that situation. It
Yeah.
doesn't have that
I
much
think
to
that's
do
a
with-
really interesting question, but off the top of my head, I couldn't give a good answer. I'd have to go do some reading or something. It's a good question, though. It's an interesting question.
I can respond. If you go by ethnic border, yes, it might work for now because the ethnic makeup is like this now. But when the population expands and they needed more land, then they will do military expansion. That's it. And then
Well,
some borders, some countries will never work because they don't have the resources to survive. Yeah. So
Well, one thing about the ethnic divisions of borders and all that bullshit is that a great part of like the geopolitical manipulations that were devised before and during the First World War to like destroy major powers and consolidate British Empire dominion was exactly to incentivize and spark flames of dissent and division between ethnicities and religion, because like any power, every power in all ages was always composed of disparate communities joining together for their mutual benefit. And a strong part of the destruction of the world that happened during the 20th century was precisely a British plan to engineer divisions between these powers by creating these ethnic, religious, and national divisions, which were completely artificial. Like they've always been working together. This division between ethnicities is ridiculous. Go on.
Can I please address the super chat first before we leave it? Because I want to give a lot of latitude for Shadowy and Bruce so they can catch up a little bit. The super chat, I agree very much with Toby. The question is really good. And I like basically it's I think a lot of the good points have already been addressed. But if I want to throw one thing in there. Yeah, I mean, in the long run, it could, but it's for reasons that Wyatt pointed out. You need to have, and also Gabriel, you need to kind of have something that is geographically viable because, I mean, these are, first of all, many of them are going to be landlocked. and which is unlike Israel, right? And also unlike Israel, they don't much of them don't have a lot of the infrastructure prior that makes it possible for them to kind of manage with such a confinement. Israel is kind of an unusual. It's so like there aren't many Singapores in the world. There aren't many Israels in the world. So it's a pretty steep climb for these any ethnic federation within Syria to be. The only ones who would have a really good outcome here will be the Alawites, the ones who were from former Assad, and that's because of their location by the coast and their concentration, and also because they're already present with Russian assets. Ones being in Tarsus and Latakia. So I would say in the long run, maybe it could be, but it depends on a lot of variables, which I think will be worth getting on. I believe Shadowy was the one who came on first, and then Brew is that correct?
Yeah, I don't mind. Shadowy can go first.
Yes,
All right,
You can duel and then decide.
Even when you divide the country with ethnic line, you always have issue about war between this ethnicity, between the tribe, because just of greed. And don't forget, there is oil, there is water, there is a good land for farming. There is always a reason to wage war. So whatever border you decide to put in place, so war is going to happen a few years after that. It's always the case because man is always greedy. But about the whole situation in Syria, I think that every major player that had a plan in Syria, and a lot of this plan has been destroyed by what happened a few weeks ago. Because I'm pretty sure that even the Turkish didn't think that the Bashar al-Assad army was going to be destroyed so quickly. And I'm sure they were very surprised by that. And of course, Turkey for now is winning against, and Iran is losing. Russia is maybe on the losing side today. But in 2 weeks, who could say what's going to happen? For me, trying to make plan and to try to understand what's the strategy and so on, it's very strange because the situation is just too much chaotic today. And then it's Boo, your turn.
Basically, I just wanted to say I think the Kurds are probably going to lose against Turkey. Like, I don't think Trump's going to backstab Erdogan or anything when he comes into power. I don't know much about the relationship between Erdogan and Trump. I don't know if they get along or whatever. But I think Turkey's going to take most of Syria. That's just my opinion. Whoever wants to go next.
I think that's right, just because, like, who else can? Turkey's the only regional power that's got the manpower to do it.
I wanted to add something about the idea of Trump making deal with another player, with a player or another one. I think to make a stable deal, you need some kind of stability in the area. Today, the situation is way too much chaotic to try to make this kind of deal. You have to wait to basically let the situation evolve and to understand which are the players, basically. Who they are, what they want, and what are the plan. Because today, making a deal with someone is just too soon. And
So
even if you want to make a pipeline, the same thing.
The only question I have is the Kurds. And here's my guess. My guess is that the Americans have worked out some sort of deal to stay in the region and, more importantly, stay with the oil and the wheat that's in that region. But the whole argument has always been the Kurds are there, and it's the Americans who are supporting the Kurds, right? So what does that look like now? Does Erdogan allow a Kurdish state to be created in that area? Or I can't imagine him doing so. But what's the other alternative for the Kurdish people? Like, how does this play out for them long term? I'll throw that out to anybody.
Can I answer that? I think Erdogan's
Yeah,
going to
go
get
for
rid of the Kurds. I think the Kurds are done. I don't think Trump's going to do anything to help them. I could be wrong, but Toby, if you want to answer that.
Well, the thing is, like, the nature of a deal is that both sides compromise. So I can't see the Kurds disappearing altogether, right? Firstly, because there's too many of them, but secondly, as Nunya said, they're kind of like America's colony in that part of the world. That's been carved out of Iraq, that area of Kurdistan around Mosul. That's got a lot of oil as well. Trump's big on keeping the oil, which he says a lot. But the compromise is the Kurds want a port on the Mediterranean. The Kurds wanted Aleppo and Idlib. They wanted like a corridor there. And Erdogan has actually been on record recently as saying he wants Aleppo, he wants Idlib. So I think that the Kurds might have to suck in that they don't get their corridor to the Mediterranean, but they do get like an independent state. That could suit everybody too, because it would be like a buffer state in between Iran and Turkey. Because if Turkey takes over the whole of Syria, it's going to butt up against Iran, and Iran's got a very large Kurdish population that are actually like pretty well treated in Iran. And so if Turkey was to persecute the Kurds even more and eradicate them and from that area, that destabilizes the region. So if there is a deal, I can see it being along the lines of, create a Kurdistan, but Erdogan gets the coast. He gets the cities that he wants along the coast, and that's the compromise. But this is like, I don't know, like, who knows what deals they're making. I kind of hope so, because like, anything that brings peace to the region would be really wonderful, like, because those people have suffered enough.
Yeah, I think because it's a very interesting conundrum, because to me, the HTS is backed by the Americans, and somewhat. And then you have the Kurds, it's also backed by the Americans. Turkey is also backed by the Americans because they're part of NATO. Everything is American related, but no one is playing ball with America right now, seemingly, except the Kurds. And because the Kurds have no choice. They chose this big brother and they have to stick to it. And Turkey is like, no, we're not going to play your game. We're going to get what we want. And they went on the offensive. So despite that in Syria, Syrian Syria, they are like, oh, we are having peace. Finally democracy is, like freedom is here. The refugees are returning. But that is Western Syria. Eastern Syria is all Kurds. It's all SDF and all Rojava. And then you see the Turkish-backed military just continue to attack, and war is looming over there. It's fighting already. They're threatening to cross the Euphrates. It's like, it's two different worlds. It's two different Syria. And I'm not sure how the Americans are going to really make a deal. But I think that the Kurds, is in deep shit. It's like, they picked the wrong guy, to be the big brother.
Can I ask a stupid question? Can I ask a stupid question pertaining a little bit to what Toby said? Because I agree there are reasons to find that, like, as an issue, the thing that the Turkey and Iran might butt heads if they're getting too involved with the Kurds. But I wonder, like, what is the possibility that, because with Iran now being somewhat, and Israel for that matter as well, they're kind of cut off from each other a little bit, so their little spiel is maybe taking a pause for all we know. I've seeing some talks about the Israelis are more inclined to now go after nukes and whatever. So I'm not sure if anyone has any reports on that. But the question I have is, would the Iranians be would the Iranians be like potentially one of the backers of the Kurds, considering that they have lost the Alawites now? So but they still want to be having influence in the region. And it's true, they do have a sizable Kurdish population. So it didn't seem too unreasonable to me that maybe they choose to switch their position a little bit and say, like, we're still after Israel, but, look at the poor Kurds. We want to protect those. We have Kurds. We want to, there any way they can spin it, right? Like, this is how it works usually, but like we already alluded to, ethnicities and so forth, this can easily be used in a big grand geopolitical spiel. So in that regard, what is the likelihood, you guys think, of Iran being one of the potential backers to the Kurds?
Well, there's two groups of Kurds, right?
Who
there's
did you
two
say?
Groups of Kurds. There's a group that's always been backed by Iran, and then there's been a counter group that's always kind of worked with other powers, whether it's Turkey or America and so on and so forth. So I guess your question is like, how bellicose do Iran want to be? I don't see it. I don't see a great deal of bellicosity.
You are forgetting something. I'm sorry to cut you, but don't forget that in Iran there is also a Kurd problem. There is Kurd rebels in Iran, and they are fighting against Iran army and the Iran Republican Guard. They are killing policemen and so on.
Really?
Don't
Where?
forget that. In Iran.
Where?
In
I
the
understood
west
that they were
part of
quite
Iran.
peaceful.
When you look at the border of the Kurdistan, when you look at the border of the historical Kurdistan, there is a part in Turkey, in part in Syria, in part in Iraq, and a part in Iran.
Yeah, I know there's a part in Iran, but where do you get this idea that there's conflict there? I understood there was no conflict. I understood that the Kurds in Iran actually got on quite well with the Iranian regime. I could be wrong.
No, they have some issue because they have received some help from the Iraqi Kurdistan. No, very sadly for the most of the country don't like the Kurdish minority because they want their own country, and most of the country don't want that.
I want to try. Can I just add to it? I've heard the same, what Shadowy is saying, that they among the dissidents of Iran. So when we're talking about those in Iran who are against the Islamic Republic, they are also fiercely opposed to any secessionist movement, which that makes a lot of sense to me. Then, like, because what they want is a united Iran. They don't want that to be fractionalist or anything. They may have their discontent with the Islamic Republic, but they still want a united Iran. And so that's why it doesn't seem unreasonable to me. Like what the Shadowy is saying, the Kurds are quite disliked because you would have the secessionists will be edging on against the regime and the dissidents of the regime, right? So you can easily see how they become quite unpopular. I just want to throw that in there. I'm sorry, I'm not sure who I interrupted here.
Do you guys want to change topic to something
please.
lighter? There is UFO and drones all over United States. Help!
That's a funny one.
Come on, guys, that's not a topic.
What about Ukraine? Because I wanted to pivot from Ukraine to the UFOs. I've got a crazy theory about that.
He's really Ukraine. So,
but Toby, you have been the host of a panel regarding UFOs, my friend. Why can't we talk? I don't even know what you guys are talking about. UFOs and shit? What?
I've got a wild vision right now. I have this theory about how Trump is going to bring peace in Ukraine that then ties into the whole UFO conspiracy.
Look, right now in America, we are under attack by these alien unknown drones. People are scared. People are forming anti-drone militias as I speak. People are threatening to shoot them down. I mean, there's a lot of scared people. I mean, you know, the poors in the city are scared because they can't have guns, while the rich hill folk, you know, we're fine. We are kind of worried because we don't know what they are, and the lights cause seizures in the children sometimes. But if they come down here, we're going to get them. But
come on. You guys have been waiting all your lives for aliens
like
to come down.
You know, it's like I'm sitting on my roof listening to Phil Collins, waiting for the drones to come down.
It's a dream come true.
Wyatt's going to tell us what Alex thinks.
So wait. So I on a slightly more serious note. So that Mario Naufal shared a tweet which I posted in the Telegram as well, on the DPA Telegram as well as on Twitter. He's quoting this guy, this CEO of Secton Aerospace, which is a drone manufacturer in the United States. He says that he have met someone who have touched some nuclear weapons from Ukraine that's being brought to the United States. And he alleged that the drones are actually sniffing for radioactivity or some kind of leakage in certain areas. So I'm not sure what's the context, but he said that this could be the reason why, you know, the drones are flying all over the place mysteriously.
Hey, just real quick. Also, there's also rumors floating around about a mass terror attack coming this year, like October 7,000 Al Qaeda ISIS guys going, and now you've got the drones and the radiation
That won't be
Yeah,
surprising.
so who the hell knows? Definitely
So
interesting
what
times.
is it? Operation Blue something? Blue Bird, Blue Book, Blue Balls, something. Anyway, so there's this
Blue Ball.
blue operation.
Blue book, blue book.
Sidetrack. No, it's in Bluebird in
It was
in
Blue Book
Hokkien.
for the UFOs.
Yeah, this is a blue
Bluebird.
something else.
Bluebird in Hokkien is actually penis. the pronunciation sounds like penis in Hokkien.
Yeah.
So-
So hang on, I want to
the
put it out there because I've seen
Now
that
you
as
all
well.
see in
right?
the audience what the open mic is really all about. It's dick jokes and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's what we're about. So the idea that Wyatt's getting at, I've gone down this rabbit hole as well, right? Alex Jones is right into it, so that means I'm on top of it as well. So the idea is that Biden and the wicked DNC are going to stage some kind of false flag that prevents Trump taking power, right? I'm not sure of the details. I'm not sure anyone has to be to get into this, but this is the idea, right? That they're looking for nukes and that there were 80 nuclear weapons that went missing from Ukraine and that Ukraine is going to stage a false flag to make it look like Russia attacked the US
How
with
did
a dirty nuke or
weapons
something.
go missing from Ukraine?
Well, when Ukraine collapsed at the Soviet Union, this guy
when they
that
gave
Wyatt referenced, 80 of the missiles just disappeared, right? Which is I don't know if that's true, but that sounds like Ukraine to me. But and so nobody knows where they are, right? So the idea is that all those drones are sniffing for one of these nuclear weapons, but I'm not sure how much sense that makes. But anyway, so this is the fear, right? The fear and the panic is that there's some kind of shenanigans going on that's going to prevent the Trump takeover. And this is why I wanted to pivot towards Trump's strategy in Ukraine, right? Why would the Democrats be so desperate, right? And not only the Democrats, but also Zelensky and anybody else, right, in the world. Why would they be so desperate for Trump not to take power? And my theory is, my theory on this is Trump's only real way out of Ukraine, because Ukraine's already lost militarily, right? Trump can either double down and send a whole bunch of US soldiers over there to go die, right, in a really hostile modern war environment, or alternatively, he can give Putin Ukraine, right? Now, how can he do that? Well, the only way that I see that Trump gives Ukraine to Putin without being a big loser is to go down the route of saying Ukraine is a money laundering operation. Ukraine is not a real war. Ukraine, right, has been a massive theft from the American people, right? Now, the great advantage of this strategy is that it would be based on truth, right? And truth is always a handy argument because you don't have to keep track of your lies. Now, here's the thing. If Ukraine makes peace with Russia, right, and they decide to make peace, they will give up all of the details of the corruption that it was involving the kickbacks to European Union members, but also to American political people. Because if Ukraine has been a massive money laundering operation, you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. Well, let's just say 60 or 70 cents in each dollar is being kicked back into a Swiss bank account. Maybe 10%. For King Charles, maybe for Pelosi, maybe for Cocaine Mitch, Vaughn's buddy, right? All of these people, if they have been, cashing in tens of billions of dollars of money, not only from America, but also from European governments, if Ukraine has been a massive money laundering operation, then the Ukrainian government can bring the receipts, right? And why would they do that? Because otherwise they're on the hook for all that money. They have to pay it back. If Ukraine can establish that it was part of a criminal enterprise, they don't have to pay that money back, right? So, and it gives Trump a way out as well, because Trump can make the American public so furious that their money was stolen, not just by their own corrupt politicians, but by all the NATO people, right? If Trump can establish... Trump can bring receipts and show the actual theft of tens of billions of dollars, right, by the NATO people, by the American Democrats, and by Zelensky's regime, right, that gives him a way out. He's not losing the war. He is exposing criminality He's defending the American taxpayer. Now, the thing about that is absolutely catastrophic for all of the people who get caught stealing all that money. And that threat of that might be just enough for them to do just about anything, including a dirty nuke in New York, right?
Well, I mean, think about it.
This is my grand theory, right? That this is why we're at the
I think you got a point on that.
But
people are absolutely
like
terrified.
think about
they're about
guys
to get
like Lindsey
exposed.
Graham and shit. What promises did they make and checks did they cash based off the trillions that they thought they were going to make off Ukraine and Russia when it was all over with? Because he sits there, oh, there's $20 trillion in resources in the ground that were, I mean, think about it. He was probably promised like 0.2% of 20 trillion. His kids don't ever have to work for infinity. And he probably went out and cashed checks, made promises, took out loans, bought shit. And now people want their money and it's all falling apart. I mean, I think that's one reason why some of these guys have gotten so rabid and crazy.
Yeah,
it's like they're
and
desperate because they really put their balls on the chopping block, and now
that's exactly what the Zelensky curse is all about. That's exactly what the Zelensky curse is all about. The Zelensky curse are politicians who got too deep into the shit of Ukrainian money laundering, and they freaked out and have to leave their position before they get criminally liable for that. So they just charge it onto the next generation. And that's why you have this recycling of leaders in Britain, in France, and they're all trying to run from the boat before it sinks, and it's about to sink all the time. And so then they put another guy to man the boat while it's still sinking, and so on. So and what Toby's talking about, it's basically a nuclear option. I mean, I doubt that Trump would do that simply because of the flack that it would generate, Now, if they push him too hard, that might be the only viable option. That might be the only viable option because that's the level of viciousness of the enemies he's facing. So he has to shoot back at them with all of his might, which would be that option of getting out of the war through showing the receipts of the corruption. But that's a nuclear option.
I just want to put one more thing out there on this theory, and then I'll sit back. But imagine if King Charles and the British monarchy are involved in stealing tens of billions of dollars from the American taxpayer, and Trump exposes that. Not only would this bring down the British monarchy, it would make Trump the most legendary American since the War of Independence, right?
Yeah, because the War of Independence keeps the money.
He would be role-playing George Washington, right? And that is right up his orange alley, right? And maybe I'm just fantasizing here because I like a good story, and this is a good story. But we can hope. But what we hope doesn't happen is that they panic and we have a nuclear war because they're scared of getting caught. But anyway.
But that's the problem, Toby, that's the problem, Toby, because the George Washington put the monarchy out of the USA, but Trump would be destroying the monarchy back in its home base. And that's the thing that whoever does such a thing that you're proposing, Toby, is basically taking the place of Putin. And so that all the military and economic might of the collective West would go towards him instead of going against Putin, He'd be standing in the way of all that massive apparatus of military and economic might. So keep that in mind. Go on, Shadowy.
Yes, I just wanted for you to not forget a very important fact. 90% of the money that come from US never leaves US soil. It was mostly given to the military-industrial complex or to some of the agencies in USA to spend on the Ukrainian front. But most of the time, the money stay in USA. Okay, so what are you speaking about? If you think there is corruption, it's between basically the Pentagon, the Congress,
yeah, but you were getting
and the military interest complex.
They were getting about $6 to $7 billion a month to pay payroll and stuff like that.
It was paid by European
so that's
Union,
cash. Well, I mean, I'm just saying there was cash available to steal.
Yes, but it comes mainly from the European Union. The cash came from the European Union and the weapon from USA.
Well, what makes you think people aren't stealing from the European Union?
Yes, but it's not about Trump. It's about European Union.
Well, it's
If
about
Trump
both,
is going to speak about corruption,
about the
he's going to involve the U.S. military-industrial complex. Is he going
Shadow,
to
you
accuse
could be right. You
General
could be right.
Electric?
It might not be a money laundering operation.
Serious.
It might be all up on the up and up. I could be wrong.
Toby,
No,
you dropped out. But yeah, like the thing about the European Union is that it's a good way for Trump to throw that shit away from the US, because the greatest risk that Trump is facing by doing such a move is to get the US powerhouse that has been supporting Ukraine aiming at him. So like if he can divert the blame to the European Union, they don't have shit to do against him. They're fucked. And so if he can make that narrative, like and blame the European Union, then he might avoid like the ire, the rage of the US power that has been supporting Ukraine. He can make them switch on his side and avoid the flak with them, put them under cover, and that way it would be a viable strategy, because if not, I can't imagine how he would survive the enmity of all those people.
I want to address
You
the
know
super
what?
chat.
If Trump really wants the peace in 24 hours, it's very easy. You just give the Russian Odessa, and immediately you have peace. It's very easy to do.
So I want to address the super chat. JN wrote, Medvedev said that he could add more regions to Russia yesterday. It's on RT. So I checked the RT. So I want to give some context what he said. He mentioned this while he was commenting on the ruling party's effort to incorporate new regions. And he said that this experience may be in demand in the future if new regions very close to Russia appears in Russia. He said that this is possible, which means that Russia is probably, targeting more territory in Ukraine, and most likely it's in discussion, which is why he said something like this. So maybe it's not confirmed yet, but they discuss a possibility. I believe that maybe Kharkiv will be next. Or Potova, maybe.
Or Sumy.
Or Sumy.
Because since Sumy was the starting point of an attack against Russia, maybe Sumy should join Nova Russia and basically become part of the protection for the mainland of Russia.
And can I add something? During the first open mic, I said it's always about the Dnieper River. The Russians at this point they will go after the Dnieper River. And to the west of Dnieper River, they have Odessa as well. So that is the game plan right now.
I also, both Medvedev and Putin tend to do this. They tend to send these out as kind of feelers. Like, I kind of read it as Medvedev saying, okay, this is your last chance to negotiate with us. Otherwise, we're going to go into whatever region they have planned next. So I see Medvedev does this quite a bit. And typically what happens is, he'll say something and then they'll go do it. So yeah, I agree. I think he's going to go in. They're probably looking at a different territory now.
Coping.
Yes, since we are on the news front and you have had the news railing under here, I thought I'd take the opportunity to, given what the Nunia was saying here, that Hamas is probably toast, and maybe Hamas, but Palestine not necessarily. Keep in mind, one of the important backers are Qatar, and here you can see on the news, if they have resumed getting an embassy in Syria, there's still some level of connection that can be provided in that way. There is, of course, still the issue of physical blockades and how to overcome that. So, it's, of course, a much tougher predicament to be in. But, since the news came out here, I just, to the pro-Palestine crowd, just a little bit of coping by yours truly. That's it? No one cheering? Where was all the, there was so much emotions earlier on with all this conflict with Israel and Gaza, and now
We are only excited about arguing about the definition of genocide. That's all. No, it's
Right.
nobody give a
Okay.
damn about the Palestinians or the Syrians.
Yeah, it is a show about
But,
political
but-
theatrics. I agree.
But how would you let's take Rwanda Burundi as the baseline? How would you rank conflict in the Middle East involving Israel on that scale? Does it qualify as genocide or massacre, or what is it? Rwanda Burundi.
Do we want to go down that rabbit hole again?
No, I
Surely
think
not.
it's the job of the United Nations agency to clarify the exact word. And I think they've already done it. For the United Nations, it's a genocide.
Do you mean the ICC or the UN? They're different things.
Oh, to be
ICJ, I think.
yes, ICJ.
Well, there's the ICC, the International Criminal Court, and then there's the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. See, this is one of the problems of this whole thing is like, who elected these people? Like, who are they responsible to? Well, when you talk about a court of law in your own country, presumably those people answer to your elected government or to your king or someone. But these globalist institutions, who elected them? Who appointed them? You know, in the end, what you'll find is that they're the pet creatures of this or that intelligence agency from a major power like the US or the UK. And this really erodes their legitimacy. And you know, we kind of saw that. They went after Putin and called Putin a war criminal, and everybody cheered and said, oh, international law is real. And then they said Netanyahu was a war criminal, and everyone said, international law doesn't exist. It's a bunch of nonsense, right? So it's a real problem. It's like, who are these people with their acronyms and their offices in Europe, you know, pointing the finger at usually at third world countries?
Oh, the conversation died again. We need to ask Shadow V about France. What the hell is happening in France?
Oh, nothing special. With the president has named new prime ministers with a very old guy and a very old politician in France. We know him for what, 30 years?
So
he's
real
going to
quick,
be there for a
what
few
the fuck's
months
going to
and
go
going
on
to
with
leave.
Romania?
Romania, that's another fun things.
No one knows.
And
They haven't
Georgia.
announced anything. They haven't announced anything in Romania. Like, they haven't announced new elections. It's just radio silence.
I mean, I know they're going
Very
to do an
strange.
inauguration in Georgia, so I guess they have two presidents.
And in South Korea,
No,
is the guy in South Korea still a president, or has he decided to leave?
well, I think we can wrap this all up in a bow of late stage empire is collapsing, and this is the result. You just have chaos everywhere, even within your vassals.
I wanted to make a point about NATO. The new NATO guy, he's been talking. He said some interesting stuff. He said it's time for Europe to pivot towards rearmament, right?
Yes.
So there's two ways that you can look at this. One is he's saying we've got to gear up for war, but the other way is it's like, nah, we're giving up in Ukraine and we're going to focus on like getting ready for the next war. In a way, it seems to me that Ukraine is a busted flush. I don't think Europe wants to pay for it anymore. And it also seems to me that what the Rutte is his name, he's saying to Trump, we're going to spend heaps of money on your military factories. We're all going to give America heaps of money. And that stinks to me of like a quid pro quo. It's almost like, please don't expose us for all the money that we've stolen. Now, I understand what Shadow is saying about a lot of the money that was spent on Ukraine staying in the US. That's certainly true. He makes a good point. But as Vaughan said, there's still tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars of cash that went into the black hole that is Ukraine. And call me cynical, but I've got to believe that a lot of that ended up in Swiss bank accounts for
Oh, yes.
all kinds of interesting people, including Macron. And I think this is what's driving Macron's desire to conscript Shadowy and send him over to Ukraine to fight the good fight. And I hope that doesn't happen, Shadowy, but, pack a good pair of socks. And I think that, this is a tension that's going on in Europe right now. And it seems to me that Rutte is basically offering Trump a deal. It's like, yeah, we will all spend heaps and heaps of money on NATO. Please don't expose us. But I don't think Trump will take that deal for a number of reasons. One, they tried to kill him a couple of times and very nearly did. Two, he played nice with them last time, and what did that get him? That got him absolutely nothing, right? And three, Kash Patel, the new director of the FBI, I was astonished. His very first press interview, right? Well, who did he talk about? Who did he talk about who he was going to investigate? Of all the people in the world, Zelensky, right? Kash Patel has been nominated for that role in the FBI, and he's not going after Hunter Biden. He's not going after, Nancy Pelosi, who's manifestly guilty of all kinds of insider trading. He, like a laser beam, he focuses on Zelensky and starts asking questions about the money. And this is why I think this is Trump's pathway out of this war. It's not just that I really like the story and I hope it's true, right? Because it'd be so dramatic and such good entertainment. It's also because Kash Patel comes out and starts saying, I'm going to investigate Zelensky about the money, right? Where does that go? It is an off-ramp for Trump. Nanya.
Well, just to follow up on Rutte, based on what Toby was just saying, if you watch that press conference, I almost fell off my chair because the hubris of this guy, not only was he asking for rearmament, he was telling the people of Europe, we need to take money from your pensions, from your health care. And he specifically laid out those two things. He said, we just need a little bit, he said, of your pension money and of your healthcare money. In other words, your quality of life money to rearm NATO. And the thing that jumped out at me more than anything was he didn't say we need to get to 2%. He went straight to 3%. He said the new target is 3% of GDP needs to go towards NATO. So that was new. I hadn't heard that before, but I guess to the Europeans and, well, anybody in NATO for that matter, that'll be the war cry in 2025. Your politicians are going to come to you looking for 3%, and they expect you to give it up without a fight. Fight it. Go ahead.
That's your money, Shadowy. That's you. You're going to be paying for that. You're going to be eating bugs on your pizza.
Yes, about money. There is no money anymore in Europe, at least in France, okay? We have a huge issue with the budget this year to basically create a budget which is acceptable for everybody. And that's why the last government has fallen in France, because of the budget. So money is a big issue. So the guy from NATO, he could forget about it. He's not going to have any money from France, at least. So he could still continue to dream. Because don't forget one thing. The more money the NATO countries spend on NATO, the more this guy has power. So yes, he wants the country to spend money because it would give him more and more power. But very sadly, he's not in charge of the taxpayer money. So he's going to have a very serious issue at the end of the Ukrainian war, because I think when the Russian victory is complete, for me in a few years, NATO is going to become useless, I think. Because honestly, I don't think Russia is going to do anything else than just create a new Iron Curtain and just cease to interact with Europe. They are just going to continue their turn toward Central Asia or Eastern Asia, and they are going to forget about Europe. So NATO is going to become irrelevant.
Can I do agree that it will become useless and that irrelevant, but well, this depends on how you view useless, because don't forget, war is a racket and it's useful for money laundering. And I would want to do a little update from the Norwegian arms industry, which I know it has its limitations. It's not going to be a game changer or anything like that. But it tends to be indicative of certain incentives. So Mark Rutte, he used to be I think he still is the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, if I'm not forgetting wrong. And then Wilders will take over. Wilders have already taken over, yeah? Okay, yeah, he was the former Prime Minister. But even under Wilders, yeah, right, because even under Wilders' administration, the Netherlands have been signing some pretty sizable arms agreements with Kongsberg, one of the biggest arms manufacturers in Norway, the one that tends to be quite prevalent all over the place. And even more recently, and this kind of pertains a little bit to, the rearmament of Europe, but so like because there's a lot of countries in Europe that are increasing, like Spain and whatever countries that are signing up deals and ordering a lot of armaments. So it's kind of already rolling into like, okay, now we're going to be needing the budget to be increasing because look at what we've got going. But one of the biggest ones, and I think the Americans will find this one interesting, was an agreement with the Americans. And this was the biggest, not surprisingly, the biggest contract that Kongsberg have had since, I can't recall, but it's very big. So I thought I'd just throw that in there to add to the information that is already being conveyed. Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure who, and nobody wants to talk.
Yeah, I can join in, and I've been trying to summarize all these conflicts that are happening currently. It's all about resources.
No.
Hear me out. It's about resources and yeah.
No, Ukraine is not about resources. It's about area of influence. It's about internal Russia politics because Putin don't want the Russian regime to have a color revolution.
No,
there is nothing about resources in Ukraine.
No,
I think Shadow is right. Boris Johnson just actually said the quiet part out loud. He just said it's a catastrophe if we lose in Ukraine because Western hegemony will come to an end. So that's direct from Boris Johnson. So I think Shadow has got the right idea here.
Oh yeah, and on top of that,
in Syria, it's the hegemony of
the thing I want to make it clear is that Russia is not short of resources. They have all the resources you can think of.
But you're getting it wrong. Like the issue of Russia getting regime changed is precisely because it's the last frontier of colonial exploitation of resources. Russia is in the way of the last exploitable landmass, and it's massive, that has not been reached by the Western colonial expansion. So it is about resources.
Yeah. So the Russians, the way people, when the Russians intervene in a place, it's not about exploiting the place for the resources because they already have those resources. It's about helping. This is how I feel what the Russians are doing. The other players in this game, they go and exploit the resources. I've seen it in Congo, and I'll let others continue from here.
I have a question for Vaughan, if he's listening. Vaughan, are you there? You're muted. So yeah. I think you sent me a link a while back. Is there any truth to this rumor that Ukraine is mounting up for a big offensive? Not just Ukraine, but like their Western backers. I've heard stories that there's a whole bunch of F-16s, a whole bunch of armored units. I think it was even a Russian report that said this. It's like there are rumors that there's going to be like a really big push from Ukraine and that Russia have seen it coming. Was that you?
I mean, I heard about stuff, but I haven't heard anything new about F-16s or anything. And I mean, you got the 50-something Australian M1s coming, plus whatever else. But I mean, there's been a couple more of those Challengers destroyed. And I'm pretty sure that all 31 of the American M1s are destroyed now or damaged. I don't think there's any left.
Wyatt, have you heard anything about this theory that there's going to be a really
I
big
mean, I've heard him
push?
talk about an offensive. I just don't know
they
where
have
they
a-
could do it where somebody wouldn't notice, you know. And plus, I think if you watch Wyatt's reports, there are reports about areas getting hit behind the lines in certain areas, you know, like concentrations of airstrikes. So maybe there's something to it.
There was a Ukrainian general, maybe about a week or two ago, who came out and stated that they were going to start an offensive. But I hadn't heard anything since then. And like, you know, listen to what the Ukrainian leadership says at your peril, as it tends to change. But no, that came out like a week or so ago.
Yeah, they have a new tactical symbol. They have a square right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. But if they do it, it's one of their final pushes that they are going to do.
Well, I think the thing that I read, which was a translation from a Russian report, and again, this is pure speculation. I have no idea if this could be complete garbage, but the idea was that this was going to be the cover for Polish and French troops to walk into Western Ukraine. So basically, the idea is that there's going to be this huge mobilization of, you know, every swinging dick in the Ukrainian military. They're going to get kitted out with the best of the best equipment from all over Europe. Poland and France are going to push their troops into Western Ukraine to secure it, and then there's going to be this massive offensive before Trump comes into power. Listen, again, I don't know anything more than this except like one report that was in Russian that I translated, so it could be completely made up.
I want to add something about the idea that French troops are going to be anywhere in Ukraine. Forget it. Okay?
I can see
the last
there,
time
buddy.
the French president, I say something about it, not decide, but just say something about it in a speech. 24 hours later, the French, some French high-ranking military leaked to the opposition media. Basically, the fact that the French army was not ready to do anything anywhere. We could try maybe to stop something in Africa for a small country or terrorist group. Maybe we could do that. But larger than that, you forget the French army.
True.
And I'm pretty sure that any army in the NATO except USA or Turkey or Poland, forget it. German is the same thing, UK is the same thing. Italy, I don't know. Spain, I don't know.
Yeah, and they pretty much got screwed over in Africa.
We cannot send Trump anywhere.
Sure you can. Come on.
Yes,
like
I told you, 2,000 foreign legionaries in Africa. Yes, we could do that. But that's not an army. It's a anti-terrorist operation.
It's time for France to step up, man, and defend the West. Freedom.
Defend the West against who?
Against
come on, man.
the forces of darkness.
Don't forget one thing. In Brussels, there is 3,000 lobbyists from USA and 200 lobbyists from China. So to protect Europe from who?
From the Germans. I don't know. But anyway, Macron's talking about it. There must be a good reason.
Don't listen to Macron. Just look at what he's doing. He's saying a lot of bullshit every time, everywhere. But what is the act that he decides to do? They are always in the direction of Washington.
What about Poland? Chad is saying Poland has said no to this.
Poland is something else. They are more independent and nationalist. I
heard that Poland said they'd do it if Germany paid.
Or Germany.
I heard Poland
I'm pretty sure
paid for it, right? Which
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Macron would have loved to send troops to Ukraine, but he needs someone to help him out because, as Shadowy said, like the French army can't do anything. So, like the only reason for France sending troops to Ukraine is so that he can push other people to do it as well. And in the bottom line, like the reasoning of all that would be to get American troops to Ukraine so he can salvage all that massive money laundering that's been completely bankrupting the European governments. But but Poland just said no. So I think that idea must have gotten out the window. But they're going to keep on insisting. I mean, they really want to do that. It's like their final hope. I don't think they'll make it, but they really do want.
No one want to go there. They just want to forget about it.
But Shadowy, how you can say there's no French in Ukraine when there's so many casualties of official French officers?
That's not the same thing. You are speaking about specialists or consultants or trainers.
No, but they are French troops. Just that they're not saying so.
It's not the same thing.
Another reason for sending European troops to Ukraine is that you can justify you can hide all the deaths of European troops that have already happened in Ukraine.
No.
Yeah. Okay, gentlemen, can I break in? First of all, I would like to say a couple of things regarding the channel. So I'm pretty sure that there are plenty of people who are not subscribed and who haven't liked this yet, because I see plenty of people going through the stream when we're watching, and there are some large numbers, but there are not nearly enough likes. I think we should push this stream up. That is number one. Number two, also, if you caught up this stream in the middle of it, don't get discouraged, because you can always go back and watch it on the double speed, and then you hang in somewhere in the middle of conversation, so you're caught up on everything. And this way you will have both the time and the things. You will be like with the stream, so there is very easy way to catch up. Just start from the beginning and watch it on double speed, and there is enough of time. So that's the second thing. The third thing, also for this channel, if there are any ladies out there, as you can see, it's a very friendly crowd out here. So you are most certainly welcome to join us. I think it will be beneficial for all of us to hear some ladies' perspective on the things that we're discussing here. And I know, because I discuss this type of things with many of people, especially who are in the field of military medicine and logistics and some economic back things that are going in and out. I know that you're out there and you have a lot of
bringing that parity,
bringing
that representation.
Okay, that was one thing that I wanted to say to make a push for this channel. But also, I would like to sort of come in with a little wager. I do see that I'm rather one who is pretty skeptic on the Russian success in this story. But I would like to go through some points on the front line. And I would like us to get into a wager. You know what I mean? Like, to give our opinions. Because I think that, for example, 20th of January, it's relatively, of course, it's not 100%, not even 50%, but there is maybe 30, 40, 20% chance that there will be peace around 20th January. I don't mean peace, sorry, I apologize. I mean ceasefire at around somewhere in the beginning of January, beginning of February, end of May, there will be ceasefire, maybe. There's a good chance of that. So I thought we could maybe all give all our opinions about what is going to happen until then. And I'm going to throw out a few names. There is a Kupiansk. In my point, it's not going to be taken, okay, until the 20th of January. I want to state it so that everybody hears it. My firm opinion that Russia will not take Kupiansk until 20th. Pokrovsk, not going to be taken by Russia until 20th, okay? The two places that are really strategically important, it is the Suja region, the region of Russia, which has been controlled right now by Ukraine. I do not think that they will take it back until the 20th of January. And the third place may be surprising, strange for some of you, but about 8 kilometers from Vidrogenia, there is a coke plant, very important coke plant for Ukraine, producing a type of coal, a coke coal, and it's of course extremely necessary if you want to take out perhaps upwards 30% of Ukrainian budget. You need to seize that plant. So there are, except for Kupiansk, except for Pokrovsk, there are two more points, Suja and the coal mine, that are important. I think that Russia will not seize control of any of those 4 points until the 20th of January. And I understand that many of you will disagree with me, and I welcome this.
No,
but
we all
please
agree.
state your points, state your dates, okay? If you don't think it's going to happen,
I think you're
okay?
making a
But if
mistake.
it's going to
but-
happen, then when? Thank you. Over.
I think you're making a mistake.
But wait. Why do you think that it would be like important for them to take that before the 20th of January? Like, state what's the end game of your wager?
I think regardless if the ceasefire will be then, earlier or later, it's a good point in time of how we have this strategic perspective. Who knows? Maybe somebody here will say, no,
I
they
understand.
will take all
Okay.
4. Just a wager.
So who has what by the time of negotiations?
Okay, let's go
That's
over.
what you're talking about.
Yeah. And I named
Okay,
4
thank
points.
you. I just wanted to understand that.
Yeah, I will go in a fashion from I will go in a clockwise fashion. So the 4 points that I mentioned is Stuja. No, Russia is not going to retake it. I mean, the whole salient of Stuja, the whole incursion into Russian territory by Ukraine, it's not going to be retaken by Russia until 20th. Kupiansk, the whole city of Kupiansk, is not going to be retaken by Russia until 20th.
We understand that.
Pokrovsk and the fourth one.
We already understand that. So start answering because I want to answer as
You're
well.
making a mistake.
Whoever was
I want
first.
to answer.
Yes, me too.
Go on, President Vaughn.
Vice Vaughn, you're first.
I mean,
I'll go.
The way I look at it is right now is Russia has till January 20th to operate however they want because there's no one to deal with. When they get to January 20th, they'll probably evaluate how they are on the ground. But realistically, I feel like the war is at a point where Russia can either entertain offers or they can keep fighting because they're going to get what they want. And I don't really think Pokrovsk or Kupiansk or anything comes into play because either they get the deal where those cities all go to Russia anyway, or Russia just continues the war and gets it. Because Trump's in a position he can't start a new war. So what can he really do? He can either come up with the ultimate deal for Russia, whatever that magical deal could be, but it's going to be bad for Ukraine and NATO and everybody else. It's only going to be good for the United States and especially for Russia. So you got to figure, how are they going to feel by January 20th? Are they going to want to make a deal? Plus, the other thing is, too, Trump wants to be done with it and all that. What if by the time they get to negotiating, it's summer, fall of 25, Russia's where they want to be on the ground anyway, and they just wrap it up with some bullshit negotiation? I mean, I feel like the war's at a point where it's Russia's choice if they want to negotiate a settlement or if they want to keep fighting. I don't really think the only thing they have to risk is more casualties, but I think they have Ukraine exactly where they want them, and they either get the deal of a lifetime or they just take what they want.
Okay, so
After
no, we're going clockwise, so that's me next. So here's the thing. Russia just sent a massive amount of missiles into Ukraine. It was a huge strike. I think Wyatt said it was the biggest one of the war so far, counting up all the missile strikes. What did they go for, right? They did not go for fortifications or troop concentrations along the front line so that they can march forward and take all these points, right? What they did was they cost the EU a vast amount of money. They absolutely gutted the electricity system for the entirety of Ukraine, right? That is a money strike, right? This is an economic strike. They don't need to waste Russian lives taking territory before they've heard Trump's offer. It would be foolish. What for? Like Vaughan says, they're in the driving seat. If they need to spend Russian lives to take all of these strong points that you've mentioned, Leo, they can wait until after they've heard Trump's offer. It would be foolish to spend thousands of, and also like terrible, right? To spend thousands and thousands of Russian lives taking these little settlements if, when Trump comes in, they could have got them through a negotiation. Also, if they intended to take all those settlements, then that massive, expensive missile ordnance that they just sent it wouldn't have been doing economic harm to Ukraine and by de facto to Europe. It would have been doing frontline damage to troop concentrations and fortifications if their plan was to do a big advance. So I'm with Vaughan. I think Russia is in the driving seat. It makes no sense for them to push forward and waste Russian lives before they've even heard what's on the table. Now, it might be that they do it afterwards. They might be so disappointed with what they get offered that they just go, no, we're going to keep fighting and we'll take it because your deal is so bad. But at this stage, I don't see that the Russians are really committed to taking territory by force that they can get through negotiations in a few months. Having said that, I think everything could change. We have to wait and see what they get offered. But yeah, I mean, look at what they just did. To spend that much money on an economic strike, Russia, they're playing the economic game. They're bleeding Europe. They're conserving their own manpower. And one thing I wanted to ask Wyatt, which maybe you can talk about later, is Wojciech, who's not here now, but he raised the issue that we've had a lot less FAB strikes recently. He asked Wyatt if that's true. I'm curious as well. Does this mean that Russia is conserving their air force, to maintain their airframes? Does it mean they're running out of FABs? Does it mean we're just not hearing about the reports of the FABs? I'm curious to know what that's about. But yeah, I don't see Russia in any great hurry to mount big offensives and to take these places. I wouldn't see the point. So next person, whoever.
It's going? Should I go?
It's Nips.
No one's going? Should I go?
Yeah, Coping, go.
It was me. Okay, I'm going to go until someone else goes.
Shadowy's been waiting. He's got stuff to say if no one else is keen. So I'd
Come on, Shadowy, jump in or I'm jumping in?
Yes. First, I think the idea of a ceasefire, you have to forget it. There is going to be a peace deal or no peace deal. But the idea of a ceasefire has died with the Minsk agreement. The Russians are never going to trust again a ceasefire. So forget it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the first point. The second point is that for the Russian, it's always about destroying the Ukrainian army. They don't care about the city. They don't care about a factory, a plant, or whatever. What they want to create is cauldron, because in a cauldron, it's very easy to kill soldiers and to destroy vehicles. That's what they want. So if the city is in a cauldron, okay, they're going to take it. If the cauldron is with no cities, it doesn't matter. If there is a Ukrainian fortification, it's the same thing for them. So they are just going to try to create cauldrons. They are not going to try to take a specific city or something like that. Because look at the map on the Wyatt channels. Large city, they are never far from the front line, but they don't advance directly to the city. They try to go around to create a cauldron somewhere else and so on. That's why the idea that they could take Kupiansk or Potrovsk or another city, forget it. It's not going to happen. And I'm going to tell you something. I think this war is going to last because Russians don't want to stop. And except if Trump or another Western leaders give the Russian Odessa, they are going to continue. Because I think they want Odessa. That's the main goal for the Russian army for me. And since they cannot have it military because of the Dnieper River, they're going to want it in the peace deal. So they're going to continue until in the peace deal there is Odessa. Next one. I think it's your turn, Leo. You are the most motivated.
I'll go.
I think Grey Fox or Grey. I think Grey Fox was before me. He was trying to say something. Grey Fox.
No, all my points have been covered. Actually, I was trying to relate it to something else, but I would go in a tangent. So please go ahead.
Yeah, but let me answer as well because I wanted to answer as well. Another thing to consider. Well, I don't know why this obsession with Odessa. I mean, it's like pretty irrelevant. In the grand scheme of things, like Russia's objectives have been stated from the start and they've been consistent throughout this whole time. And it has hardly anything to do with territory. It has to do with like the security structure of Eurasia. And so to talk about this or that city, town, whatever, it doesn't make any sense. It's like Russia has ports in the Black Sea. Odessa could be Ukrainian without any problem. It depends on what kind of state Ukraine is. And that's kind of the whole point.
I have to cut you off. Odessa is as important as Crimea for the Russians. Just so you know.
If it would have been as important as Crimea, they would have taken in 2014 when they took Crimea without
No, it was not
shooting a shot. Okay, but that's not my point. Like, you're still getting stuck with Oteka. I want to with Odessa. I want to talk about a broader picture, not debate about a little. Like, that's my whole point of what I'm saying. So the thing is that, yeah, like Trump could end the war perfectly by assuring the redevelopment or the redesign of the Eurasian security architecture. That's perfectly viable. And one thing to keep in mind is that Trump has never, ever mentioned at all like what Ukrainian interests are in the situation. He has never mentioned Ukrainian, like, oh, we have to preserve, I don't know what, sovereignty, I don't know what. No, he's always been talking about stopping the bloodshed and making peace. Like he only talks about Ukrainian interests in the sense of making the people stop dying. Like stop dying.
That's a
okay. That's been pretty consistent
of talking. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a politician.
But wait. Let me finish, dude, please. And so the thing about that line of discourse, you can say whatever you want about politicians, but the thing about the discourse that a politician makes is that it should be a competent politician, especially in terms of foreign affairs. It should be designed to like avoid losing face. And that's why you don't state your objectives, or you state your objectives vaguely, so that when you achieve whatever you're capable of beyond whatever your plan is, you don't lose face. Okay? And so you have to keep your terminology vague so that when whatever happens after the negotiation, it doesn't look like if you lost. You can spin it as a win.
Well, I agree.
So that's the whole point of the whole thing. Sorry?
I agree, and Trump has a narrow space to work with. That's a conundrum.
Okay, I think we've gone a full circle by now, and I will answer a couple of your points regarding first of
What do you mean? What's the circle? How the circle looks like?
Sorry, I apologize. I'll apologize, Juno. My bad.
Yeah. So
you're not in the circle.
Yeah, you're probably using the new square, the shape of the marking for the new grouping, right? Well, that will be good too. But yeah, in Kupiansk, of course, they don't know how to fight in Kupiansk. They will not take it. But Kupiansk is outside Russia anyway. But they want Izium, not so much Kupiansk. They want Izium. That might they'll take, but January 20th is an important date for Russians. They will bypass Pokrovsk and go towards Pavlograd. There are a line of the coal mines going toward the Pavlograd, and there's biggest lithium deposits in the underneath that line, south of somewhere between Pokrovsk and Zaporizhia, in the middle, somewhere in the middle. So they will take that, and they will most likely fab coal mines that are above Pokrovsk. There's like 4 big coal mines that are all in ownership of Akhmetov Biletsky, right? So that will destroy the.
What was the name? Akhmetov
that will destroy Biletsky. Yeah, Akhmetov Biletsky. That will destroy pretty much or take away 85-90% of the coal from the Ukrainians. which means they won't be able to make a cooking coal. They won't make iron, titanium, all those, they won't be able to make it. And especially they don't have electricity now, which they need to power the mines, to power all the high furnaces, right? And
Yes.
another thing, so I think that's what they were gonna do. They're gonna destroy the economy of the. But why I said the Russians don't think about January 20th, because it's actually Trump needs to negotiate with Zelensky first. Okay, that's the big issue. Zelensky seems like having a Jewish community support, and that's a pretty big a thorn in Trump's wishes, right? Because he's also, you can consider him Jewish. So that's the problem. He needs to negotiate with Zelensky first, and Zelensky is just gonna avoid everything. So Trump won't have anything to propose. And of course, Russians won't care anyway. So Trump won't have anything to propose to Russians. Odessa is important for Ukrainians. It's not important for Russians. There's a lot of Jews there too, not just Russians, but a lot of Jews. So, they're like, I don't know. But Odessa is important for Ukrainians to have the exit to the sea, because they're
But
afraid
it
of
is
the
also
trading,
important to
of
the
blockading the
Russians as
trophy.
well.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because Russians always trade freely with everyone. They won't blockade any country to trade through their ports. That's how Russia thinks, right? They're not blockading trading, like grain and everything, by other countries through their ports. They don't think that way. That's only American thinking. Only colonial, American thinking. That's
Yeah.
why Odessa is important only for Ukrainians. It's not important for Russians. It's important only for Ukrainians.
So
Okay,
for
that's the
Russians,
difference.
it is a luxury. For Ukrainians, it is an importance, something.
Survival. It is survival. For Ukrainians, it is survival as a viable state.
But for Russians, it's just like
aesthetics. It's like, oh, we have the city of Catherine the Great. Great.
Yeah, actually, Catherine the Great defeated the Ottomans in Crimea, and I still love it.
Okay.
Leo.
Yes. So my point. Why am I taking January the 20th? First of all, it's a point in time. It's a point of reference. It's not, like opinions here, there.
Spot on.
This is something concrete to which we can hang on. We can make predictions, and we will see. This will be fun. Just for the promotion of the channel, I think this will be great. We'll be getting our fan base here and there, and I think there will be people in the chat who will for sure tell us, oh, you remember this guy, he said this and that. I'm sure there will be people reminding us of, about this in the chat sooner or later, like, oh, Leo,
So
you missed out of all your fours, you were totally wrong, oh my god, you terrible person.
So from
like
now on, we will be called J20s, not J6s. From now on, we're gonna
Maybe I need to
J20s.
hire a secretary. Maybe I need to hire a secretary, to write the minutes for the entire open mic.
But you see, we have this tape. When you put it on the channel, it will be always there. It will be for everybody to watch and go back and see. He said this, he said that, and he said that. We have our documentation already ready. You don't need any secretary.
Have you tried to go back to an old open mic to dig for a specific statement?
I swam
It's impossible.
through oceans
I'm not
of
going to go through
time
7 hours of video
to find.
That's also the thing. That's also the positive thing. It's like a month away, so it will be 3-4 programs away. And yes, we will roughly remember that 3-4 programs to go through.
I've
is not that difficult.
navigated through oceans of time to find this moment.
To come back to my point. So I gave you guys four very clear points which go along the map, and I would like to hear your predictions. So they
Okay,
were
I'll go.
Suja, there was
Oh,
Kupiansk, there was Pokrovsk, and there was the coke mine outside of Pokrovsk.
Leo,
It's southwest. Yes.
Leo.
Yes.
There is one thing you never say. I mean, my colleague, is it Vaughn?
Oh, wow. Y esa cuesta tengo la medición del...
There is one thing you never say that I can predict.
Okay, not predict. Guess. Fine. Let's go with guess. Prognosticate. Call it whatever you want.
Guess. You cannot predict.
Prognosticate. Prognosis. Fine.
Once you go on an operation and everything goes wrong, I mean, before that operation, you're like there on the paper, this is how to go this way, that way. But I tell you, nothing goes your way.
Okay, so you're thinking they will take all those 4 cities, or what are you saying? I want to see somebody who has the balls to give me their predictions on those 4 geographical points on the map. Regardless, peace, no peace, regardless what happens with all the others.
Russian,
Trump,
none of
no
this
Trump,
city.
whatever.
None of these places.
None of these places. That was you, Shadowway. Anybody else?
Yes.
I think Russia will suddenly collapse over a 2-3 weeks like Syria. And then Ukrainian troops break Kiev, and then that's it. Ukraine won the Russian war. Slava Ukraine.
Until 20th of January?
Yeah.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Syria collapsed so fast, so maybe Russia will collapse.
Why not? A good prognosis.
I think I gave my answer. I mean, it was a general, vague answer of what I thought would happen up until your point in time. As far as those particular cities go, I mean, it looks like they're going to go around Pokrovsk. They've already gone around the south side of it. I was surprised how fucking far around they've gone around the bottom of it. And like you're saying, I mean, you can fucking head towards Dnipro or Zaporizhzhia or that other fucking place, Pavlograd. Yeah,
So,
I mean, I was really surprised how far past. It's like, well, why go in the city when you can just cut it off and keep going? I mean, that's going to cause problems.
Leo and the others listening to this. My grandmother was surrounded in Leningrad. And I remember what she told my mother, what she had to do to survive. Right? Can you guess? What did she have to do to survive?
Eat other people.
Cannibalism.
So, what I'm telling you is pincers, maneuvers, surrounding are very effective. And if you can do that, you win the war. But the Russians managed to escape from it in different World War II scenarios. So I'm speaking passionately that my grandmother, if you did not respond to that, she had to eat a person, a dead person. Yeah. So, yeah.
I don't think that's what's going to happen in Pokrovsk or Kupiansk or anything like that. I mean, I think they're going to cross around Kupiansk, like on the north side and stuff. But if they don't really have to go in there, why would they go in there if they can just go around it and cut the roads off to it? I mean, like Shadowy said, in that, they like to create salience and destroy vehicles and people. I mean, a lot of these places, it's like you could just kind of push up against them and fix them, and then just find the weak spots to go around, like down around Pokrovsk and all that. I mean, why go in the city and get fucked up when you can just keep going south and around and just keep picking off what you want? You know, all you got to do is move up. Well, all you got to do is move up. As soon as you make contact, you just stop. And then you call in your Air Force and artillery and bomb the shit out of them. You take minimal casualties, then you move up again. I mean, it's really low risk right now, especially if, like everyone said, your job is to destroy the military. It's the best way. You move up, find the military, destroy it. Then you take the territory, move up, find the military, destroy it. I mean, getting the territory is just a side effect. It's not even the goal. They're just finding these guys and killing them.
Side effect or not, I just wanted to have a fair wager. So far, we got Shadowy, we got Wyatt, and I want to somebody else say. And when I say control, I don't care. It's via pincers. If it's going straight through or by some other maneuver, I'm just saying, is there anybody, like Shadowy said, that they will not control those points? I'm throwing in my opinion. No, they will not control any of those 4 points. And as far as going straight forward goes, we can see in the city of Toretsk, Russia is going pretty straightforward. We can see in city where there is a large dam right now. I forgot just because of it. Kurakova. That name. They're also going through the city despite trying to do pincers at the same time. And in Velika Novosilka, but just give me
my
your 4
prediction
points
so we can get over with.
Yes.
So we can get over, because like the interesting part of this whole discussion, the interesting part of this whole discussion is what the implications are. To like make predictions out of, like pull predictions out of an ass to then compare the results in the future. It's it probably is fun for teenagers, but it's not actually an interesting point in and of itself. The interesting thing is how we get there and what is our reasoning to make those conclusions. So like, but yeah, the thing is, if we look at the rate of advance, we can make certain predictions. And if we look at the exponential growth of the rate of advance, we can also make some predictions. But those predictions are going to be subject to like actual material circumstances, both in terms of negotiation and in terms of like the sustainability of the efforts for defense. And that's the thing. That's why we're seeing incremental rates of advance, because the capabilities to mount an effective defense are starting to fall apart, and therefore you don't see a steady rate of advance, but you see an incremental, and that's what we're seeing. So that can start growing exponentially and eventually like skyrocket, or more to the point, fall off a cliff. And so it is possible.
Listening to you.
Yeah, go to sleep. You're an old man. You probably need your rest.
Yeah.
So the point is that
everyone.
The incremental rates, not everyone is old. The incremental rate of advance,
you're boring. You're boring.
Could eventually.
That's why they're gonna fall asleep. Not because
I'm sure you can say that. I'm sure you can say that because you don't hear yourself. So if you had a contrast, you'd know better. But anyways, the more you nitpick, the more I take to finish my point. So yeah, the thing is that all these cities that you mentioned, they could collapse before January 20th, but if we keep the current rate of advance, they won't, not by any means, like unless the situation falls off a cliff. So yeah, I agree with your assessment of advance, probably, though it is in the realm of possibilities that they actually fall before the 20th of January. Hi, Mr. Rambo.
Hello.
You want to go?
When you were talking about, I'm just coming in, so I didn't follow nothing.
Yeah, I'll take it. Then I didn't mention Suja out of all. It's not going to be taken, but I think it's going to be in a complete encirclement. They want to kill everyone. They want Russians wants to kill everyone who came there to Kursk. So they're gonna surround it. The only place I think is that they're gonna surround and really waste.
Is that is that also where they confirm North Koreans too doing joint ops?
Yeah.
See, yeah, they're making sure they kill them motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Actually, for North Koreans, it's an experience. They are there for an experience.
Jiro S Breaking Bad.
Yeah, Euro look like a mafia boss. Then yeah, Mike is part of the mafia in a way, but it's not the boss.
I look more like a prisoner or a prisoner of war.
Hey, you are saying it.
Maybe.
As said by a EU member.
Yes, democracy.
And lambocracy is better than democracy. So no.
Respect my authority.
Lambocracy.
Respect my authority, guys. Yes. Yes, need to be respectful, guys, to each other. Ukraine is so badly losing for the moment. It's very funny how fast it's going for certain sectors. Pokrovsk, how long is it going to take to be?
Well, I have a question on Pokrovsk, because we do know that the strategy is mostly oriented on attrition. So, and there are, some think there will be breaking, but then what you want to destroy them completely. So there is a valid argument for just, just hold on to Pokrovsk, because Pokrovsk will be one of those points where the Ukrainians are, whether they like it or not, even though they see it will be kind of part of their demise, they will be compelled to hold on to it and funneling in troops there. So the Russians may choose to, rather than instead taking Pokrovsk or encircling entirely, start there and then start broadening the front, because that's where they will be amassing the most amount of troops. And then if they want to make an impact, eventually attrition goes to the point where then they can start beginning slowly flanking the city, to which the Ukrainians will be starting to maybe considering retreating, because they're now seeing, like, after several months of fighting where they have lost, like Bakhmut or whatever, they'll be like, okay, we got to yield or we get encircled. Is my take on that one. But because I don't think they will go for I don't think they necessarily want to take Pokrovsk unless they want to change their overall strategy. That's why I kind of think that.
Yeah, but if you look why they go straight through Toretsk is because they needed safe flank to cut it between Konstantinovka and Pokrovsk. That's why they're going straight to Toretsk, and they're gonna encircle Konstantinovka and cut the road, big road between
the thing about
Pokrovsk, and that's why they wanna go north over Pokrovsk.
The thing about attritional warfare is that the priority is in effect to destroy manpower and equipment, and so the issue about the encirclement or the pincer tactic or the cauldron. It's not that the objective is to make a cauldron, especially when referring to attritional warfare. The issue is to create the most amount of points of pressure possible, so that to increase the possibility of a weak point. And through the weak point is where you advance. That's why you see the pincers approaching from the flanks, and they grow, because that's a place of least resistance, because that's flanking out usually defensive points, which are either created for fortifications or fortified urban areas. And so the urban area is counterintuitive to attack through that area, because it's naturally, it's intrinsically fortified. The thing is that if the manpower of the enemy is reduced to a certain level, they have to choose between investing manpower on the flanks or on the fortified position, which is central and essential. So if the fortified position has a greater probability of standing than the flanks, then the forces will be diverted to the flanks so that they can withstand the encirclement. And that's when you can attack through the fortified areas. And that's what we see in Pokrovsk and in Chasivyad and all those places. They're pinning operations. The objective isn't to bash through them. The objective is to pin down the fighting forces so that they don't protect the flanks. But if they invest in the flanks instead of the fortified area, then they have to go through the fortified area. It's like water. You put pressure through every area possible, and you go through the least resistance. And sometimes that is the fortified area.
So on the question of that Mr. Lambo had, like, when would we assume that Pokrovsk is going to be? Because as far as I haven't been able to watch the latest sit reps, but as far as I've understood it, they haven't reached the last village, so to speak. Like they haven't.
How
taken
dare you, Kopi? How dare you?
I know.
Unacceptable.
I am a terrible sinner.
Shame.
So, but that's why I come on the open mic, so like I can kind of catch up and, with context and perspectives, which is why you folks in the audience do not forget to join if you want to. No need to be shy. We're all regular people. And for those who have forgotten,
Well, if you repent, I will pardon you. And Bon will pardon you too. He's going to make a blanket pardon.
Actually,
for all your sins
to catch up with
2014
news.
Until
2025.
I mean, I saw something the other thing too. I don't know if it was around Pokrovsk or whatever, but they showed one of those fiber optic drones flying around these fortified positions that were really nice and well maintained. The problem is there was nobody in them. So I think the Russians were able to move up real quick and take a bunch of places like that. But it's like, and this was they said several kilometers behind like the line of contact. So it's like, that might be a reason why they got a lot of that territory around the south side of Pokrovsk. And it's like, why go in the city and fuck around when you can just keep moving around the outside? I mean, there's a lot of roads on the backside of Pokrovsk going north-south and kind of east-west into that city and up north towards Konstantinivka and all that. It's like, shit. If I was in Pokrovsk, I'd already be kind of worried about that big arm that's on the south side because it's already gone past and it's already kind of, it wouldn't be much to curve up around behind them or keep going west or go south. I mean, it could kind of bloom out in any direction. So, I mean, I don't really think they're going to try to take any of these places particularly. I think they'll just surround them and move past them and just use the situations to eliminate as many of the Ukrainian military units as they can. It might look like they're grabbing a bunch of territory, but like I said, I think that's more of a bonus. Like there's nobody left to defend it, so of course they're going to take it. And it's getting to be so cold. How hard is it going to be to find them? It's going to get even easier to find them. You can't in your warm bunker.
Like I just reading on the Entoslava, more than 1,000 mobilized soldiers and the Ukrainian armed forces deserted near Pokrovsk and Donetsk Oblast, says Ukrainian journalist Butusov. 1,000.
Is it 155?
Yeah, that was a French trained.
There's a unit
brigade.
Specific. Yeah,
a French trained brigade that went to defend Pokrovsk and deserted, and so that's why the Russians advanced so fast, and so they had to scramble.
I literally just saw the tweet. I literally just saw the tweet.
It's the same, Wyatt. We are like thinking like the same. We're doing the same thing.
Well, the way they made it sound was like they changed the desertion law or the AWOL law to where it wasn't a crime. And as soon as those guys heard that it wasn't a crime, they were gone. But I don't know how.
These fab bombs also, Vaughn, they're going to be fat like shit, all these artilleries. You can't stay for long. Once the Russians advance and comes closer, at a certain point, you're just fucked and you need to go away. And that's what you were seeing the whole time.
To confirm that,
it didn't sound like these guys even got to the front. It sounds like these guys were just maybe loosely organized somewhere and then bailed.
Yeah.
To confirm what Vaughan said, I saw an interview with a Ukrainian soldier. He basically said exactly what Vaughan said. He said they're sending us to these dugouts that are designed, these defensive lines that are designed for 200-300 soldiers, and there's 30 of us. So we end up with like 5 men having to occupy 10 bunkers. We can't do it.
So this is the tweet that I saw by Bebo. So mass desertion allegedly. This is not confirmed. Allegedly, that the 155th Brigade has mass deserted, mainly because they are several thousand people all from the street, forcibly recruited. Then they immediately went home after arriving. Yeah. So and then there's a video, but I don't really know if this is real or not. So I don't want to put so
But
much
it's a
emphasis.
Ukrainian source. It's a Ukrainian source. That's kind of the
Yeah,
validity it has.
I can't tell because no, the Ukrainians always say Russian source, but the Russian source is often bullshit. So it's I
Oh,
The
I
thing
shall
is,
see.
we
You
do
know,
have
when the front line change, I will believe it.
we do
No,
have to
but
take
that
into account the broad situation, right? Who wants to fight when everybody's waiting to see what the peace deal on the table is? I wouldn't send my men in to die if I thought the war might end in a couple of months. And you know,
Can I speak right now? I have seen Russians and Ukrainians operating in Congo, DRC, and they were very good pilots, both of them, both the Russians and Ukrainian pilots, and they were going there as mercenaries, all of them. The Congolese, they were selling weapons to all of them, to the Congolese, and so the Russians and the Ukrainians were collaborating. Okay, good, and the Congolese were killing each other. So this is what's happening right now. It is happening in what?
They're killing always each other in Africa. There's always going to be conflict, and they're always going to be killing each other. It's like
hey, but wait, the Congolese were killing each other, or was it the Rwandan Congolese with the support of the Rwandan government killing the Congolese?
I think they all died of old age by the time we finished the sentence. But
it was the Rwandan Kangami. You know Kangami? You know Kangami, right?
Yeah, go on.
He has the rebels that go into Congo and extract the coltan from Congo. Coltan from Congo.
Coltan?
Coltan.
Yeah,
It's a mineral.
cobalt.
Cobalt,
He's talking about cobalt. Maybe coltan is another way of calling it, whatever. But that's my question. Is it the Congolese against the Congolese, or is it the Rwandan Congolese with the support of the Rwandan?
The Rwandans have their rebels there. The Rwandans have their army. It's not Congolese versus Congolese. It is
okay.
Rwandans
Thank you.
versus Congolese.
Thank you. That's
well,
what I wanted
Africa's
to
a big place. Maybe we should go around the continent. We talk about like Sudan and Ethiopia.
No. Van, about the fiber optic drones. Did you saw that movie, that video of the drone that was attacking an Ukrainian soldier inside the storage hangar? It's like going inside.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like these drones, like the one that went in the hangar and chased that guy down. You can see him shooting at it.
Yeah, you can see him shooting.
I mean, it was like the one going through this forest. I mean, it's flying through the forest, through the trees, not getting snagged, hovering, looking around, looking in the positions, looking to see if there's anybody hiding. It's like, fuck that shit. I mean,
yeah.
And think about it. It's going to be winter. It's going to be cold. You're going to try to hide. Obviously, you want to try to have as little signature as possible. All that thing's going to do is fly up like 200 feet. Oh, look, there's a hot spot, and then just pull its way over there all nice and slow, and then, probably knock on the door and tell you it's Amazon, and then blow your ass up.
Imagine
the thing about
flying drones with like.
I mean, it's going to be fucked. I mean, I can't believe how clear this shit is with those fiber optics and where they're flying those things.
Yeah.
I mean,
the thing about the fiber about the cable,
right?
The thing about the cable is that since the reel is on the drone, it's never going to get tangled with anything. It can maneuver.
Exactly.
The only thing maneuvering does is that it cuts its range, because it takes off more like the shortest line between 2 points is a straight line, but if you have to swerve around, then that takes away range. But if you're already closed in on the target, then you can swirl around all you want, and it's never going to get tangled. It can't get tangled because the reel is on the drone.
Yeah, exactly, and that's actually
it's terrifying.
System. Yeah,
guys, I actually had this opportunity to speak with Saab. You know Saab? SAAB.
Yeah, from
Sweden.
Yeah.
And I talked to them about this nature of the next warfare, where we are going to have drones and drones.
Yeah, drones.
And at that time, this was in 2019, and they brushed me off. But now it's happening. It's happening. It's happening. And if I saw that 4 years ago, then the nature of warfare is going to be interesting in the next 8 years.
It's an arms race. It's like the machine gun. Okay, the machine gun came up and started mowing down cavalry and infantry like if they were lawn.
The best example, Gabriel, you just need to take the plane. The plane was like
the plane. I think is a much better example.
It was like like that. And we're seeing the same with the drones. The evolution of the drones is like crazy. Just look
compare
at
World War I to World War II airplanes.
Oh yeah, good point.
Airplanes, if they're going to be World War III, you're going to go back to very cheap shit.
But my point is
I want to ask Grey Fox, in what context? How do you know people from Saab? Like, is it work? No.
Well, he's saying before the war.
Yeah,
he's gonna plead the fifth
from work. Is it from work?
From where is he, Grey Fox?
He's gonna plead the fifth.
From where are you
Is it from work?
Grey Fox. They're asking, how do you know this?
No
people that work from Saab.
No hable English.
From where is he?
What language? Which languages does he speak?
What language do I speak as Grey Fox?
Well, yeah, we're trying to.
From where are you?
I speak Russian, English, and Swahili.
Окей, слушай, тебя спрашивают, как ты знаешь людей, которые работают на Saab? Откуда?
Как я знаю людей, которые работают где?
На Saab, в этой компании Saab.
Saab.
Ты же сказал, что в Saab, you knew a Saab employee, that you talked to them about this. Как ты их знаешь? Откуда?
Да, я их не знаю, не знаю.
Nine.
Ты же их спросил про будущую войну с дронами. А как ты их спросил? Как ты их знаешь?
Я им сказал, что у нас сейчас проблема, что война идет в другую dimensión.
Okay. No sé si habla más lento en ruso o en inglés.
Yes, I'm trying to slower in Russian. Come on.
Basically, he's saying
his Russian is slower than English. Come on, man.
No, his Russian is all right. No, he said.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Because I asked him, and he was like, "Well, I don't know them personally." And we're like, "Well, how do you know them?" And
you just meet people in a walk, in a hotel, in somewhere in a business. You meet them, and he asks them.
No.
To know. He doesn't want to say.
Finish his sentence, man.
Oh,
he doesn't want to say.
Guys,
I just find it funny that Grey Fox also speaks slowly in Russian. It's like, wow.
My point is that I don't think NATO is ignorant or incapable of using drone warfare. I'm pretty sure they invented it and passed it on to the Ukrainians, and that's why the Ukrainians started using it in the first place. And so my impression is that they probably are very familiar, and it's like their secret weapon waiting for some use, and they sort of spoiled it out in the use in Ukraine, and now Russia has adapted and probably has an edge on that type of military hardware. But whoever started it and whoever is prepared for drone warfare or whatnot, it's always going to go down to the basics of like the macroeconomic situation. Who has the industrial capacity? Who has the primary sources for raw materials and refining? And that's all China.
Who has
So-
the 3D printers in the trenches, like they did in the beginning for like these release systems of the grenades. Because you see fucking trench and you see the guy in a computer with a 3D printer making the parts for his drones. I'm like, what the fuck? That's so awesome.
Yeah, so I want to hop on this drone thing. With what I've heard is that some of these fiber optic drones, they sit literally on the road in standby mode and wait for targets to approach, and they can be on standby mode for something like 12 hours or more. And so that they don't have to sit around in circle. They let the targets come to them, and it's almost like a person, a mine that's
It's like a
controlled by
mine.
a person. Yeah, it's a mine that's
It's
controlled
like a
by a
mine.
man.
It's
Mhm.
just like a
You're
needle
watching.
waiting
You have a
after his
camera.
prey.
You have
It's just like a bird
observing.
waiting
You're
after his
observing.
prey. It's fucking crazy.
You're observing the area. Yeah, you're watching on a camera what's happening around. That's observing, right? Recon, doing the
No,
recon.
they're just waiting
with
next to the
camera.
road, Jew.
They can do that with let's place the drone on the top of the building too, right? It's a good use
Lookout.
for those
Yeah.
drones.
Good
for
lookout
cable,
position.
Yeah.
You put the drone on a elevated position for surveillance, and when he sees a target, it just goes and engages it. You know, it's there, standby. Yeah, it's pretty terrifying. Yeah, if ever I have to go to war, I'm gonna make myself like a Kevlar and plate armored Aspida, you know, like hoplite shield, so that I can deflect the drones
Yeah, he's still going
and
to
protect
die.
myself.
Just buy some shotguns.
You're gonna need a
Yeah,
Spartan
and shotguns.
shield.
Yeah, like the Spartan shield, exactly.
I don't think the hoplite
And-
shield is gonna.
What?
I don't think the hoplite shield is gonna help you very much. It's made out of wood.
Maybe
The
put
Spartan
some-
shield is made
No,
out
no,
of
but
metal.
I like out of Kevlar and plate armor.
Okay.
It's the same shape, but out of Kevlar and plate armor. And that and a triple barrel short a triple short barrel shotgun. You know?
Yeah.
Why
maybe
don't you
have
put the
some
shotgun in the
shells?
shield? In the shield, like shield.
Yeah, exactly.
What we need is
and also and also
never going to hurt
also
you.
like you have to have some shells that are of the caliber of the grenade launcher. So you have grenade launch shells, and you have some massive like birdshot grenade launcher shells. So you make a cloud of shrapnel. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
And it should look like a spear.
I disagree.
And it should look like a spear.
What we need
Let
is
Wyatt
a
go, let
mobile
Wyatt go.
suit. We need a mobile suit, like those like Mech Warrior or it's like
Gundam.
Matrix. And then on the shoulder here, you will have auto turret, like the Predator.
Yes.
And then there'll be a radar on your head, they will be detecting. And then you auto turn, either shoot laser or something and destroy the drone. Then you don't need to think about it. Let's go to war.
Why would you have a Mech Warrior?
Hold up.
And it's,
I have to research
and the most funny thing is what? All these
Wyatt,
technology
I
is
already-
available today.
Wyatt, I already
All
made the
these technology
prototype.
that I
Let him
talk
go.
about,
Lambo.
Look,
all
I made
the-
a prototype with the shields.
Yeah.
Couldn't
And the
a
thing is that
laser?
everything that I say is already doable today. Is the technology is already available. Have you seen?
Yeah,
have you guys
but-
seen that radar with the laser that shoots mosquito?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hobbies. You already have that technology, man. It's just a matter of weaponizing.
No, yeah.
Okay, but would you
what I'm thinking is
warrior?
optical-
I want to ask
you
Wyatt
can-
one thing, just to be clear that I haven't misunderstood it. Do you
optical
mean like
sensor,
warrior
right?
as you have the pilot in the suit, or do you mean like we just make something equivalent, but it's just a remote controlled drone that has like a
the
turret and
person in the
everything?
suit. Person
Well,
in the suit.
both.
we definitely
You
have
need
to make
both.
it look like Predator then.
Guys,
Yeah,
guys,
definitely.
so
Wouldn't
I
it
have
just a laser pointing at the camera lens destroy the sensor? Wouldn't that
Okay,
be
well-
Oh, yeah,
sufficient?
but
If you can target it like
Hello
that.
Kitty as Hello
Another
Kitty
thing,
as,
the thing, Wyatt,
there's already new ammo against the drones. They're replacing in a regular AK-47.
They're taking they take 6
replace the
buckshots.
bullets. Yeah,
They take 6 buckshot
And
and they shrink wrap them, and they basically
Yeah.
alternate buckshot, bullet, buckshot, bullet, buckshot, bullet, so that every other bullet is shooting buckshot. However,
Yeah,
what I was going to say, what I wanted to say real quick, just jumping on Wyatt's point, is there's actually another way we could achieve this. And I was playing a video game recently called Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, and I realized if you have a jetpack, then what you can do is you can fly away from the drone as it approaches you. So that's another alternative. a
Yeah.
oh my
jetpack.
God, you guys,
Samurai.
you're fucking crazy. Like
yes,
the
samurai.
thing about Wyatt is that since he's from Singapore, then he can think of like these fancy high-tech solutions. But like I'm in the third world, so I'm thinking, what's the least costly? What's the most cost-effective solution? And that's probably what's going to be deployed more readily, because like you can have all the high-tech you want, but like if you have to give that to infantry, it's insane. It's never going to happen unless you're Singapore. In Singapore, it might happen.
I know.
But not
I
here.
got answer for that. Mid-wave. You just charge. There's never enough drones to kill all the people. No, there's never enough drones to kill all the
Otherwise,
people. Just
Gabriel,
mid-wave.
instead of drinking Belgian beer, drink some Red Bulls and hope you're going to have wings. I don't know.
Yeah. That's like a budget version.
My opinions.
For my new house.
My opinions have opinions.
Okay.
Okay, but I want to make one little silly comment, but it is also perhaps pertinent, namely that if the US wants to maintain popular support for funding it, it should definitely be using MechWarrior bots and stuff like that look like Marvel hero characters or the Predator, or the movie industry is already geared to kind of having the population appeal to the US Army, right? So just work on it. You actually have the toys out there, so you can sell the toys to the kids. You can have the toys to go actually to Ukraine.
The Saudi
And then
Arabians
people will be
already
like,
have.
oh yeah, we have to give we have to support the armors. Like I wouldn't be surprised if that comes out.
The Saudi Arabians already have jetpack forces. If the Saudi Arabians have jetpack troops, we can give jetpacks to our soldiers, and they can dodge.
Jetpacks are just,
Spoken like a true American.
no targets for us to kill. You know? That is so easy to shoot down.
Bradley,
Well,
if you're
Yeah,
speaking
a
about
jetpack
games,
is ridiculous.
no, wait.
A
if you're
jetpack
speaking
is a
about
terrible
games,
idea.
You need,
No,
we need
you
to
want-
make we need to
I
make a
think it's a great
unit
idea.
of. We need to make a snake unit. You know the game Metal Gear Solid. We need to.
Oh, we need a foxhound. We need a foxhound. That's what it is. Yeah, foxhound with
No, but the thing about
snake,
the,
liquid snake. Why don't we just build a
thing
Metal
about
Gear?
yeah,
The
just
jetpack
build a Metal
soldiers,
Gear.
right? No, the
But-
jetpack soldiers might work, but if they have to work like a drone. So they carry the soldier up to a certain place where it's difficult to go, like maybe up a mountain, and then they will detach, and then they will just continue on as elite soldiers, as commandos or special forces. They will not be carrying the jetpack along. The jetpack will
But
fly
it's like-
back to base.
It's gonna be like us with their paragliders.
Yeah. But the paraglider will fly back home.
But like for the third world countries, Wyatt and Bradley, for Gabriel as a solution, you watch again Metal Gear Solid, cardboard box. You can hide under a cardboard box.
Oh, you're right.
Invisible for drones, my dudes. Hey,
Talking about
very
cardboard
cheap.
box.
Yeah.
No. You can disguise yourself as rubbish. I saw it on YouTube.
Or-
The guy was like doing the what's it called? They play the combat simulator where they shoot the
Call of
rubber
Duty.
bullets, the rubber balls. What is it called?
Airsoft.
Airsoft. So there was
Airsoft.
this guy who's really good. So he actually created a ghillie suit, but it's actually rubbish. So he just hide right in plain sight, and then the people just walk past it.
And
Yeah, well, in Ghost in the Shell, and like since we're talking sci-fi, in Ghost in the Shell, they have thermo-optic camouflage, which makes them virtually invisible, and that's gonna counter the drones. But again, like
Don't the
you have
Russians,
to
don't the
remember
Russians already
that.
have that with the thermo cape or whatever?
Yeah, but that's just thermal. It's not visual. It's not optic. So you also need an optic, which also exists. But again, you have to remember that war is a battle of cost effectiveness. So like you can have super high tech solutions like the German Leopard, and it's gonna fail against 10 T-72s. And the T-72s are going to be cheaper. Like you're going to make 20 T-72s at the price of one German Leopard 2A6, and it's going to win every time. So like you have to remember, cost effectiveness is the backbone of the battlefield.
Yeah, but
Or
if I
of the
refer,
war for attrition, of the war of attrition.
but they are I refer to that cable optic video I saw in that little storage hangar that attacked that Ukrainian. If that Ukrainian soldier had actually a shotgun, he had chances to survive.
Yeah.
He had chances to survive.
Well, speaking of shotguns,
It's a shotgun. Avon, what do you think about that one?
all right, I'll go after Gabriel. If Gabriel, finish. I'll go after you.
No, yeah, just that. And like I really think that like all wars are wars of attrition. Like the only wars that aren't wars of attrition is when like the war of attrition already, like for example Syria, that was a war of attrition. It was 10 years of economic sanctions, and we just got to the breaking point now. It's not like it was a lightning blitzkrieg. It was 10 years of constant attrition. And so and the same thing with Afghanistan. Afghanistan was a blitzkrieg, and they took it over super quick. But then 20 years later, the war of attrition ended up winning to the other side. So yeah, keep that in mind. Go on, Bradley.
Yeah, so I think that all wars, in a way, that's an interesting way of thinking about it. Maybe it's possible to say that oftentimes a war can break down into a stage of attrition, and like when that happens, then yeah, you're right. You're gonna need a war tractor, and you know what they're telling the Ukrainian. Like I'll be watching. Well, who was I watching? I think I was watching. It was a think tank. It was like a Ukrainian American think tank, and they were begging for more M113s. So let's think about that. M113 is like an ancient vehicle by now. Yeah, it's reliable, but it's got very thin armor. That's made out of aluminum. The armor can't even stop, bullets from the side. Never mind an actual a rocket or an RPG or something like this. Why the hell would they need that? Well, because if the alternative is between that and a car that's two-wheel drive, they need as many war tractors as they can get. And it doesn't matter if the war tractor does have air conditioning or does not have air conditioning. At the end of the day, you need a war tractor. And so, yeah, if you have 10 1072s and you have one Leopard A6, then you're going to run into a huge obvious numbers problem.
Yeah, and like something that we should learn from the lessons of this war is that military equipment is discardable. Like someone say, oh, the idea isn't to lose the tank in its first round. Yeah, well, bad luck, because that's what's going to happen. Like your capability of replacing material is what's going to win the war, not your high-tech material. It's not. It's not
and
not
happen. Just equipment, not just equipment, but also your capability of replacing manpower too. Go ahead.
Definitely.
You are so boring. It's not about age, Gabriel. Grey Fox fell asleep. It's not about age. You see that?
I think he's drunk.
Hey,
I think he's drunk.
I just jumped.
Yeah.
That's why he's speaking
I
so
was
clearly.
gonna ask if he was okay because I stepped away and I didn't see him fall over, so I just think he's good.
Let's watch him puke.
The FSB got him. The SBU got him probably because he knew too much.
Right. I think I see a sleeping dart.
Singing sleeping songs.
He's got a sleeping dart that's sticking out of the back of his head. That's what it is.
You remember the last time you have an open mic and then someone was like drunk and fall asleep, you know, and then
Oh, the
that was the
American.
closing scene.
Yes, Swirty. I recall Swirty. He had the longest closing ever by virtue of sleeping through for I don't know how long he prolonged that intro, but that was hilarious. I remember.
And he never
You're right, Earl. It's probably not a matter of age, but of like mental capacity, cognitive capacity.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not too. He was struggling with his English, so you can. It's understandable that he finds it very taxing, you know, and then eventually just listening.
First of all, that is very taxing. Your brain requires a lot of calories. You know.
Yeah,
what?
but it is. It is. When I'm talking a language I'm not fluent in, it doesn't take long before it's.
I don't know. I think he's Russian. He's pretty. He's Russian, right? I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey, want to have a shot of vodka? What?
I don't know, dude.
Come on, don't beat a dead horse.
Yeah, and let sleeping dogs lie, to mix metaphors.
Wyatt, maybe you wanna save him embarrassment and remove him. Maybe.
But anyway, maybe he'll wake up.
Put him out of his misery.
There is all new people come on, you know, and I will replace him. You know, but if no one comes on, he'll be on screen. No.
Okay, people in the chat, we need someone to jump in. Like we need 2 people to jump in, not 3 people to jump in immediately.
Gray Fox
or
requires
you
your
pay
assistance.
$50. One guy need to pay $50. I'm going to remove him.
Okay.
Or you pay $50 to ask to that he stays.
Ah,
He's like,
good
you can bribe us
suggestion.
out.
Both of you, good suggestion. Love thy neighbor and ensure that he can stay on here without any embarrassment.
We need a hero.
Spare him the embarrassment and throw money at Wyatt.
You need to like burn super chats. What do you call that? Roast super chat. Roast him.
We need 3 volunteers for a heroic mission of saving a fallen comrade. We need 3 volunteers for a rescue mission of a fallen comrade. We need to rescue his reputation.
I don't know. Maybe too late for that.
Have you guys noticed that lately the Ukrainian propaganda has strengthened or reinforced the fact that not the fact, but their narrative that there is North Koreans in Kursk.
It's crazy.
Like even Zelensky is talking about it. You know,
So this is the thing.
In his official tweet talks about it.
I saw this on your Twitter or on your X, and really, like, I could have sworn that the Russians said that they had North Koreans in the Kursk region. And there was some statement like they came and they didn't take prisoners. So it could be that that's just propaganda trying to scare the Ukrainians, like, oh, you don't want us to send the North Koreans in because they don't speak Russian and they don't take prisoners. I don't know, but I could see it. I'll be surprised if the North Koreans are deployed somewhere in Ukraine. That would be a little bit like they're gonna really send them in.
I believe they're in. There's one guy, one Telegram channel posting actually North Korean website. I know that exists, right? But it's saying that their troops in Russia are training with 810 brigade, which is the brigade that's actually attacking in Kursk region. So it seems like, and many Russians are admitting that they are pretty good fighters and that video shows a big number of people in one area, which is not usual for Russians. I mean, we didn't see that for 2 years now, a large gathering of the soldiers near the front line.
We saw that in the Kupiansk invasion.
No, but I mean, with the North Koreans, that's one thing that's been consistent since they even showed up was, oh, they're going to operate in Kursk or they're going to use Kursk as a training ground. And it's like, it's consistently to this day, they're obviously operating in Kursk somewhere, either jointly with the Russians or by themselves. And maybe they've actually done pretty good or made a name for themselves. And that's why people are talking about them. You're just not seeing any footage yet, because I'm sure they have their restrictions on what they're allowing their guys to do. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure a smartphone's probably not standard issue for a North Korean, you know.
It doesn't really matter. It's not like NATO needs excuse to come in Ukraine and help him. It's not like they need excuse, right? Which is Zelensky.
No, yeah, they do.
He was like,
yes, they do.
They have no, they don't.
They're trying to use it as an excuse, but
they never did any use any real excuse. They just make
they use excuse for every single bullshit they do. Everything they do has a ridiculous, dumbass excuse.
All I was saying was that, you know, when they say the North Koreans are in Kursk, they probably are, because that's one thing that they've been, you know, for the time they got there, that's kind of where everybody thought they'd end up anyway.
Yeah.
That's
Are you going to train them to be drone operators, or you're going to be training them to be storm?
They're probably doing everything.
Or whatever.
Like he said, they're training with the 810. The 810 is the one that's been doing all the attacking, so they're obviously assaulting, doing whatever the 810's been doing. They're probably doing it with them.
Can I touch on the point that Bradley made regarding it being Russian propaganda to scare the Ukrainians? But you see, their side, they will be spinning it as, look, the Russians are so desperate, they need the North Koreans, right? And, you know, there's a lot of, I mean, I think there's a lot of practical uses for having the North Koreans there, you know, having exchanges, and, you know, it's nice for the Russians to be relieving a little bit, right? But they, you know, the Russians, if it is Russian propaganda, it could also be to compel them, the Ukrainians, to stay on the war even longer, to be sure that they're truly demilitarized, right? Because now they will get blood on their teeth, and like we say here in Norway, like they will be like, I'm tasting blood and now I'm going to go after it, right? So like, look, they are weakened. They need the North Koreans, and the North Koreans are pathetic. We just need to be begging a little bit more to the West.
Yeah. How can we get the Americans to send more Ukrainians into Kursk? Oh my God, there's North Koreans.
Yes, exactly, exactly.
Well, yeah, that's a super good point, and also on the issue of propaganda, because I've heard like Russians saying that they are, like, confirming that there are North Koreans and that they took a town, like military summary, I think, was talking about that Russian sources had confirmed that the North Koreans took a town south of Suja, and then there's those images. But what I find pretty weird is that, how come the Ukrainians haven't produced any single little tiny bit of evidence of North Koreans there?
That's the question.
And so it makes sense that it's a propaganda, like that the Russians might use it as a propaganda to intimidate the Ukrainians, but also it's a huge morale boost for the Russians. Like all I've heard of Russians online about the North Koreans is that they're fucking happy about it. They're like cheering it on, like, yeah, please, brothers from North Korea, come and fight. And they're super happy for that for several reasons. One of them is because, like, if North Koreans go in, then that's less Russians dying, but also because it gives them this sort of psychological support of, like, having another nation literally backing them in the war. And also they did sign this, the Russian government did ratify this treaty, this defense treaty, which literally states that North Korea should step in if Russia's being invaded by a foreign power. So they have the legal right to do that. The only thing weird is that they don't have any. They don't have any evidence. The Ukrainians don't have any evidence about that. But it's definitely serves all those purposes. It's a morale boost for the Russians. It scares the Ukrainians, and it also justifies the Americans to escalate further. And that might be in Russians' interest, because they're not ready. They're not really into having to reject a deal. They prefer the deal to be scrapped on its own by Zelensky and by the neocons and the war hawks. So maybe they are just incentivizing that. And it kind of makes sense to what they've been doing all this while. Like, why don't you destroy the forces in Kursk? Well, because if it's still open, then they're going to keep on pouring troops inside. Once a battle line is cut, then there's no more troop investment in that specific point of the front. But if the battle is still open, if the battle line is still open, then the enemy has to keep on pouring troops in. And so anything you can do to make them keep on pouring troops in helps your attritional strategy.
And also think of it as a counter escalation for all of because the Russians have been saying this all along, that we have taken on huge numbers of Polish mercenaries. You know, we've taken on even numbers of French mercenaries, things like that. So, you know, a little bit of counter escalation. Like we could play that game too. We could put in some North Korean mercenaries. Almost like like if you don't think we can double down on this, maybe you shouldn't double down on that. Like, oh, you think we can't get 10,000 more North Korean troops here? They seem to be very motivated. I'm sure the North Korean troops that get sent over to Russia are probably ideologically extremely motivated. You know, I'm sure that these are the boys that you would want to send in there. You know, so yeah, so you get the cream of the crop of more North Korean troops being sent out there. I think that's a potential avenue for escalation.
You know, that's
the
so
comment
funny.
of the
Such
Russians.
a huge number of Koreans that they think that way. Strategic point about 10,000 Koreans. I mean, you developed the whole theories of the, you know, thinking, strategic thinking of what this gonna think, what they gonna do, what. I mean, it's idiocy. First, Russians don't wanna babysit foreign troops and teach them. They don't wanna do that. It's not a morale boost for the troops.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's not.
No, I'm not saying
They don't
I'm,
want to
I'm not saying it's a
babysit
morale.
people.
I'm
They
not
don't want
I'm
to
not talking
babysit.
about
Okay, you said
I'm
you
not
had your
talking
own. You had your own.
I'm not
You
talking
said it.
about morale
I'm
boost
just.
for the troops.
Oh,
I'm
come
talking
on.
about what the Russians online say,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
civilian Russians online say
Didn't you
about
say
the
already?
situation. They're all super stoked about it. Sorry, just that. Go
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah. No, Russians soldiers don't want to babysit others. It's clear example about Syrian war, how they're disgusted with them. So it's really not strategic point. This is just you know a little bit of friendly support for the North Korea. That's how they think. The Russian think this is the supporting the friend, making a friend out of North Korea. That's all. That's all they do. And they want to learn some, you know, get some blood. Yeah, okay, let them. But they babysit them. That's the Russian thinking about this North Korean troops. Unless there's 100,000 of North Koreans, then they might have some strategic impact. But this is 10,000 troops. Maybe 2 battalions are actually in a fight at a time. Not so much important.
Yeah,
Nothing
but what if
strategic
we're headed,
about it.
Yuri? What if we're headed for World War III, and one of the places where World War III is going to kick off is between the South Koreans and the North Koreans? I think the North Koreans are probably very interested in making sure that they have the artillery, the training, the drone production, all that stuff. I think that they're very interested.
Yeah, well, the Russian report on the North
Maybe they're
Koreans.
thinking about
The Russian
heading for World War peace.
the
right?
Russian report on North Koreans was specifically stating that it was really flattering. They were saying that the North Koreans traversed through a minefield to approach the city from an unexpected location, and that they took it in a blitzkrieg, in a lightning attack. So what they were saying, what the report said, was that it was a super efficient military operations, and they were only expressing words of admiration towards the North Korean fighters.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a babysitting situation. Go
Wyatt
on,
wants to talk,
Commander.
and we got a new guy.
A new guy. Or is Andrew your Italian that became very old very fast during his
We got a new
puberty?
guy.
It's not
Andrew,
that
can you
Andrew?
introduce yourself?
Andrew, introduce
Looking
yourself.
tough guy.
Oh, I'm Andrew. I'm just from the U.S. I only came for trying to help you out with the guy sleeping.
Hey,
I'm just trying to be a hero for you.
Andrew, you bailed him out. Thanks. We owe you one. He owes you one.
I'm trying. He's still there, but I mean, I do have a question for Wyatt because he never got back to me. What happened to your mic?
Oh, so my mic have this. There's a USB plug. No, to put in the USB-C. So because I moved the new house, so I'm still like trying to get the arrangement right. I keep unplugging and plugging in. Then the entire hole dropped inside the entire USB.
The socket
dropped inside. then I can plug, but the thing is, it's not tight. Then I think 2 days ago, when the one more time I did it, it went too deep to the point where I can't really get it to power up. And then I started to drill it and then try to like open it up, and I realized that the entire the hole has detached from the chipboard.
Oh.
And this new, the mic is new. I just bought it earlier this year, so like. Fuck.
Well, you probably voided your warranty by opening it.
AliExpress, dude.
That's
Yeah,
that's
I'm
why
buying
that's
new,
why
so
that's what happens when you buy Chinese stuff. See, you shouldn't buy Chinese tech.
Well, I'm glad I got my
Well, so
answer, but I
they get
do
a
gotta go.
microphone.
I'm sorry I can't stay longer.
Hey, well, thanks for helping out Gray
I
Fox.
tried.
Dope.
So Andrew did try to come on before. I actually have this
Yeah,
record.
a couple
like,
times, like 2 times.
Yeah, so finally you're on. Can you introduce a bit more about yourself? No.
I don't know. What do you want to know?
Yeah.
What? Wait. What's up? Who are
I
you?
live in the. I'm Andrew. Live in the U.S. I live in the Midwest. I'm actually close to where Vaughn is, I believe.
Nice.
So.
Kentucky.
And what's making
yeah,
you? What is your
sadly, I
interest
live in Kentucky.
What is your interest in geopolitics? Like you're listening to DPA. There's
Oh
not a
well,
lot of.
I've been watching and listening to DPA. I don't know, for a year and a half now. So.
Oh, nice.
It's just like watching the world burn around me, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you just gotta sit back, relax, and enjoy it. That's
better with
enjoy the ride.
attitude. That's
No,
right.
we are like the meme, right? We are the
If
dog
you
that
like
inspires the
that,
meme.
then you're really gonna love the World War III live stream. That's always on standby.
I did see that.
Yeah,
So
that's
I'm
where we're
waiting.
all gonna meet and hang out as we drop offline.
All right,
one
well, I
by
gotta
one.
go. I'll try to join you more next time.
The best the best Doomer space is in the voice chat of the Telegram DPA members group.
Yeah.
So
not even the voice
jump
chat.
in.
Just read through the comments. There's enough going on there.
So anyway, I put a poll in the live chat for the YouTube channel, and whether I should remove Grey Fox from the screen. The problem is I need 100 votes. As usual, it's always 100 votes to end the poll. So yeah, we still are a bit off. We still like 31 votes away.
Wait for us.
Yeah, so,
All right, I'll go
if you
vote.
guys don't want to see Grey Fox, or you want to see Grey Fox, vote for it. Tentatively, yes, to remove him is winning at this moment.
Oh wow, it's about 50-50.
Any other big news this week? I don't really.
And
the biggest news.
The
biggest news.
The people in this channel, my God, they're disgusting.
Oh, no,
and
no,
I'm so terribly disappointed in all of you.
The biggest
Go on,
news,
Bradley.
obviously. I don't know if it was discussed, but I mean we're already 4 hours in, so probably was. But I mean, obviously, it's the fall of Syria, and what does that mean for the region? What does that mean for Turkey? What does that mean for Russia? How did that happen in the first place? I don't know if you guys caught mine and Nunya's latest Hell in a Handbasket, but basically,
oh shit, when was that?
I guess yesterday.
If you don't promote it, my dude, you need to do something about your.
Come on, man. What's happening with your marketing team? You have to kick them all out. You have to fire them all and put a new group.
Come put him down, man.
Get some Ukrainians.
Marketing.
Get some NAFO to promote your channel.
Yeah, exactly right. What if we go hardcore on the pro-Russia material? I'm sure we'll make waves. But anyway, one of the things that we were discussing, obviously, well, it's mostly what we were discussing was about the Syria war. And so my conspiracy theory is that what happened is Erdogan came to the Russians and came to the Americans and said, "Hey, listen. So the Israelis and I, we've made this plan. We're gonna do Syria. If it's going bad, I'm going to send my troops in. They're not going to have an opportunity to even like coalesce and hold back the tide at all. So, you don't have to fight World War III. I'll let you maintain some kind of regional influence or whatever in the area." Probably made the same deal with the Americans. I don't know what's going on with the Kurds. I'm just going to guess that the Americans are like, all right, we're going to throw the Kurds under the bus. Fine. We could be paying attention to China. And deal with this whole issue, like to get the headache over and done with. Put it on Turkey. Turkey wants to deal with it. Israel wants to deal with it. They're going through all kinds of crap right now in Israel. This is something that Benjamin Netanyahu probably needs for his political survival. So I think that we stood back and the Russians stood back and probably told Assad, hey, listen, so here's how it's going to go. Like, this is what's going to happen. And Assad probably just really, in the end, didn't have a choice. Like, what are you going to do? And I think right now there is still some Syrian resistance. And I think much like Assad, they probably also don't have a choice. They have to continue to, like, you can't live a normal life now. Now Hamas, no, and not Hamas, HTS, right, is in charge. They're shooting anybody that has any military identification on them and anything like that. If they know if there's a picture of you online or something.
They spitting on. They're not shooting them. They spitting
No,
on
they're
them.
shooting them too. No, there were some instances of them spitting. There were some instances of shooting, but they're spitting. But there are definitely increasingly a lot more shooting, like to the point where it's on the line. You just look on. Just look online.
Come on, man.
Just look online. It's online.
Bradley. So what do you think about the Israeli invasion into Syria? What do you think about it?
Well, I think the Israelis we're sick and tired of hearing about this freaking Golan Heights thing. They're trying to go further. They're not trying to give up the Golan, you know. So they're going to take the Golan and they're going to get a buffer zone, an additional buffer zone that they want to get. And for them, yeah, that's useful in and of itself, but also I think it's also politically expedient because they can go focus on an enemy that they can defeat, somebody that they can bomb into submission, and it's actually going to bring results, and then they can come back home and domestically have a win that they came up with. So yeah, they're going to go further than the Golan, and they're going to, and you know, Syria, as far as we know it, I kind of doubt the Syria is going to exist. Some people say, oh, around Damascus, maybe there will be some Syria. I kind of don't think so, because Turkey says they're going to be annexing chunks of Syria that before they were going to leave in Syria and just have like a puppet state. So the real question is what's going to be going on between the Kurds and the Americans. I think that's the only interesting question, because Israel is going to take their buffer zone and people are going to leave them alone, and there's nobody in the region to do shit about it anymore. Iran's not going to be in a position to shit about it. I think Iran is going to be so screwed.
HTS is already going south into Dara province.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be.
Damascus, they're already going down. So depends what's going to happen. But my knowledge of the events, it was very peculiar death of the top Iranian military attaché in Syria. That was announced second day, but I think that's their action started with killing of that Iranian attaché by some general that was that sold out. 2 generals sold out. 47 Brigade, that was around Aleppo. I guess that general killed that Iranian guy and sold out. That's my thinking.
Yeah, well,
that's how much I know. And then it was in Hama too.
The poison is kicking in, Wyatt. The poison is kicking in. Sorry.
There's a double echo. Yeah, so it was the second, also the general. And after a fall of Hama, Assad started calling the generals and telling them to put down the weapons and go away, go home. That's what happened. And as far as I read from some Russians, they saying that opinion of Assad was that he just couldn't take any more suffering of the Syrians, that there was a lot of casualties by taking Aleppo last time, and he didn't want to do it anymore. He's a softie, so he didn't want to extend the suffering. Of course, it's going to be much worse than if they fought, but, you know, might not.
Yeah, well, something interesting that I've observed, and I don't know exactly what it indicates, but it's kind of telling. Maybe it's just for show, but the greatest conflict that we've seen in the post-fall of Assad is between Americans, Turkish, and Israelis. You know, the Russians and the Iranians, they all seem pretty chill about it. But the Americans are, yeah, the Americans are making a big deal out of it about like threatening with sanctioning Turkey and stationing troops and all that shit. And the Israelis are starting to butt in, and Erdogan is complaining about the Israelis. So the Americans are complaining about the Turkish are complaining about the Israelis. HTS is complaining about the Israelis and attacking the Americans. So it seems like at least from what is being stated, maybe it's all fake and show, but it's usually hard for me to think that a complex show is able to be created like in the media space. It seems unlikely, but the thing is that
very fast, Wyatt. Maybe we're going to see him going naked and he's bad. Just need to wait.
Well, what I was to finish. The impression I get is that like this whole Syria fall thing is kind of unexpected by the the major players involved. It's like it looks chaotic, to say the least. You know, not like a concerted plan from the Israelis, the Americans, and the Turkish. It looks kind of chaotic, like they all wanted that to happen, but they didn't expect that to happen, and now they're like scrambling to capitalize on that event. And in that scrambling, they're doing stupid things, like fighting against each other.
Yeah, I think that's inevitable, that it, as probably the Assad army started toppling much faster than people anticipated. I think the Russians were like, okay, well, we'll see how it goes if we kind of sit back. And as soon as the Russians sat back, the Syrian army toppled, just crumbled, and then they were like, okay, well, this is not going to be worth it. And since they've already made that deal with Erdogan, because like remember Sergei Lavrov having that interview with Tucker Carlson, and Tucker Carlson was like, what do you think about Syria? Sergei's like, we have confidence in the Astana process, right? And meanwhile, as he's saying that, Astana is being violated, like in real time, you know. And so what does he say? He's like, we can make a deal. I think that we've made a deal with the Turks. That's really what he was saying. He was like, this is nothing, right? And so I think that basically that's what happened. Like, you come to a side and you say, this is what's going to happen. Like, you can, you know, try to go the way of Gaddafi, or you can try to make some kind of impact. You know, here, take the money from the country. We will all say that, oh, we did it because we wanted to save it from the terrorists, and move to Moscow. And then who knows what the future will bring? You know, like, who knows?
Yeah, and another interesting aspect of this whole situation is that Turkey just signed a huge trade deal with Iran, which is weird. One would expect them to be fighting each other after this event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Go on,
I think that.
Oh, sorry. Go on, Bradley.
One more Wyatt. He's saying one more vote. Somebody vote.
One more vote.
Yeah, but Wyatt
needs
to use propaganda and change.
I'm very scared that he start to strip, like, you know what Lambo say, you know, like start to take off, then be to sleep, you know.
Hey, well, we'll have two Gabriels. Well, or a Prada, right? If he takes off his pants, he's gonna be Prada. If he takes off his shirt, he's gonna be Gabriel.
Okay. Anyway, there is 55% voted yes. So one more vote is not going to change. So I think it's confirmed.
Okay.
We will remove Grey Fox from the screen.
Thank you, guys.
Well done, everybody.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I am actually pissed off at the guys on the chat that nobody sent it expensive super chat or just a super chat to roast the guy. You're like, boo.
So we confirm we have more than 100 votes already. So it's like 54% voted yes. So yeah, I can see him in the backstage. He's still sleeping. My worry is that he started to strip because like he's drunk. I think he's drunk.
Oh yeah, he was drunk.
It sounds like
then he started to take off his clothes. Then that will be bad.
This is exactly what I think.
Where was he living? Did he say that he's from Africa?
Canada.
He's not Russian.
The last time that in my records they say that he's living in Newfoundland. In Canada, Newfoundland.
That's why, yeah, depressed country.
So it's a depressing place. No, you have Trudeau as your leader. It's like I also drink a lot. I will also drink a lot if that's the case.
Or getting crazy like Wayne. Yeah. Oh,
but yeah.
Today.
But yeah, so I think the Ukrainians, maybe I don't know if we were trying to stretch the Russians between Syria and Ukraine, you know, trying to, because if you look at what was that infamous maybe, was it Heritage Council document called Extending Russia, and basically that's their plan. Is like, okay, how are we going to extend Russia? Well, if we get them tied
So
down
the Rand
in
Corporation.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. Exactly, the Rand Corporation. How are we going to extend Russia? And some of the ways in which the quote unquote we're planning on extending Russia, right? Drinking in Newfoundland is a sport. Sorry. What were we just talking about? I got distracted. What up?
I don't know. I didn't
Well, if I
listen
can
to
Rand Corporation.
You were talking about plans in New Jersey.
That's one of the plans. One of the plans is to extend the Russians is to go into Syria and basically get them to double down in Syria. Well, I think that what Russians very smartly were like, we're not going to do that because we needed Syria in the first place for the pipeline and for all these other reasons that we don't need it anymore, and we will not be distracted from Ukraine. We will not. We will double down. So I
don't think any of it would ever distract them anyway, because they can sit in Ukraine. They can do what they want in Ukraine, like they are doing right now. Nothing changed at all when the crap in Syria started. If anything, Syria is even easier for them now because all they got to do is guard their base and their harbor and worry about their stuff. They don't have to commit to Syria. They don't have to protect anybody other than who they decide to protect in their own little area. And it's probably a lot easier for them now. And then Africa, I mean, the U.S. pulled out of one place. They took over that air base. I mean, they don't really seem to be getting stretched out anywhere. If anything, they're occupying space that, the United States or NATO or the West can't maintain or stay in. French are getting ready to leave too. So there's going to be more spots for Russia or China to step in.
Yeah,
I think it failed.
So this is that multi-vector. This is Erdogan's multi-vector foreign policy. So this is Erdogan saying to the Americans and to the Russians, "I'm going to go do what I want, and I'm going to give you the heads up so that you don't get in my way. Like this is what it's going to be." And it's not a threat or anything. It's just the right deal to look at it and say, "Yeah, I'm not going to get into that fight." Erdogan wants to be in the middle of that fight. We don't have the money, the time, the equipment, the bandwidth. And neither do the Russians. So this is the right time, and he did it.
But
as far as I remember,
you noticed, Bradley,
the Russians were using all the planes and bombing them. So it seems like that's forgotten completely. Russians were using all the planes to bomb HTS all the way until the last thing they bombed was the bridge between Hama and Homs. That's when they stopped. And that's what Bashar Assad started calling their generals to give up.
Thank you. Speaking of Assad, I have a quick question. I have a quick question regarding Assad. What would the Russians be able to use him for? And this is kind of pertaining to an earlier super chat where they were asking about the Syria being divided ethnically. And I mentioned the Alawites, and that is around exactly. Right, so could the Russians be considering using Assad down the line for that purpose, or because what I don't really see, what can they really use?
He has a big bank account. He has properties, so he's just going to live in Russia and spend most money in Russia. I think is the only thing is going to happen now for him, or being killed by somebody that infiltrated in Russia, found him and killed him. But what I'm more concerned about is Israel continuously taking more and more ground in Syria. Did you already spoke about that here in the open mic today?
Some bit.
Yeah, but they're gaining and gaining ground, and nobody is what's happening?
Have you heard Mr. Lambo about the Druze community or the Druze people?
I don't know shit there. I know.
Okay, so because that's kind of what is pretty much what is the enabling factor for Israel, or really what I think will be defining how far would it be going and so forth. Because the Druze, they are like their own distinct people, but their loyalty is, it's not this like that they are one people in that sense. Like the Druze in Israel, for example, they swear allegiance to Israel, whereas the Druze that are in the Golan, because they still or they used to at least still recognize Syria, they, even though they were annexed by Israel, they still consider their allegiance to be a part of Syria. But now there are plenty of Druze communities in the areas where Israel has been moving in, who are swearing allegiance to shift side from Syria to Israel.
So,
And
okay,
so-
these are all pro-Israeli guys living in that region, so they're not going to complain about that one.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily a matter of being pro-Israeli as it is a matter of being because you know, the Druze are a very insular community in a variety of ways, and they also have a lot of beefs with you know, especially during the civil war. So it's a matter of self-preservation, as far as I can tell, and maybe some sort of like communal aspiration, because they do have a lot of cross-border interactions which have been somewhat permitted between Israel and Syria. You know, because they don't want to have problems with their own Druze community. The Druze, they are quite well known for being like, when they have to fight, they fight quite fiercely, and they don't yield, because they typically historically
they
every
can't.
fight they have. Well, historically, most of the wars they've been on, they are usually, because they're kind of disjointed. It tends to be that they're targeted in a minority fashion, where so they are slated for genocide, basically complete destruction.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm saying,
usually
because
they've had usually a very like a resilient morale, for lack of a better
robust.
word.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, I think that the Israelis are going to. Oh, sorry, did somebody have their finger up? Did I just cut in? No.
You continue first.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So I think that in Syria, it's just like everywhere else in the Middle East, right? The countries were divided along lines that don't necessarily make sense, right? There's a bunch of colonial powers that are like, okay, well, France is going to get that, Britain's going to get that, you know. France was supposed to get Iraq, Britain was supposed to split Iran with the Russian Empire, right? And then now we're in a situation where you have a lot of these like countries that have multi-ethnic and multi-religious populations, and it's kind of you're in an environment where it's easier to, I guess, like maybe like the whole Middle East is in a way like a powder keg in this way. So you're in an environment where since the borders kind of don't make sense, and you know, here's a border that's dividing, you know, I don't know, like the Kurds, and here's a border that's dividing other people that would be part of the otherwise would be part of the same country if it wasn't divided along artificial lines. It's kind of like you have a preemptive leg up on a divide and conquer strategy, where yeah, everybody's trying to make a deal because they think that, okay, maybe Erdogan thinks I need the Israelis for now. You know, in the end, I'm gonna screw them over. You know, and the Israelis are like, yeah, well, we need Erdogan for now, and in the end, we're gonna get what we want. And so everybody's making that calculation, and you don't have in this kind of disjointed environment, unless you have somebody like an Erdogan or an Assad that can maintain like a hard, like almost dictatorial control over the country, or Saudi Arabia or Qatar. You don't have anything else that's keeping it together. There's more disparate forces in each kind of like in each like enclave than there is you know,
Is
I
that
don't know,
something
patriotic
different
fervor.
from any other country in the Middle East? Is that something
Can I
different?
jump?
I mean, I don't get the point that every country is like that. You know, this is now a completely different story. Every country in the Middle East like that, the same thing. So many fractions, so many tribes. There's no difference.
Even the Kurds are called the Syrian Democratic Forces, but they are heavily criticized for having fairly authoritarian measures within their own provinces. So it checks out, actually. Generally speaking, it tends to be like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna insist on the point that like ethnic and religious divisions aren't really a thing. You know, the problem is more like geographic viability for a state. And when you cut off states into like geographically conflicting areas, sort of like the river is cut from one side to the other, or a mountain range is in the middle of a country or whatever, that's when you get these divisions, because you cut off like the economic viability of a territory by cutting its borders through like essential aspects of their geography. And the thing about the like Turkey and Israel don't seem like they're getting along very well with their like project. Like it seems like Israel's just piggyback riding on what the Turkish proxies did, and then they're trying to trash the place as much as possible while they take a bite off
their
it.
chunk.
And yeah, they're chunk, and Erdogan doesn't seem very happy about that. Now maybe that's all fake. It's also a possibility, but you can also just sort of ignore it, like what HTS is doing, trying to lay low. But the thing is that these guys are like fighting against each other in a certain way, trying to hold primacy. And we've seen like Israeli influence in ISIS, and we've seen American influence in Al Qaeda, and now we're seeing Turkish influence. And I'm getting this idea that it's not this sort of radical idea that maybe it's not a homogeneous force. Maybe it's just a ragtag group of all sorts of disparate forces that are kind of competing amongst each other for who has greater influence, and they're just tagging together along because it's expedient, but they aren't a cohesive, united force. And the other thing I remember there was this, I can't remember if it was an article or a tweet or something, but there was this Russian channel that was talking about the USA project in Iraq and also in Syria and in Afghanistan. Basically, that they create a prison complex when they make their bases. Like every base has a prison complex where they make all sort of torture and things. And they've sort of pioneered this idea of forcible mobilization, like what they're doing in Ukraine, but they do it wherever they make their wars, and that's how they create their proxy army. They basically start snatching military-aged males, able-bodied, and they put them into these psychological torture programs where they basically train them in different facilities to make them like their terrorist proxy forces. And in that sense, basically, like there's a probably like a core of these sort of trained or manipulated individuals, and then you have all of the like the grunts, like the people that just hang on to the movement because of their own ideals or whatever, and also people that are kidnapped and put into the force. So the thing is that there's probably a delicate balance between the forces, these rebel forces, and that delicate balance is tilted probably by the highest bidder. And I think that's the influence that Turkey has in the situation right now, that it's being the highest bidder in so far as they're supplying probably most of the equipment, but also because they have their own forces infiltrated into them to a larger extent than all the others. Go on. I think Mr. Lambo wanted to say something.
Yeah, because
Since Bradley was already talking.
There's actually there's a question to you all. But what do you all think about, so like in Syria, all these rebels that get entered, so like different groups. One of them is the HTS. It's famous now. We knowing they are terrorists, and now they're doing democratic. What do you think of the future of that one? Are they going to stay democratic, or are they just going to show, I am Taliban, all the women need to wear burqa, and you need to do the cleaning and shut up, go stay inside your house, and we need to kill everybody that's in our way? Is something that is going to happen? Or you really think that these guys are going to stay democratic? They're fucking Taliban native people-ish education.
What's your problem with the Taliban?
Isn't that simple? Like every country in the Middle East, it doesn't matter geographical viability, the ethnic unity. What matters is to have a king or a hard dictator. They're all characteristic of that. That's what keeps them together. Assad was not a hard, tough, rough dictator like his father, so he collapsed. That's the key. That's the way the Middle East work. It's been working since the 7th century, and it's gonna be working for a long time. Turkey is not so much, but it's about there. Like even Israel is the strongest, toughest dictator in a Middle East. That's why they're the most dangerous. That were the most viable, being really hard on their population. Whoever pokes his nose. This is the future. This is the future of all those. The Syria is not going to exist anymore. It's going to be split in 3 parts, maybe in 2, depending who's going to survive.
Yeah, because
Most likely
there is a reason why
HTS
Israel
is
is
not
bombing
big.
every military base.
HTS is not big enough to survive against SNA and Turks and Kurds. Kurds and most likely SNA gonna survive unless they kill each other. I mean, they exhaust themselves against each other
Yeah,
instead of
but
on the side. That's
but you
most likely. It's gonna be 3 pieces or 2.
yeah, it's not that.
That's the
It's
future
like
of
there is a
Syria. There's no more. There's no more king. There's no more dictator unless someone would really rise up. I don't know, but it's always gonna be between Turks, Americans, and Israel. Who wants what, right? And we already hear in HTS wants to go in Iraq and conquer Iraq, but they cannot
Oh
go
yeah,
through the
yeah, yeah. So
SDF,
what they were
right?
doing city
Yeah.
trips,
So
comparing things, and
yeah,
going back
they
away.
want to avoid. They want to avoid fighting Israel, so they want to go other side, right? So that's what they're thinking of doing, because they want to conquer Iraq and take it people from there. That it's about being a rough dictator. There's no viability there.
Yeah.
It's arbitrary borders there anyway. So nothing like you guys are talking about what's regular in other areas of the world doesn't matter for the Middle East.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you're saying like,
I
yeah,
think
they're just going to divide it
Oh
into
my God.
pieces and they're going to give it together. Like, it's not going to happen easy that way. But there is a reason also why that Israel is
Easily.
striking every fucking base in Syria and destroying everything that the Syrian military had. So they are like planning some stuff, or they know that HTS is very dangerous, and they just don't want to give them the weapons to these guys because you're fucking terrorists. So I know nothing about Syria, so I'm following everything like for now. So yeah, Bradley.
Yeah, so I think that, thank you, a lot of this instability is caused by the rapid overnight disintegration of the Syrian forces. I don't think anybody expected for it to be this wildly successful, because we remember that when the Kurds and the HTS took, I think it was like positions close to Aleppo, like the Turkish proxies surrounded the Kurds and told them, get out, this is our territory. So I think that there's a little bit of this, well, how is this all gonna play out? It's a little bit of turmoil, and people are gonna try to get as much as what they can, partly because of this unexpected success. Because like even Turkey, like I said earlier, they changed their tune from we're going to maintain the integrity of Syria more or less to no, we're going to straight up annex, these portions. So because of this success, right, HTS right now they're saying nice things about Israel, like, oh, they're not our enemy. But I think that there's going to be lots of regional instability. There's going to be lots of fighting. It's for years to come, and it remains to be seen whether or not Syria gets turned into a Libya, or there's something else that goes on there. But I think that the future is not very bright for Syrians.
Yeah,
I think they're really
I don't
lucky.
see. I don't see anything better than a Libya in the horizon. Maybe I'm just not there to see close enough. But one thing I'd like to point out.
But the new government doesn't feel like they are like they seem really organized. Like it doesn't feel like a Libyan situation.
Yeah.
Like I expected to be a Libyan situation, but it's not. Like it feels a lot more peaceful, and it's backed by Turkey, backed by Israel, backed by the West. I want to show this screen. So this
there he is.
If you kill him, 2017, $10 million. The guy in the picture.
So the latest statement suggests that no, they are not going to focus on the military. I'm not sure how they're going to increase salary by 400%. But they are focusing on restoration and returning of refugees. It's very un-Libyan like. If you look at Libya right now, they're not even talking about their refugees and whatnot. It's like, but in Syria, this under this new leadership is very positive. I did mention in my reports as well. I said that this is very interesting. It's very
unusual.
positive. It's very heartening that we are seeing this kind of thing. But of course, this is only Western Syria. Eastern Syria is now under the Kurds. They are now at war with the Turkish-backed forces. So and it feels different. So of course, no, they're dealing with Israel. No, they have like negativity in that sense, but there's no point managing people that you cannot control, like the Druze people. That's what I think as well. If the Druze people want to join Israel, I think that maybe it's better for Syria to not have these troublesome people. And the Druze people also don't want to be under Islamic control, I guess, or potential Islamic extremist control. I'm not sure. But Golan Heights is another problem though, because it's very close to Damascus. So I'm not sure how they will deal with that.
Yeah, well, it's super common in the case of like taking over power of a territory to have a lot of conciliatory and uniting rhetoric, because that's how you gain support for the overthrow. But then, like, well, at least that's a Latin American experience, and also like seen throughout the world. Like when the colonies started to revolt against the crown, they had a bunch of like super flattering discourse towards the natives and trying to side them on their side. Same thing with the black people and all that. It was all like, oh yeah, we're one great patriotic nation, and we're gonna kick out the tyrannic monarchy. And then once they consolidate power, then they can start ethnically cleansing and taking over territory that is of like material interest or the means for survival of the state. So that's one thing to keep in mind. But what I wanted to point out is that, like, seeing the level of chaos that we can clearly see unfolding in the Western countries, it's hard for me to imagine that it could be any other way in their proxies, so to speak. So like, yeah, there's a certain level of inertia, like institutions kind of work, but they're also falling apart, and we see a bunch of inconsistencies in like the democratic structures and the social institutions and all that. We see that throughout Europe and in the United States. So it's hard to imagine, but it still kind of works. And it's hard to imagine that it's different in their foreign policy complexes. And there was this meme going around of like the people that are armed by the Pentagon fighting against the people armed by the CIA. And in that sense, it does seem that Turkey has the most consistent sort of organization in all that area. Like Turkey has been pretty sound in its foreign policy, even though it's erratic and flip-floppy. It's still consistently like in Turkish interest, which is completely different. It's a huge contrast with the West. That is consistently acting against their own interest. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that Turkey has a major hand in that situation. And yeah, like going to the overall like metaphor of the situation. When a chess player is bad, they only think in short term. They're trying to eat this piece or that piece. And a good chess player thinks in long term and sees several strategies ahead. And so, in like a geopolitical struggle or in a chess game, the one that has a short-term strategy that's short-sighted, sometimes the best thing you can do as a contender against him is to let him fulfill his will. You know, like when a bad chess player wants to eat all your pieces at first hand, you don't try to stop him. You don't try to defend all of your pieces from his will to eat it. You let him go. You let him go at it, because that's how you make him fall into your trap. So that's kind of like what I'm seeing both in internal policy, like from the West, and in their external policy, that they try to do things through short-sighted vision, and that's fundamentally against their own interests in the long term.
Maybe it's extra evidence of Turkey's involvement then that we have HTS going out there and trying to do what they didn't do in Libya, do what we didn't do in Iraq. Because if you remember, the American approach used to be just, you come in there, you smash things, you fire people, you completely destroy their government, and you start building democracy. yeah, you start building democracy. Well, you know what? Maybe even in Ukraine, we might have also learned our lesson there too, where it's like, we're gonna want to keep the lights on, and you're gonna want to keep the garbage man paid, and you're gonna want to do that stuff. So you have HTS out there making statements like,
Yeah,
"Oh, we're not getting rid
yeah,
of
but
public workers. We're allowing them to work." Like,
I
yeah,
don't
we're firing
see
all the women judges.
I don't see the West in the business of learning from their mistakes. I
But
just
that's
can't
what I
see it
mean
anyway.
by this could be a
Yeah,
little bit of Turkey's involvement, because
yeah, that's
Turkey
definitely
doesn't want to have a complete shit show of, on their south. They're trying to solve problems.
on
They're
the
not trying
southern
to create.
border. Yeah,
Yeah, they're not trying to create further instability and further lily pad for Uyghur and not Kuwaiti. What am I saying?
ISIS.
Kurd
Yeah,
forces
Kurdish
or
or ISIS.
all of that stuff, right? What they're not trying to do that. So I think that maybe this is a little bit could be the Gabriel has a point that this is the hand of somebody other than the U.S. State Department here. But also I think that to a certain extent maybe we have learned our lesson a little bit, because it's something that General Wesley Clark did say in he had a debate with Scott Horton on the Piers Morgan show. And that's one thing that he did say. He said that, oh yeah, well, we learned that the first thing that you want to do is not smash all of the bureaucracy when you take over a country. So he said that came out of his mouth. So maybe
Sweet summer child.
Right. Who knows?
No, I mean, like, it does make sense what you're saying. It totally makes sense. The problem is that I don't see anything in the West making sense right now.
Yeah. But yeah, maybe Erdogan is like, if we're gonna be doing this, we're gonna be doing this my way. And right now, part of the instability is just the fact that the success was so unexpected, that they didn't think that they would get this far this quickly. That maybe the Turks were, because the Turks are saying, "Oh, we're ready to put Turkish boots on the ground." They were probably ready to put Turkish boots on the ground long before that, if they're just saying that right now. So it could be that they were ready to have a longer fight. They were ready to probably be still in the process of taking Aleppo right now. But since Assad crumbled so quickly, and maybe the Russians had a part with that, where the Russians are like, we're not going to help. And so the best thing to do is for you not to drag your country through this again, And so,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so maybe we have learned our lesson. Maybe this is the Turks doing their thing, their multi-vector, foreign policy, carving out their sphere of influence, and you don't want to have a basket case of a broken country in your sphere of influence. I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I see going on. And I'm gonna, if it's okay for you guys, I'm gonna do a closing. I don't know if you guys are gonna keep on for very much longer. I might jump in later, but I have to do.
I think we can start do closing though, because
let's do it.
Going a little bit round and round. Like I think maybe the past week is too uneventful. I'm not sure. Not a lot of big stuff happened. Like it's all Syria, and nobody cares about Ukraine. Not even us. Where we got to get off Ukraine. Ukraine is so boring.
The war has expanded. We have to say that the war has expanded, and so, and we can tie in more stuff into it. We haven't talked about the Asian situation and the South Korean issue. That's
South Korean martial law.
I should do a follow-up report on it. I forgot about it. So it's also not important. It's like it just died out so quickly. Anyway,
yeah, I think that
closing we can start though.
But it's still ongoing, and I think there are interesting lessons to get out of there. It's a very interesting situation what went on there. It's hard to pin it down in like the in the chess game, like what exactly happened, but just because it was such a short-lived thing, I mean, it's still having ripples. Like I think the president was impeached. Am I wrong? Like they finally decided. Like at first they said that they weren't going to impeach him, but now they did. Can someone confirm that?
Well, that's what I heard. I heard that they were going to be impeaching him.
Yeah, the last I heard was they're going to impeach him, but I haven't follow up on it. I will follow up on it, do a separate report on this.
But yeah, I thought it was super interesting because like the Korean situation is a very interesting, like in historical sense. Like it's the third, like you have the three angles of the triangle of the encirclement of the continental power, of the Eurasian continental power. And one triangle is in Eastern Europe, the other one is in West Asia or Middle East, like Iran and the Levant, and the other one is the Korean Peninsula. That's where it's like, well, Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea is like the foothold on the mainland, right? So and Korea, South Korea, I always consider, like, I'm not very knowledgeable. I know about the Korean War and the Second World War, but I'm not so up to date. Like I'm not so familiar with contemporary politics. Just know that a shit ton of presidents get pretty they end up not in a good spot, like after their administration. But I thought it was super interesting that like the reaction of the Korean people, because I had this sort of prejudice towards the South Koreans, as they were complete, how to put it politely, like bitch slap, like because the North Korea is the resistance force that was fighting against the Japanese occupation, and in the South Korean, the American occupation preserved the administrative structure of the collaborationists with the Japanese. So it was like they never sort of got the taste of freedom, of taking back your land. They were always under the same type of control. And then they were like this marvel of American development, of capitalist development. But at the same time, you see a horrendous social toll on its population, like the birth rate, the level of suicide, the social expectations, and all that, and the sheer fracture of their society, like how males and females interact with each other. It's an insane culture. But then seeing them suddenly, like, just organizing out of the blue and making this absolutely admirable example of social cohesion and civil conscientiousness, basically bitch slapping their soldiers who were trying to take over the government office, that was pretty remarkable to me. And it really gave me a profound inquiry into what's the actual state of the South Korean people. But well, just that, it was super admirable to me. And to do my closing, like like the whole strategic situation in the world right now is very, like, unprecedented on some senses. But then we also have some very familiar patterns of, like, the unresolved issues of the Second World War and of the First World War. Like all this whole geo-economic structure of extraction out of the Third World, and a bunch of things are popping out from the ancient past in a situation that is pretty unprecedented on the scale of magnitude of the threat of like total annihilation. And so, like, we're pretty clearly in a situation of a Third World War. It's like a cold war, but it's not so cold anymore. It's actually pretty hot right now. And like, I think Toby made a pretty good point on like how Trump could resolve the situation. And I do agree with him, but I think that, like, the level of risk that Trump would be making by, like, absolutely nuking his own internal, like, deep state by exposing them all in the Ukraine scam is too difficult. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be a more tame interaction, but that's going to be useful as leverage to sort of be able to achieve his own will. But he's still under a severe threat, like he has a massive Damocles sword over his head, and he's going to have to be super cautious. But yeah, I don't see the conflict going away with his coming to power, but I do see certain signs of improvement, like having dialogue with the Russians and the overall attitude of trying to diminish the level of conflicts and war, of which the United States is a major party in most of them. So there's probably something he can do about that. And yeah, hopefully the situation doesn't crack down into a total nuclear annihilation scenario. But I still have a certain, I don't know, it's a irrational impulse to like sort of wish at a certain level that things do break down to a level in which we can have some more permanent resolutions to all these ancient festering wounds from the past, and that are like, yeah, they're born from necessity, but also it's part of the idiocy and the ideology, idiosyncrasy of the powers of the time, and that have just been carrying on through inertia. And I do hope that like something more reasonable can come out of all this. And so with that, yeah, thank you all for watching. Great conversation. And yeah. Oh, what else? It is not age what brings wisdom. Bye bye, guys.
There you go.
Subscribe and
Thanks,
like.
Gabriel.
I just
Peace,
want
dude.
to add, there's actually one thing that happened over the week. I forgot. I just saw it. There's a Lithuanian athlete that got disqualified, and
Make
then the whole
Russia
team
small
just
again.
quit over and make Russia small again shit. And it's like nobody give a damn. I hope they enjoyed their.
Sorry, what was that again?
Lithuanian, I think weightlifter. I think
a Lithuanian athlete. She was like a fitness athlete. I don't know what a fitness athlete is, but a Lithuanian, I guess, fitness athlete got her whole team booted from some competition because she refused to take off a "Make Russia Small Again" T-shirt. So
wow,
and of course it went viral.
No, but that's super interesting because it's a massive shift in like the overall tendency.
Because the competition is hosted in Hungary. For context.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, interesting. Good context,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, the Hungarians is
well,
like, no, you don't shit in Hungary.
Good on them. But yeah, that was an interesting one. I don't even know if that's a big deal of a story. It's just like the big deal of that is that the Russians are saying, hey, look, it's not totally cool to be Russophobic. Slowly again.
Yeah, it's an omen of transformation. It's a sign. It's definitely a symptom of shift.
Yeah, I hope so. I don't know. Like it was said earlier, it was in Hungary, so it could be that Hungary's trying to be nice with the Russians and be diplomatically open. But if this happens somewhere in France, it'd be like, oh yeah, it's totally fine. I don't.
But the thing is, it's really not worth it. Like, you know how hard it is to train for a competition, and then it's like just because you want to virtual signal, and then it's like you waste all the months of training. Like, what's the point? So
because they hate Russians that much. That's why. That's what the point is.
Racist. They're racist. That's a genocide.
I agree. I agree that
take
there's
all
a lot
the
of
Russians
racism.
out of the competition. No, that's genocide. That's the definition of genocide.
So is coping next for closing?
Coping next.
Yeah, it's a good time. I'm getting quite tired, and I also feel like I have to take a piss, so it's a little bit hard to keep my thoughts together. So we'll see how I'm coping with this closing. Let me just say, I think I'm just going to touch on 2 points, what may be relevant for the coming weeks. Let's see, and the 2 points, so I don't forget it later, you guys can remind me. The one thing is the very likely breakdown of the Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire. And then it will be interesting to see, like, if the Druze community in Sreda choose to follow the same route as the other ones, what the Israelis would do about it, because it's like may seem very tempting, but they already have demographic issues as it's enough of that. So then the Sunni Muslim community in between the Sreda population and Golan is quite sizable. So I don't think it will be an easy decision. We'll probably have a protracted situation, but I'll say this: if the Israelis choose to move in as a matter of protecting the Sreda community, like ostensibly or whatever, it doesn't really matter. The point is the Israelis take position, then the somewhat talked about corridor between the Kurds and the Israelis are more likely, since they will then be closer to the Iraqi border and then closer also to the American bases, which are there, and near to the oil fields, and we've already talked about that. So I think that the fate of the Kurds may be a little bit dependent on the Druze, for all we know. But here I'm just speculating. On the Hezbollah Israel ceasefire, I'm pretty convinced that it's not going to last, because not only does it seem like from both sides on social media that there is an apparent, like there's both a varied degree from relief to celebration, but also a general understanding that this is not going to be long lasting. And this isn't really too hard to understand, because both other sides have committed themselves politically in a manner that they haven't done before, and kind of put themselves in a bind for actually continuing the war. And the one thing from Israel's side is that it declared war officially. As unlike these special military operations, we all know a war is a lot more commitment one way or the other. And when they expanded their war objectives to Hezbollah, then that commits them to persecute the enemy until he surrenders or succumbs. Likewise, for Hezbollah, they participated into the conflict on October 8th in solidarity with Hamas, voicing clearly that there will be no talk of negotiation before there is a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. But that was only up until the last speech of Nasrallah, and after he was taken out and his successor were taken out, they accepted a temporary ceasefire, and both of them seem to be a bit tired. But for Hezbollah, right, even if there is a separate ceasefire with Hamas that somehow happens, we don't know yet, but let's say that occurs with Israel and Hamas, then, which is a failure for Israel in some sense, depending on what's the outcome of the hostages, I guess. But the Hezbollah, right, they cannot really accept the ceasefire terms that they kind of sort of agreed with when it comes to the Israelis, because Israelis' insistence there was that the UN Resolution 1701, which basically means Hezbollah must withdraw northwards. And like, objectively speaking, that's not a ceasefire, that is a surrender. So it's like, politically, it's not really tenable for Hezbollah to accept anything like that. And also, since it cannot be accepted, Hezbollah will, of course, rearm. And this is going to be used by the Israelis as a pretext for striking. And then before we know it, the escalatory wheel starts going again. So what's the outcome of that? That's hard to tell. But I think that should be my closing, apart from reminding those who have not pressed the like button yet and subscribe. But I'm agreeing with Mr. Lambo. I'm actually quite disappointed. We had some nice super chat with some good questions, but there were some, we got the fox hunt of the gray fox, right? And you should have been using the opportunity to be poaching the open mic with some roasting open mics, right? Like super chats, I mean, yeah. But well, you can hold it off until next time, I guess, or maybe just support the DPA on Patreon, Ko-fi, Locals, and Boosty, which you can find on the links below. All right, that was
very sad.
Thank you all, by the way, for a nice open mic. It was interesting and entertaining in its way, and also, of course, Wyatt, thank you so much for hosting yet another one. This is actually marathons that you're going through. It's amazing. I don't understand how you do it, but yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Coping.
Thank you. I actually still have Grey Fox in my backstage. He's still sleeping right now, in case you guys want to.
No, his closing. Oh, man.
Closing? Okay, he's done. Okay, so.
But wait, Wyatt, shouldn't you actually? I mean, it's been over a year since we had a Swirky, right? We kind of got to have like one open mic, after one open mic where there is like half an hour with just a screen, a still screen of a dude that has fallen asleep, or at least in this case, it's just his bed. We're improving, we're maturing, becoming more decent. This is actually kind of like a nice indicator how mature the open mic is getting. By having Grey Fox.
All right. Vaughn, let me do the closing.
Of the people
not even an hour.
So
not even an hour could he hold vigil with me.
You're getting too democratic with vote system and all that bullshit. How dare you, Wyatt?
Yeah, no. I'm a benevolent dictator.
Okay, Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I just want to say like, subscribe, and share. If you want to know what the hell's going on, you have to hit Wyatt's situation reports. If you're busy, the front line changes will get you caught up. Ukraine is just going to be a continual pressure campaign all across the front. I would expect the Kursk salient to continue to collapse. I would expect there to be some progress around Kupiansk, obviously, in some form or fashion. Whether that's south across the river, north across the river, down towards Lehman. Obviously, there's a lot of places action can break out. You got everything going on around Shavish Yar. You've got the Povrovsk area. You've got the big pincher on the south side. You've got everything down there along Zaporizhzhia and Kherson, the rumors of crossings from either side. So I think it's going to be exciting. I think the biggest thing to worry about right now is, because the ground war is the ground war. Russia's obviously going to be dominating that for the foreseeable future. So really see what happens in the retaliation with the ATACMS attacks and then the Russian response. I think that's where the big news is going to be, or like another big missile attack or something like that. But the ground war is, it's all flush for Russia right now. So, unless there's some big breakthrough or something like that, I would just keep an eye on the Wyatt's reps and you'll know what's going on. But, watch for the big stuff like late night raids and hazelnuts falling out of trees. Y'all have a good week. Subscribe and share.
Thank you, Vaughn. And next, Lambo.
All right. Oh, Lambo's next. Okay.
No, normally it was Bradley.
Because he's now next to me now.
It was first Bradley. Normally, for me, it's the same. Yeah, I was just going to say that one, but Saladin in the comment says very well. I am expecting in a few days, I think, a new Orishnik strike in Ukraine from the Russians, their new mid-range ballistic hypersonic missile system. I'm just wondering where is going to land that one, where are going they do landing that one, and which type of damage is going to do. Because Putin announced Ukraine is officially a weapon test site for the Russians. Sadly for them. But Torres is busy, really bad collapsing. I think it's not going to take that long anymore. Pokrov's, I think, is going to end with the big encirclements. If they are continuing like that, it's going to be a very dirty one. Syria, I'm still saying HTS, terrorists. So it's going to end badly in a certain way. Like Bradley already said before, it's going to be a war of. It's going to be something that's going to take a very long time. So we can speculate for a lot of things, but Syria is so fresh for the moment that we need to wait like a few months. I think beginning of 2025 we can really open a big topic and already can say that is busy happening and that is going to go bad. No, everything is rainbow, sunshine, beautiful for the rebels and Syria, and some people are happy. All the Christians are going out of the country. We're going to have a lot of new Syrian immigrants in Europe in the future. Still about the Russians also, they showed their new, I think you showed an image, but if you go to the DPA Top Gun Wyatt, you're seeing I put more captures about the engines of that, the new engine for the Sukhoi 57.
The Su-57, yeah.
Yeah, it's pornography stuff. So it's parental advisory if you need to watch it. It's a very special system. It's like a mix between the engine nozzles of a Sukhoi 35 and the nozzles of a F-22. It's 3D, but the same basic shape like the nozzles of the F-22, and it's looking very special. I didn't expect that design. But we saw a lot of designs. Is this going to be a definitive design? We don't know. We will see in a few months when they're going to put these engines into service on, I think, new planes first, and then they're going maybe refurbish some other planes in the future if it's working very well. But I love you, Wyatt.
Hey, Lambo, real quick.
Yeah.
Open mic speaker of the year is coming up. Y'all know who to vote for.
Me.
Don't be voting for some of them freak homo weirdos out there that are trying to entice you. Well, yeah, Lambo, you know what? Good luck, man.
Yeah.
See you on the battlefield.
We're going to try to be your
But yeah, open mic's coming up. Y'all need to think about people that you like on the open mic and vote for somebody to be the speaker of the year. That's all I had to say. Like,
I will talk about it later during my closing.
I'm going to run with the slogan MBGA, make Belgium great again. We still have no government, and it's the country is still fine, so do we really need a government? We don't know, but yeah, it's Russia. So it's just showing, like, for the finance of Russia, that the ruble is dropping, and they are still in a military dispense program, and they are still breaking out. And but we see new technology. Gabriel wants to see the sleeping guy. I'm not giving hints to you, Wyatt, to put the mic online. But yeah, come on, Wyatt. Yeah, maybe he can still do his closing also.
I think he's already closed both eyes.
Yeah. Gabriel, by the way, I watched a couple from the United States. They are busy doing a big trip in Belgium, and they visited the brewery of Delirium. Just that you know, I can link it in the main launch if you want to. The fiber optic drones. I also saw that I think they are using these pools from submarine technology. It's like 10 kilometers of range. That thing is awesome. It's still a game changer. But yeah, so just to clarify that Ukraine is looking very bad. Syria is busy looking very bad. And Europe is going to, I don't know. So I hope that everybody enjoyed the open mic. I missed the half of it, and I just need to say support the open mic, support Wyatt, watch his videos, watch the changes on the front lines. I think the winter. I think the winter is going to be hard for them. It's still just started, but we will see. So, guys, nice to talk with you. Guys on the chat, nice to having you. And Bradley is for you now.
Okay,
I just wanted to make a quick comment before I leave to what Vaughn was saying. Like, remember to give to Caesar what is to Caesar, but don't forget to give to God what is to God.
There you go.
Very subtle, very subtle.
All right. So I guess my closing is Wyatt, you were saying earlier that maybe not as much stuff went on this week, but I think it was quite an eventful week though, because we often wonder what's going on with North Korea and South Korea. I've heard everything from the parliament stopped martial law to prevent a general mobilization for war, all the way to it's literally just personal corruption because his wife received bags on the side of the president. But I mean, it does look like something is playing out there. Ukraine only continues to accelerate, like Vaughn was saying. Keep up on Wyatt's updates to actually have an understanding of what's going on, because things are happening. Like, for a long time, we would watch the Ukraine war, and it's not been this eventful. So there's a lot of shit going on, and a lot of reasons to tune in. So Ukraine, Ukraine, Syria, basically I think that the World War III is maybe less likely to be nuclear based off of how the fall of Syria went. I think the deep state won't stop talking about Tulsi Gabbard. I think they managed to get Matt Gaetz axed. So things are brewing. And, like Gabriel said, the Cold War is heating up. And right now we are observing 3D level chess moves from the major players. If World War III happens, maybe it won't be how we expected it, because it looks like the Russians are maneuvering and they're wheeling and dealing, and so are the Americans and stuff. So I think this is really an interesting time to be into geopolitics. Other than that, I just have to say thank you to our audience, especially the super chatters. Of course, thank you to the panelists, and as always, thank you very much to our tireless and fearless commander who stayed up all night so that we could actually get this thing done. So really appreciated. Don't forget to subscribe, and check back next week for more conversations like this. Oh yeah, and check out mine and Nunya's podcast.
Yeah, you need to. I need to watch it. Can you link it in the main launch for me, Bradley?
I'll do it. I'll put it into the Telegram.
You guys need to have a shorter handle. So youtube.com @something. Have a shorter handle, then you can actually pin it. You can plug it under your name. It's easier to promote the channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The name I know it's very long, but have a shorter name, like Maga.
Something that fits. probably a good idea. Yeah, I don't even pay attention to that stuff. I'm just trying to talk to people. It's Nanya's the one that's like, let's take a look at the views here. This one got this many views. This one got that many views. I don't even look at the videos myself. I'm just like, okay. Yeah. But yeah,
you
that
can
was
also
awesome.
invite me if you need to have a speaker for some subjects. You can always invite me also.
See, this is what I want to do. It'd be awesome to have more panelists on. This is
Yeah,
my
I saw
whole
that.
goal in the end. But yes, okay. So that's it for me. So thank you everybody, and peace.
It's for us. By the way, Wyatt, do you have a Spotify DPA list?
I originally wanted to do one, but I got lazy.
Yeah. You need to, if you do one, you need to put sleeping songs in it.
Sleepy songs.
Yeah, for our
sleeping
guy.
songs.
Yeah, it's not the first time it happened. You know.
Yeah, second time. That he's still here.
Yeah.
He's still sleeping. Yeah.
Drink with moderation. You can drink, but not end like.
It's always a bad idea to drink and come to open mic. It's always a danger that you might fall asleep.
That's why I just drink one. I'm smarter. Wyatt.
All right. Thank you, Lambo. Have a great week ahead. Bye, guys. So it's my turn to do closing. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 107. So some updates regarding the voting. So it's again December finally. I always look forward to December because I can actually do the voting, the entire contest for the Person of the Year, DPA Person of the Year award, and for the 2 years running, for the first and the second edition, Putin has won both editions. But I think this year, with Donald Trump winning the election and all the things, I think we may have a new winner. But let's see. Anyway, of course, DPA Open Mic, we have the Speaker of the Year as well. Last year was the first edition. It was won by Von Festus. So and actually during the mid-year, we actually have some discussion talking about having more awards. So I will be because I was so busy with moving my house. So I'm now at my new place. I can show you. It's done now. You can see it's pretty nice. My new place. Yeah, a lot of effort was put into this. So I will be putting up some kind of a form, a Google form, to let people suggest, or maybe I would just do it just through comments. Maybe through comments is a good idea. Yeah, through comments, I will put a question out for ideas, for what kind of awards we should have for, like, the country of the year, then the country that messed up the most in the year, the joke of the year, the clown of the year, whatever. We will do something like this. For the DPA awards, and then also for the DPA Open Mic awards, not just we're going to have the Speaker of the Year, which is the main prize, but we can also have maybe the Intellectual of the Year, like the Shit Stirrer of the Year, this kind of thing. We can actually you guys can suggest the ideas. I will put out the post for both on the of course on Telegram, maybe on Twitter as well, and in the respective YouTube channels community tab. So anyway, I will see how this goes. And then the nomination this time around, I'm planning to do through Google Form. That's what I was thinking last year, through Google Form in terms of nominations. Maybe that's a bad idea. Let me think. Yeah, Google Form. Thinking about it, let's see how this goes. Or maybe we just do the old way, where we'll do nomination across multiple platforms and then voting. And yeah, I think about it. I see what is the best way, because the idea I had was like from last year or early this year. I think the world have changed a bit. I think about it, see what is the best way to manage all these things. And then, of course, we'll do live counting for nomination, and of course, live counting for the actual vote. So stay tuned. It will be run the next 2 weeks, so it should be quite tight. And yeah, so that's the main thing. So that's it. Thank you for watching. And also DPA Open Mic got featured on Russian TV. I just saw the comments. So it's because of Grisha Putin. He got invited on this panel where the montage for him includes DPA Open Mic, where he was on, which was very interesting. That and just now Grisha Putin came in to say hi, and he did say that he didn't provide the footage. It was actually done by the TV station themselves. So that's interesting. So but I don't think it makes any difference. I don't think Russian people will come on to the English channel and talk. And yeah, but it is what it is. So let's see how this goes. So anyway, that's it. Have a great week ahead. As I settle down more and more, I think I will be able to get back to the groove and do more reporting, as I'm struggling to do more reports to at least to a frequency that I wanted. I'm just making do with the Ukraine war as much as I can. Yeah, as you can see, the Syrian conflict SITREP is lagging because I have no time to do it. So yeah, I try to see what I can do. So anyway, thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe, share, especially for the Open Mic channel. You know, it's a ground up thing. You know, so it takes your support for this to work. No, this cannot be done by myself alone. So anyway, that's it. See you guys. Thank you for watching, and thank you. See you, Grey Fox. And that's it. Thank you for watching, and I'll drop the outro, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, like lovers, yet alive. A world where every voice decides, debating the future, unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, like lovers, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides. Of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand.